start the timer. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
So, but they won't have a timer to see, or will they be able to see?
Well, they'll be.
Gotcha. Okay, got it.
Yes. Oh, all right. Okay. As you were. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for waking up early. I'm Jamil Jaffer. I'm the director of the Knight Institute here at Columbia. Whether you're here in person or watching online, we're very glad to have you. Those of you who have been part of the Knight Institute's community for the past few years already know our obsession with the question of how new technology is shaping or distorting public discourse. This is a topic that we have engaged many times from many different angles through research as well as litigation. This symposium, which is the capstone of a year-long partnership with Professor Arvind Narayanan, builds on our past work. Over the next day and a half, we're hoping to demystify recommendation algorithms, ask what their implications might be for public discourse and for society more broadly, and consider how regulatory or other interventions might help us harness the benefits of algorithmic amplification and mitigate its costs. For all of us at the Knight Institute, it has been an incredible privilege to work with Professor Narayanan on this project. We were thrilled when he agreed to come to the Knight Institute because we already knew his reputation as a brilliant, creative, and collaborative scholar. What we didn't fully appreciate about him until more recently is that he is also an extraordinary teacher, generous, patient, and amazingly adept at distilling technical concepts into language that even lawyers can understand. It's been great for us to have a chance to learn from him. I want to thank a few others as well. An event like this requires a lot of planning. The Knight Institute's research, communications, and administrative teams have been working very hard on this symposium for many weeks. They're amazing, and we're going to acknowledge them individually later today. I do want to take this opportunity to specifically acknowledge Katie Glenn Bass, our research director, who oversees all of our research initiatives and has been Professor Narayanan's close collaborator on every aspect of this particular project. That the project has drawn such broad interest and from so many different communities and disciplines is a testament to Katie's intellectual curiosity and her vision. Thanks to Arvind and Katie, we have a very rich program ahead of us. There is really no one more qualified to get us started this morning than Dr. Alondra Nelson, who I will introduce now. Dr. Nelson is the Harold F. Linder Professor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton and a distinguished senior fellow at the Center for American Progress. Previously, she was the 14th president and CEO of the Social Science Research Council. She was also professor of sociology and the inaugural dean of social science here at Columbia. Her books include The Social Life of DNA, Race, Reparations, and Reconciliation After the Genome, and Body and Soul, The Black Panther Party and Fight Against Medical Discrimination. Very few people have thought as deeply and as productively as Dr. Nelson has about the implications of new technology for our democracy and our society. Until very recently, she served as Deputy Assistant to President Biden and Acting Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. In that role, she oversaw the development of a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, a prescient, inspiring, and necessary document that will shape conversations about automated systems for many years to come. What kind of society could we have if all innovation began with ethical forethought? Is one of the questions the document poses. And it's, of course, one of the questions we'll engage through this symposium. We're incredibly lucky to have Dr. Nelson with us this morning. Please join me in welcoming her.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be back at Columbia, where I spent a decade on the faculty here. And Jamil, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for your leadership. I mean, when I was still on the faculty here, the center was just a proposal, and now it is an incredible, thriving place. Part of that is made manifest by the presence of all of you here this morning on a Friday morning, very early, both online and here in the audience, and so much of that owes to Jamil and his leadership and vision and the incredible team that he was able to bring to the center. So thank you all. And thank you also, Arvind, for your leadership here and your vision. It's like been so thrilling to see. And as somebody who thinks about research infrastructures and research communities, like what you've built around algorithmic amplification has been inspiring for me to reflect on, and it's kind of what I'll mostly talk about this morning. So this morning I'm going to speak about kind of research and researcher journeys, their unexpected paths through and around challenges, especially things like data to study algorithmic amplification, and their critical importance for society. So we live in a time of overlapping challenges. The historian Adam Tooze, who's here on the Columbia faculty, calls this a polycrisis. And for him, the polycrisis is economics, politics, geopolitics, and the natural environment blowing back at us. And that's quoting Adam. He takes up the term polycrisis following from Edgar Morin and Brigitte Kern, who coined the term in the late 1960s, the late 1990s, and the 1996 book and published in French, Terre Patrie, and then published in English in 1999 as Homeland Earth, the Manifesto for the New Millennium. Polycrisis was then later used by Jean-Claude Juncker, then president of the European Commission, in a 2016 speech about the overlapping impact of financial, environmental, and political crises of the time from the perspective of the EU, it's important to say. There's kind of perspectival bit that's important here. And it was taken up by a thematic. So Candace, I'm going to give this a whirl. There we are, okay. Thank you. As a thematic this year, in January of this year at the World Economic Forum, and which defined the polycrisis as the fact, as quote, present and future risks that can also interact with each other to form a cluster of related global risks with compounding effects, such that the overall impact exceeds the sum of each part. So Adam Tooze cites the most recent polycrisis, like is emerging kind of in 2008 with the financial crisis of that time, the beginning of Russian aggression against Georgia and other countries, the growing context and public awareness of the climate crisis, zoonotic migration from animal reservoirs to humans, including swine flu, and more recently SARS-CoV-2. In the World Economic Forum slide, it's much more, it uses this kind of swirls and nodes that are familiar to some of us from social networking maps to represent the devastating imagery of crisis, a social network mapping of collapsed supply chains, natural disasters, biodiversity loss, instability of the global financial system, and more. So I wanted to show this morning just to point your attention to the upper left, because that's where the technology is, and I think many of us who are in this space today are here because we understand that all of these things, in whole or part, are sort of undergirded by technological processes. And so I found it a bit, just shocking, actually, that digital inequality, digital power concentration that both enables and disenables so much of all of these other things is sort of not even a primary node in the sort of size and importance that we would understand from a social networking mapping. So in the upper left is this category of factors. The smaller in the legend of the network map, as I said, and therefore seemingly less nodal or central are these than the other factors, are a few things about the social implications of politics and technologies. Digital inequality, the breakdown of critical information infrastructure, digital power concentration, adverse outcomes of frontier technologies, widespread cybercrime and cybersecurity, and I'm just reading actually from the slide itself. So these are all quite familiar. As I said, we here in this room and online appreciate that these factors undergird all other polycrises. And here I would zoom in, on that upper left and think about that as what we might think about as the digital polycrisis. That is maybe two-part. That is the technological mediation of all other facets of the polycrisis, both enabling them, as I said, and making them both possible and not possible, and also attending in particular to crises that at least would include digital inequality, the consolidation of power and resources, a multinational technology industry, social and political tumult, caused in whole or in part by the disruption of new and emerging technologies. To this, of course, we must add the erosion of democracy, surveillance capitalism, the agnotology of so-called frontier technologies, which I'll say a bit more about, and the concomitant rise of responsive research, which is what I want to talk more about. So our responsive research journeys have brought many of us to the work of doing research in the eye, in the very sort of middle of crisis conditions that we could have hardly imagined, and that we try desperately to understand as they move all around us and as we do research in the midst of all of this dynamism. The recent researcher journey has included this an ongoing pandemic during which all of us here were impacted, during which some of us here lost loved ones. From within that experience of sorrow and those stressors, we also experienced an extraordinary outpouring of researchers and research across fields and methods who sought to describe and help us understand this terrible moment that devastated Black, brown, and poor communities in particular, and its wake, invoking Christina Sharp. That same impulse has led many of us to research journeys here today as a direct response to the erosion of democracy enabled and exacerbated by algorithmic amplification, to the creation of social instability and the sowing of mistrust and division by the work of social media platforms, even as these same platforms enable voice and new networks for organizing and community at their best. These are conditions now accompanied by the scale and velocity of advanced artificial intelligence. Several years ago, when I led the Social Science Research Council, the organization served as an administrative home for a first-of-its-kind project to make social media data available to researchers with Facebook, now Meta. The project never quite delivered on its promise, although it's ongoing, and there's large new data sets released just this week. But as a research community, we had to start somewhere, and what we knew about what we needed for responsive research from within and about the digital polycrisis remains. That we could begin to apprehend and perhaps mitigate these overlapping challenges with resources and practices, including the following: algorithmic auditing, risk assessment, access to data for a wide range of researchers and government and journalism and industry that could offer some insight into platforms and platform algorithms and how they work to create social conditions, how they work to consolidate pathways for power and influence, and how they build social choice architectures. Doing this for the sake of more transparency, better accountability, explainability, privacy, and security as the ideal hope of this responsive research. For the most, none of these conditions have come to pass in a robust and egalitarian way, and so we're still seeking the conditions that we need to study the research and to, in fact, operationalize the norms, the practices that we know could help us understand algorithmic amplification in this moment. There's legislation such as the Algorithmic Accountability Act introduced in 2022, bicameral legislation by Senators Ron Wyden and Cory Booker and Representative Yvette Clarke that asks for researcher access to social media data as part of the legislation, should it come to pass. And recently, the enacted EU law, the Digital Services Act, promises to make data access for researchers a reality as it becomes implemented. So Edgar Morin and Ann Kern, who coined the term polycrisis, argue that the complexity of the polycrisis, its uncertainty and ambiguity can be a good thing, can be, as in their words, sources of creativity, learning, and transformation. One must add, of course, that this is only true for those of us on this planet in conditions of incredible privilege. For too many more, uncertainty and ambiguity is both quotidian and catastrophic. But thinking of that, of glimmers of creativity and of learning, I want to return, as I wrap up here, to the researcher journey and the research journey. So back to the SSRC, when it became clear that the promised data from Facebook would not come to pass in the way it had been promised, for a range of legitimate and somewhat questionable reasons, we as an organization continue to fund heterodox research on social media and tech platforms with the insistence that we could still know some things. And so yet here we are, and here you all are today, doing the work under less than optimal conditions, refusing to accept that this incredibly powerful form of sociality, the platform, cannot be known in part without donor data, and finding a way to derive keen insights from the data that is available, be that experiential, ethnographic, theoretical, or numerical. Finding a way to use new resources, new methods, orthogonal perspectives, and committing to research and knowledge at a moment when we're being confronted with a kind of algorithmic agnotology. Agnotology, the politics of ignorance, that in the literature, the STS literature comes out of the space of big pharma and of large tobacco companies and the like, I think it's not surprising that I think we're having to think about this in the space of big tech. So this politics of ignorance, of deliberate ignorance, that is sometimes the flip side of the uncertainty and ambiguity that Moran and Curran find so generative. Finding a way through this agnotology, as we are being told that technical choices being made by industry in advanced artificial intelligence present us with a technical world, an algorithmic world that is unknowable, that is forever inexplicable. And moreover, that the path of this unknowable, inexplicable research is all but preordained. It is because of the incredible body of work created by many of you and your papers today that we have a window, a kind of moment of opportunity, I think, of optimism and opening, that even as these newest technologies, many of them now widely in the public sphere, and so now fomenting an important public conversation about what to do about algorithmic amplification, again, bring us back to the fundamental requirements for social and political accountability, for the public good, and for democracy. Safe and effective algorithmic systems, transparency, explainability, researcher and regulator data access, data privacy, protection from algorithmic bias and discrimination, the provision of other possible options like opting out, and more. Among these, what I just named or enumerated were some of the principles of the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which I'm happy to talk about more, that was developed with colleagues in the Biden-Harris administration. So in closing, what I want to say is that, we will never have, as things stand, we don't have all of the data that we need to truly understand, but that we can understand the algorithmic world that's being developed with us and around us, and that our research journeys can return us again and again to the ongoing work of the transformation of the digital polycrisis to possible, if not inevitable, beneficial futures. Thank you. That's great.
So, thank you so much for that, Alondra. Even the digital crisis was keeping me up at night, so the poly crisis now probably means no more sleeping for me. But I want to ask you about where you ended, the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, which was one of your big projects, maybe your big project at the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Mm-hmm. My guess is that most people in this room know something about it, but it might be good just to start with, what is that document, and what were you or are you hoping to achieve with it?
Yeah. So let me just say a little bit about the Office of Science and Technology Policy and the parts of the executive branch which don't have rulemaking power, don't necessarily have regulatory power. What you do have is a kind of soft power that you can frame debates and frame issues. You can convene people. You can engage, legislators, folks in industry, people in the American public. So we came into office. I came into the Biden-Harris administration, and as a day one person. And I had been working on a book about OSTP. I was writing about the Obama OSTP. In particular, I was interested in the kind of large projects that they did there, the Precision Medicine Initiative, which were significantly these large data projects and investments and big bets. And a lot of that work in the subsequent administration sort of got dropped or didn't get carried forward, and didn't get carried forward, I think, in ways that people had hoped or anticipated. And so we came into OSTP, a new team, I think as those of you who are here who work in the policy space or in the legislative or legal space know, we've desperately needed data privacy legislation, other kinds of legislation for a very long time. People have been working hard to try to accomplish that for a very long time. But congressional polarization and gridlock is what it is. And so the question for us at OSTP in the tech policy space was, what could we do and offer, knowing that we have soft power, knowing that we can't legislate, knowing that we don't make rules, knowing that OSTP is not a regulatory agency, to the conversation. And moreover, is there a way that we could begin to engage larger swaths of the American public in the conversation? So in October 2021, we announced and wired that we're doing a year-long process to sort of create this blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. And we start it begins with a bunch of roundtables. We have listening sessions. We had one of my favorites is we got introduced to an organization called Encode Justice, which is a national network of high school students who have lots of incredible opinions about facial recognition technology and surveillance, and in the way that young people are just so much more visionary and have sort of higher expectations for the future than we do. That was one of the more incredible experiences. And so that was the process. And then we talked to a bunch of stakeholders, industry, government, researchers, developed this document. There's 5 principles. Can
I just ask you about the process before you go into the document? One of the things we try to do at the Knight Institute is bring different disciplinary communities together to talk about problems that we're all tackling from different angles. And it's always a challenge because we don't usually have a shared vocabulary. Yeah. We're maybe talking about the same problems, but we're talking about the same problems in very different ways. Or we think different things about those problems are significant. And I wonder, in this process of consultation before you drafted the document, did you find that there was enough of a shared vocabulary that people could meaningfully engage with one another?
No, I mean, some of the vocabulary was industry vocabulary. I mean, even think about the advanced AI stuff. What does alignment mean, right? Is it or Arvind's done such incredible work on the technical meanings of fairness, which are not necessarily sort of aligned with fairness as a normative value, for example. So I think that was really challenging. But I would also flag what you said about Arvind at the top is that he's a really good teacher, and so I think on the team. It was, it's an incredible team of people at OSTP, and many of them are very good teachers. And so there wasn't a shared vocabulary, but they were able in engagements with stakeholder communities to be, to be able to create bridges if it wasn't the same kind of words or jargon or whatever. So a lot of the credit for I think the success of the consultation goes to teams. And then, a lot of it also is just I think people in government not speaking and just listening. So sometimes the consultation was just we did a kind of FDA strategy where people come, you get 2 minutes, and you can just speak your piece. And, we sort of just, and anybody could come, and, so often it was not sometimes it was trying to translate, but oftentimes it was just literally listening. For 2 hours, we're just going to listen to people in 2-minute intervals tell us what they think about facial recognition technology, surveillance capitalism, and the like. And so we created this document that had principles. We know well that particularly folks in this room, like industry's been creating principles. Everyone's got their principles, and we knew that was insufficient. And so the document also contains a lot of practices. We distilled best practices from industry and from academia. Things around auditing, risk assessment, but also actual things that were already being done in the federal government to use and expand regulatory powers to apply to automated systems in places like, the Department of Labor, FTC, and the like.
And who did you imagine the audience would? I mean, who were you hoping to reach with the document? Yeah.
So the subtitle of the document is something like, creating algorithmic systems that the American public deserves, or something. So that was our intended audience. It's very much written at the, 8th grade or whatever, a reading level. It was not intended to be a technical document in any way. It was intended to be, in some ways, an educational document and a resource that people could come away learning something from about algorithmic systems and technical systems, but also why they matter, and so part of what we came to in the document is a definition of AI. I mean, we could have used the OECD definition, which is what is sometimes used in the government because the United States contributed to that. But we used a definition that was about automated systems broadly and about where they impact people's rights, opportunities, experiences, and so that where they really sort of the rubber hit the road for the experience of folks in the public.
Were you or are you happy with the way the document has been received? I mean, the document, as you alluded to, it's not binding. It doesn't purport to be binding. It's called a blueprint for a Bill of Rights,
right.
Not a Bill of Rights.
Right.
But you must hope at some level that some pieces of it become part of the law.
Sure. Yeah. So, yes. I mean, I think I'll just speak for myself. I'm really happy with how it's been used. I mean, people are teaching it, teaching at the Harvard Business School. They're teaching it. I got an email from an elementary school teacher earlier this week. So it's something that people can use and think through. Certainly it's been critiqued for, not being binding, not being legislation, not being regulation. These are all, sometimes it's said as if it's not binding. It's just yes, we know. That was actually really, yes, we know that. And so, but I think there's California legislation now that's going through committee. It's been through initial committee that's based on it. That's AB 331, which is a law that Assembly member Rebecca Bauer-Kahn is doing, which is exciting because there's a Democratic supermajority in California, so there's a good chance of success in that legislature. And California is the 5th largest economy, and if you can get some traction on rights-preserving automated systems in California, right. We can maybe get some traction in the United States.
Was there, this is an unfair question, but I'm going to ask you anyway. You don't have to name names, but I'm curious to know whether how the document was received within the government, because as you mentioned earlier, your power in this context is soft power. You don't have the ability to tell the Justice Department or tell the CIA. This is the way things are going to work. And I did notice at the beginning of the document there's a long legal disclaimer, which I don't think you wrote, Alondra, that says essentially that we recognize that these rights might apply differently in the context of, for example, national security. And that makes me wonder whether, I don't actually disagree with that point. The rights are going to apply differently in many contexts, right? Yeah. So, but it made me wonder whether there was some wariness in some parts of the government about this project or some resistance to the project in some parts of the government.
Yeah, so I mean, it was a little bit of a weird project, right? Because it wasn't binding, because it wasn't legislation, because it was meant to sort of create some goalposts for executive branch's behavior. I mean, part of it, part of it is sort of the federal government, if you include DoD, is literally the world's largest employer, right? And it's one of the world's largest consumers, and so there's sort of first market mover power in the federal government around things like the procurement of vendor systems that use AI, for example. So we were thinking about that. So I think one thing to say about the document that people should know who haven't worked in government is that it wasn't like we just woke up one day and we're just got to page 73, we're done, press print, send it out. I mean, it went through months of clearance. And I mean, one of the things I love actually most about government, there's a sociologist named Francesca Paletta who taught here for a time and who has a book that's called Freedom is an Endless Meeting. So she writes about social movements, and she's just you want democracy, you just got to meet and meet and meet. And so government, I found, as a person who, this is going into government for the first time, was just there's just everyone gets to weigh in. Yeah. So there was an extensive, multi-agency kind of red line process. There was lots of meetings with your lawyer friends, with, GCs and DOJ and all sorts of folks like that. But in the end, it was, everyone, there were a lot of trade-offs, lots. I think for civil policy, a kind of national security or IC, intelligence community carve out, as you know, always happens. So it's not particular to this particular document. And then some of so I'll say that. But it was getting any paper out of government people should know it takes a really long time. It's never just the whim of a couple of energetic people. I mean, it takes months.
Yeah, it's actually quite an amazing thing that you were able to get this out of the government in a relatively short period of time. And the document itself, I think, is very ambitious. Ambitious in the best sense of that word. And I think you probably had a choice between scaling back the ambition of the main document or adding a legal disclaimer that said we recognize that this isn't going to be the same everywhere. And I think you probably made the right decision. But I was just curious about that. You mentioned the possibility of legislation at the federal level. You also mentioned this possibility of legislation at the state level. I wonder whether you think there's a role for the courts here as well. I won't ask you about these specific cases, but as you know, the Supreme Court now has a bunch of cases where it's considering issues that relate quite directly to the problems that you were tackling in the blueprint, and that we're talking about at this at this symposium, including the Gonzalez case, which is really about whether platforms should be whether platforms can be held liable for their algorithmic amplification decisions, right? And I wonder whether what you see the court's role is in this in this context. Is there a role for the courts? Is it an important role? How do the courts fit in here?
Yeah. Yes. So I would say I'd start with saying a couple other things. There's also a Connecticut law that's implementing or intended to make the Bill of Rights, the AI Bill of Rights law as well. I think the role for the courts, I'm not a legal scholar, so is an interesting one in that a couple of things. I mean, to the extent that courts are conservative, not in an ideological sense, but in a small c conservative sense, they, at their best, allow us to go back to sort of fundamental things around privacy, around First Amendment rights, and these sorts of things. And so, I guess my hope would be for the courts, and this is somewhat in the spirit of the blueprint and how we tried to think about the sort of fast-moving dynamics of new technologies and automated systems, is what are those kind of core principles that you go back to regardless of the context in which the case takes place. And so so I think that's what's interesting about the Gonzalez case, even though that's a Section 230 case as well, right? Yeah. So I think that'll be interesting. But I think the courts are, with advanced AI, I mean, it's going to get really interesting because it's not, Ron Wyden recently Senator Wyden has been said, I have heard to say in DC in recent weeks that he doesn't think Section 230, necessarily applies to generative AI, right? It's not a hosting. It's not, so there's a lot of interpretation. I think that's going to need to happen with advanced AI, including obviously things that we're all reading in the press around, defamation and impersonation, and there's all of these sorts of things and liability questions. So I think it's going to be a really interesting time of legal interpretation.
We should let Arvind take over up here, but I want to ask you one last question. You mentioned possible models from Europe for some of these, some pieces of the regulatory puzzle here. Maybe we could, adopt or at least be inspired by models from other countries. And I guess I am interested to know to what extent you think the solutions here have to be local solutions. To what extent is the principles, the 5 principles that you invoke in the blueprint, for example, those are a pretty high level, right, of abstraction. But when it comes to, should researchers get access to what kinds of data, you're much closer to the ground. And how important are local institutions, that the background of the courts or the background of the First Amendment in the United States. Like, how much do you think those things will or should matter to the question of how AI or automated systems are regulated?
I think it'll be sort of both and, which is like what academics do, right? We're always in the gray area. Certainly, you mentioned First Amendment. I was thinking about civil rights, right? So there are ways that, those apply to the United States, kind of legal epistemology distinctively. And so even if you're dealing with, multinational big tech companies, that there are these kinds of local things that things that we'll have to deal with. But I think it's been, the tech policy space is really interesting because you're dealing with multinational organizations, but also at scale. And so it's been interesting to, from my time in government, to observe the really earnest and hardworking efforts to try to get some sort of alignment, understanding that if there could be, some sort of multinational cooperation around legal regimes, even if at the local level they have a different kind of granularity, that we can begin to get some traction on some of the problems around that algorithmic amplification and other kinds of algorithmic issues are creating. So I think both, and I think honestly, the United States has. In some instances, depending on your perspective, so, if you're an entrepreneur, maybe you don't think this, but certainly in kind of rights regimes and privacy regimes have sort of benefited from like almost bank shotting off of some of the legislation in the EU and other places, so.
Alondra,
what do you think?
What do I think?
You're the lawyer.
I have a very long answer to this question when it comes to the First Amendment.
Like a footnote in a law review article?
Yeah, exactly. Right. No, I think you must be right that it's both and, but I think that there is this sense among some tech policy people that the First Amendment is a major obstacle to some of the things that most of us want to accomplish in this sphere. And we, at the Knight Institute, we spend a lot of time thinking about to what extent the First Amendment should be an obstacle, whether the First Amendment is being appropriately interpreted by the courts right now. This question of whether local institutions are, they're not a given, right? We get to decide what these things what these things mean, and I think that there's a lot of value in a conversation with policy experts from other countries about why they have adopted the policies they have, and I don't think we should take it for granted that we can't do those things here if we think they're good ideas.
Yeah.
Alondra, always great to talk with you. Thank you so much for
Great
being
to
here.
talk to you.
Thank you, Alondra, for those wonderful insights that combined your experiences in academia, government, civil society, so many different perspectives. Good morning, everyone. My name is Arvind Narayanan. I'm a computer science professor at Princeton. I'm visiting the Knight Institute this year, and it's my honor to be co-organizing this symposium. Now, we know that the design of online platforms powerfully shapes how information propagates online. Recommendation algorithms are going to inevitably amplify some speech and suppress others. If they didn't, they would be useless. That's why we have them. But at the same time, amplification has both good and bad effects. A protest against injustice may be amplified, but so might misinformation. And different groups might benefit from amplification to different degrees. Because of all this, the stakes for society are high. The question of what it is that platform designers should optimize for isn't one that should be left entirely to private companies. And I think that's why we're here today. And tomorrow, by the way. It's a different room tomorrow. I just wanted to mention, make sure to check your email. So given everything that's been happening in the social media space recently, this event feels particularly timely. It's great to see a lot of interest. Over 1,000 people have registered for viewing this online. And to really appreciate that all of you are participating. So this is the first of 6 panels. Some of the speakers on these panels were invited because of a recent paper that they published or important work they did. Most of the speakers were selected through a competitive process and have written papers specifically for this symposium. And those papers are going to be published on the Knight Institute website in the next few months. When we were organizing this, we thought if we got a few legal scholars and computer scientists together, it would be interdisciplinary, but we ended up getting interest from over a dozen different disciplines. It's an incredible group of people, and I'm really thrilled to be able to welcome our panelists. So let me tell you a little bit about the panelists. Tomo Lazovic is a senior research scientist at the Institute for Experiential AI at Northeastern University, while also getting a law degree. And before that, they were a senior machine learning researcher at Twitter in the ML Ethics, Transparency, and Accountability team. Charlton Gillespie is a senior principal researcher at Microsoft Research New England. He's also affiliated with Cornell University. He is very well known for his book, Custodians of the Internet, Platforms, Content Moderation, and the Hidden Decisions That Shape Social Media. It's a must-read for folks interested in these topics, and he's been looking at this set of questions for more than a decade. Daphne Keller is at Stanford's Cyber Policy Center. She directs the platform on program regulation, and her work focuses on platform regulation as well as internet users' rights. Before that, she was the Associate General Counsel for Google. And so all 3 panelists bring deep experience on this topic and have looked at this both from academic and industry perspectives. So the goal of this panel is to set the stage for the event. We're going to discuss the basics of how platforms and platform algorithms work, lay out what the issues are that we're talking about, review some recent developments, and look at some of the legal questions as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Tomo. Each of the speakers will speak for about 10 minutes, and then we'll have a little bit of a discussion, and we'll have audience questions as well. Where's the... Okay, it'll be on the screen. I'll tell you about how to ask questions when that comes up, but there are also mics set up here. Okay, thank you.
Do you want me up there? Or?
Whatever's more comfortable.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tomo Lazovic. As Arvind said, I'm a senior researcher at the Institute for Experiential AI at Northeastern. I'm filling in today for Christian Lum, who was sick and couldn't make it, so I will do my best to channel my inner Christian in this presentation. So this panel is all about level setting, and the paper that Christian and I wrote is really about, today we're talking about algorithmic amplification. What do we mean when we say there is an algorithm? What is the algorithm that people are always talking about? So to start, I want to start with just kind of a baseline definition of what a lot of people mean when they talk about algorithmic amplification. And as we'll see through the various sessions, I'm sure, today and tomorrow, there are a ton of different ways you could define algorithmic amplification, but often it's defined in this way, which is basically trying to understand the extent to which the algorithm is promoting certain content over other content compared to some neutral baseline. And so as we're level setting here, I want to focus both on what is the algorithm and what is the neutral baseline. Does it even ever really exist? Spoiler alert, no. So one of the things that we really wanted to do with this work is to start off by showing what I call the model spaghetti monster that is behind most social media platforms that you're looking at. Because typically, when people are talking about the algorithm, they're thinking about the part of a system that ranks the content that you see. It will put some post over another because it's likely been optimized for engagement and it thinks that you'll be interested in that. But in actuality, there's a lot of other stuff that is influencing what you see when you go on social media. So, for example, that box in the middle left there, content ranking models, that's often what people mean. But you can't usually actually rank every possible thing that would show up on someone's timeline. There's hundreds of millions of posts happening every day. So before you even get to the point where you're trying to figure out what a person might like compared to something else, you need to do something called candidate generation, where you're thinking more about, let me narrow down these hundreds of millions to a set of maybe thousands or tens of thousands that I'm then going to run through my more computationally intensive ranking model to then generate your timeline. So that's the box in the bottom left there. But then there's also all kinds of other things going on social networks. We know, in general, there are more surfaces that you interact with than just the main feed. There's search. There's usually something like an explore or discovery tab where you can find new or trending content. There's surfaces that recommend accounts to follow that aren't really about content at all. There's also notifications that you can get about things that might be trending if you have that turned on. And so all of those are also surfaces that can promote or de-promote certain content, and they're driven usually by their own algorithms that are also fed by some of the same things that content ranking box is fed by. And then on top of all of that, you also have the policies that the platform has put in place, whether that's sort of manual business rules, things like we don't want to show you 3 ads in a row in your timeline because that probably means you won't stick around for very long, to models that are trying to understand whether your content is explicitly violating platform policies or is illegal, or if it's in this gray area that's called toxic content where it's not actively violating the policies of the platform, but it's still content that maybe you don't want to promote. It's sort of marginal. It might be abusive or offensive even if it's not violating the sort of terms of service or something like that. So there's models that are trying to figure out all of that as well. There's also, for the more technical folks in the room, there's a ton of what machine learning people call embedding models that are really trying to capture the attributes of, say, a user or the content that they post and embed that into a space where you can then make comparisons and use that to feed a downstream model for something else. And then the last point I just want to make is all of that is actually conditioned on the state of the follow network in the bottom right there, which is this network of who has opted in to seeing another person's content. And that's always constantly evolving. And user behavior engagement is feeding into all these things and creating feedback loops. And so it really is just a spaghetti monster at the end of the day. There's all these different things happening. And so the point is that when you're talking about algorithmic amplification, there is no the algorithm. There's a set of interdependent models that are very hard to disentangle causally. And so you really need to be careful in terms of when you're doing comparisons, what you're bringing in and which parts of the system might affect the outputs that you're seeing. So that brings us to the second part of that algorithmic amplification definition, which is we often try to compare to some neutral baseline. What is that baseline that is actually neutral? Does it even exist? So the most common thing to do, and I think it's probably one of the best, like the closest things you can get to neutral, even though it's not actually neutral, is to compare an algorithmically ranked timeline, so something where there's this active ranking and sorting step as part of the whole process, to something that's often called reverse chronological. This is an option, for example, on Twitter, where you only see content from people you follow, so you've opted in to see that content, and there's no active ranking that happens. It's just the most recent tweets from people you follow show up first, and it kind of goes chronologically from there. So that seems like a reasonable baseline because there's no content ranking model box in that part of the timeline. But there's still a lot of those other boxes in the diagram that are affecting it, and one in particular that really kind of hurts the neutrality of that baseline is that follow network, because you're still only seeing accounts that you followed. So if, for example, there was a bias or some sort of wrongful amplification happening in the model that recommends accounts to follow, then that would sort of be absorbed into your baseline, and then it's not really a neutral baseline anymore. So to give a specific recent example of that, something that, that was observed on Twitter, there seems to have been recently a policy change with the change of ownership, such that there was a huge uptick starting around March in the number of follows that state-affiliated media accounts were getting. This plot here is showing Russia's RT, which around March started to have this big uptick. And there was a formal change in the policy that was published on April 6th. It seems like the change was actually happening before that, but now this is just an example. So there's this account that is all of a sudden getting all of these new follows. So what does that mean? Well, that means anybody who is following that account, now if you're comparing, say, their reverse chronological timeline to the algorithmic timeline, both of those timelines are going to have content from this state-affiliated media in it, which means that all of a sudden your neutral, not really neutral baseline has absorbed this effect where all of a sudden state-affiliated media accounts were getting promoted more. And so you're not going to measure, with that definition of amplification, you're not going to measure Russia's RT as being amplified, but in fact they were amplified in some sense compared to the history. It just wasn't in the part of the system that you're turning on and off when you're comparing algorithmic timeline to reverse chron. So that's just one example of the way that, and really the point of our paper is you really have to be careful in understanding exactly, if you're going to compare to a baseline, you have to be really careful in understanding what you're including in that baseline and what assumptions are getting baked into that. And on top of that, you probably want to consider if what you're really worried about is a specific kind of harm, say, extremist content being promoted, it might be better to just measure the raw volume of that rather than doing this comparison to a baseline in the first place, because at the end of the day, there's all these assumptions that are baked into that baseline anyway. And so I'll leave it there and give us time for discussion and questions, but happy to discuss more about all this. Thanks.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. I wanted to point out I'm not going to give the talk that's listed in the conference presentation by a quirky, half-purposeful fluke. If you search "do not recommend Tarleton," I'm the first thing that comes up. If you want to read the paper, I highly recommend that you do that. But I wanted to sort of draw a starting point to a set of questions that I think are going to run through this conference. And for those of you who are concerned about algorithmic amplification from various disciplines, as Arvind pointed out, I feel like these need to be part of the starting point. We know that a broad discussion is underway about the impact of social media platforms and the providers of culture and information. This is part of what Dr. Nelson described, the digital polycrisis. I'm going to lose sleep over that phrase too. And questions of like, what are these platforms and information intermediaries designed to do? How are these values and aims implemented? And what consequences do they have and for whom? And this is a broad kind of politics of technology question. What do these systems tend to do? And it should involve questions about algorithms, but also interface design and content policies, leadership, market pressures, et cetera. And then as part of that, I think there's a more specific question, which is how do largely search and recommendation algorithms, the pieces that Tora just pointed out, as part of these platforms, as part of this optimization to serve up content to users in these kind of specific and opaque ways, how do they end up having aggregate consequences for what kinds of content tends to enjoy amplification, tends to gain visibility? We could think of this as a subset of that sort of impact of platforms question, or we could think of it as like a broader question, right? What are the secondary, aggregate, and public ramifications of our societal commitment to algorithmically mediated information landscapes? So that could take us way outside of platforms in terms of who gets resources, who gets access. Either way, it's a question that is about comparative advantage. So what wins and what loses in this game of visibility because of the design and the weights of these algorithmic systems. So there are really important technical questions that are going to be asked as part of this conversation. How do these effects occur and where do they actually live in this complicated system? Important legal and policy questions to ask, sort of how accountability should be assigned given this distribution of information, what outcomes could be induced that might be better. And I'm going to leave those to others for the next couple of minutes. I want to highlight what I think of as sociocultural questions that I think run through the rest of this conference. And if you don't like the soft word sociocultural, you can say public questions that animate some of these things. And I want to highlight them as a separate category because they ask us to do a couple things in the way we ask and answer questions. The first is that we, in some ways, have to resist putting the algorithm and the platform in the kind of explanatory center, right? These are bigger questions to which these systems are a part. At the same time, we don't want to absolve the platforms and the algorithms from having deep implications for how these systems work. We also have to ask these questions amidst efforts by powerful tech companies to answer them for us. I think that's a really important part of this puzzle. These questions to me are the following. Why do some things circulate more than others and with what consequences? I'm writing it broadly so we get away from whatever specific information system. This is a question about the tactics of individual distributors. It's also a question about the tastes and practices of users and publics. When we see surges of interest, are they authentic, are they manufactured, or if they are both, how does that work? This also forces us to ask questions not about single platforms. This is a real problem for those of us who actually want to do empirical work, because we often lock into a platform that can tell us something. But these dynamics that we actually care about are cross-platform, multi-platform. They, in fact, move through entire fields of stakeholders, platforms and others. How do these ecosystems get gamed by interested parties? So that could be creators, that could be advertisers, political figures, and states, propagandists. How do they begin to make sense of those dynamics and use them to their advantage? And then how would that circulation system be different if it were structured by different priorities? And these are big questions about market power, about professional obligation, about state oversight. And they're implicitly questions about what makes a healthy public. What should we amplify? And when we say what should we amplify, we always have to ask who should be making that decision and who has the power to make that decision. And to me, it's important. Silicon Valley has a very presentist tendency. They think they invented all of this stuff, and they think that everything past was exactly what they got rid of, and thank God for that. But I think these are questions that did not begin with social media and with algorithms. In fact, they're fundamental questions that we've long asked about media and public life. They are fundamental to the dilemma that most of the information we get and need come from somewhere else, which means we are dependent on the systems that deliver them to us, which means the way they deliver them to us are important, essential, and often problematic. And we might play a game here where we could sort of like anachronistically think about like, how have we asked amplification questions all along, right? Why is American news so focused on American topics? Why are superhero movies so dominant? Why do non-English pop songs not do well in the US? Why are Korean pop and Spanish language pop having breakthroughs and not others? Right? Does peer review guarantee the best scholarship? Do Canadians see enough Canadian-produced film and television? And how do we continue to miss the mark on cultural representation when it comes to race or age or sexuality or gender identity? These old questions or long-standing questions, persistent questions, again, anachronistically, we could call parts of them algorithmic. And I'm bending the definition, but I'm doing it on purpose. So when we say what news values animate American newsrooms such that certain topics seem to rank higher in their likelihood of appearing or being pursued, being published, appearing on the front page or not on the front page, what metrics of user interest and taste are being attended to and valued highly? Are those ratings? Are those ticket sales? Is that fan chatter online? What mechanisms start to make sense at the individual level, but then end up having aggregate effects that we are more concerned about? And there are familiar questions in here about the interconnectedness about these dynamics, right? User taste, user activity, and the workings of the mechanism that are designed to circulate that content. And we think of algorithms as being sort of feedback loops, but we've always had feedback loops, right? Interest in a particular band in a specific city justifies that the promoter sends them there to play there. That justifies an ad push and some media appearances. That ups their perceived popularity, increases chatter about the band, right? Signals that there's more interest in that city. Is that an authentic surge of interest that was well served? Or is that an artificial and self-fulfilling bubble? What if it's both? And it gets us to similar existential questions. Is popularity a good proxy for quality? What forms of culture and knowledge overly benefit from assuming that the one equals the other? What do we do about the mismatch between what we want and what we feel we should want? Right? And how do we honor the rights and wants of individuals and at the same time care for the health of the collective? Now, obviously, there are key differences when we get to the algorithmic. I'm not pretending that it's all the same thing. In particular, we are rapidly embracing a system where these logics of circulation are largely technically instantiated, and that means a couple things. User engagement, whatever is being paid attention to, that data is plentiful. It's being used as feedback. It can be used quite instantly, and by a mechanism that is incredibly malleable and responsive. Right? It also means a broadening of who produces, which means that the mechanisms we had before about what ended up making it there in the first place and the power of gatekeepers seems diminished. And so there's much more attention to who can shape the contours of what actually circulates, right? Amplify. I think it also points out, but nevertheless, those who circulate culture publicly always are balancing serving the public and serving private fortune. These are often at odds, and it's not always easy to tell how they're at odds. And they can be justifications or defenses for each other. So it's easy for providers to say, we give people what they want, or the algorithm said so, right? And that becomes a justification. It plays into the very debate we're having and works as a kind of defense for a practice that is both giving people what they want and not at the same time. I'll leave you one last thought, because I think this comparison to long-standing media questions should remind us of another thing, which is that media distribution systems, and I'm including social media platforms, they don't like thinking themselves as media companies, but I think they are. Media is designed to amplify. That's what it does, right? So when we object to amplification, we are not objecting to amplification per se. There's plenty of good amplification. We're glad when someone reads our tweet that we wanted them to. We're glad that a band gets an audience. We're glad that a movie is seen by people who appreciate it. What we're always asking about the concerns of amplification is amplification we don't approve of, amplification that we think shouldn't be amplified, and the cumulative amplification effects of individual optimizations. And that means that we're always left with a relative question or a comparative question in the end. Amplified more than what? This is this question of the baseline, right? More than it would have been otherwise? Then we're stuck with a problem of saying that, like, what we thought was the norm is something that's already been built for us. We've spent a decade paying attention to platforms telling us what we should expect about popularity and virality and reach, right? So we're objecting to not getting what they promised us. More than would have been justified by authentic interest. Well, cultural studies and media studies will tell us there is no such thing as authentic interest. We always develop tastes and pursue interests inside of a menu and a cultural environment and an expectation about what is available, not available. So I'm left with saying more than is healthy, right? Once again, we get back to this question about that we are asking a hard question about what we wish we had from our information landscape and what we actually get. And then we're always left with questions, healthy for whom, healthy at what cost, and on the basis of whose judgment, which again leaves us with who can ask these questions and who has the standing to demand change. Thanks.
So I love this conference because there are so few lawyers. This is not like my usual conference, but it's also kind of a funny time to have an amplification conference that's not crawling with lawyers, because literally right now the Supreme Court is trying to decide whether platforms should face liability for content that they amplify or that they rank with their algorithms. And here we are at a conference with technologists and social scientists and experts telling us there is no coherent definition of the algorithm that like you can start with for that analysis. There is no coherent definition of amplification. And that's all because, as Tomo was saying, there's no coherent definition or agreement on what the baseline is of what things are supposed to be that you then compare and say, the platform amplified other things. And part of that problem is no matter, this is something I really got from the scholarship of Tomo and Christian Lum, who's not able to be here, is that the baseline of who you already follow, which is what you get if you're looking at reverse chronological order, that bakes in every bias, every assumption, everything you brought with you to arrive at following some people and not others, or knowing about some people and not others. And so if that's the baseline, then it is always amplifying to bring in voices you hadn't heard of before. Like you don't get Lil Nas X showing up in your timeline. You don't get Me Too showing up in your timeline. You only get whatever you already knew about. And that, I think, is really concerning. And to understand all of this and to make actual nuanced policy, we need exactly what Professor Nelson told us we needed, which is transparency, better researcher access to data, more ability to do the kind of work that we're hearing about at this conference. So what I can bring to this discussion is the part about law. And I want to make the case that making platforms liable for amplification, just bluntly defined, is a terrible way to make law and is in many cases also unconstitutional. One reason that it's a terrible way to respond to a lot of the problems that we're talking about is that a lot of the online content that we're concerned about is not illegal. You can't use the law to prevent platforms from hosting or amplifying most hate speech, pro-anorexia material, pro-suicide material, awful stuff, most beheading videos, Holocaust denial. There's all this stuff that most people, I think across the political spectrum, this isn't actually a left-right issue, most people don't want to see on platforms, but you can't use the law to make that happen because this is lawful but awful First Amendment protected speech. I have a UChicago Law Review article about that if you're interested in that topic. And so, even if we move to a world of saying you have to stop amplifying certain things, platforms, we would still have this profound cultural divide about what exactly should be de-amplified within this category of lawful but awful speech that the law can't speak to. Then there's the stuff that's actually illegal, and there is plenty of stuff that is actually illegal. There's actual defamation, there's true threats, et cetera. We actually know a lot about what happens when platforms are told under law that they have to remove illegal things, they have to delete them, and what happens if you have just like a blunt obligation to do that and no further protections for users is that platforms go way overboard and they take down way too much content. Anything that is alleged to be illegal, anything that is controversial, we know that there seem to be patterns erring on the side of taking down speech by marginalized groups. We know that even in systems where users get notice and an opportunity to appeal, there are probably patterns where men appeal more than women. There's just sort of this big set of problems that come with platform liability for user speech. Those can be offset. There are lots of interesting things in EU law, for example, about how to handle that. But that whole set of problems, it doesn't go away if you move from a law that says platforms must delete this speech to platforms must demote this speech. You just get that whole set of problems affecting who shows up in the most valuable real estate on the platform, who's in the recommendations, who is in the ranked feed. And so if we can't solve those problems, or rather, whatever our tools are for solving those problems under laws that say, hey, platforms, you have to delete this, those same tools matter for a rule that says, hey, platforms, you have to demote this. Like, we're not escaping those problems by talking about amplification. And if you think about it, if platforms were capable of accurately identifying what speech is actually illegal, which sometimes, they are, sometimes they come close, then make them take it down. Like, it's not reasonable to say, we assume you can figure out what's illegal and now just demote it. Talking about amplification there doesn't help. And just to be super clear, the rights at issue there arguably are the speech rights of the platforms. Like, that's one whole argument they're making in these cases. But much more importantly, it's your speech rights. It's mine. It's the people whose speech is going to no longer be disseminated to a wide audience as a result of changes like this. And it turns out that under US First Amendment precedent, if state action causes speech to get a reduced audience, that is just as problematic as if state action causes the speech to disappear. Laws that burden speech, in the Supreme Court's parlance, get the exact same scrutiny as laws that ban speech. So you have to think about amplification rules and regular old deletion rules the same way. There's another variant on this that I think is very interesting but very hard to do in the US, which is to say, look, there is some speech that is lawful offline, things that you could say in a bar or at a conference, but that becomes much more harmful when it's online because it is persistent or because it reaches a wider audience, et cetera. And so maybe there should be this category of speech that used to be legal, but now it's illegal online, or it's illegal to amplify. Like, we want a different set of rules for previously lawful speech that platforms are going to apply when deciding what to do in their ranking algorithms. That's interesting. That's kind of what the UK can't make up its mind what it's trying to do, but on some days, that's kind of what the UK is trying to do with their new law. The problem with that, I mean, aside from whether you want to make a new swath of speech legally regulated that wasn't before, the problem is that creates a bunch of new rules, and nobody knows what they are because there's no precedent for them. And who is going to decide how to apply those new rules to billions of people and their online speech? It's not going to be courts. It's not going to be regulators. It's going to be platforms, behind the scenes building up their own internal rules about these, new restrictions on speech. I have a lot of thoughts on that I would love to go into later about when and whether platforms can make that more of a public decision by choosing to litigate over these things. But I'll set that aside. The third set of possible ways that an amplification law could play out. So we talked about, number one, the law saying don't amplify illegal things. Number two, the law saying previously legal things now cannot be amplified. And number three is saying, look, we just want an across-the-board circuit breaker. This isn't about identifying any particular speech and stopping demoting it. This is about a quantitative limit that any post can't have more than X new views per hour, or there can't be more than a Y% increase in number of followers per week, or whatever. My take on those kinds of rules is meh. Like, I don't think they get us that much. They're useful for a limited case of viral misinformation about breaking news, something like that. But they also would generate a lot of false positives for things that are suddenly becoming very popular because they are pop songs, or because they are, again, like Lil Nas X breaking in from the margins. And if what you do is say nobody can increase in popularity too fast, you effectively lock in whoever already has the microphone, and again, don't make good room for new voices. So is this hopeless? It's not hopeless. It might be hopeless for lawyers. There's this Kafka line. So apparently somebody asked him, do you really think there's no hope in the universe? And he said, oh, there's infinite hope, just not for us. And that is sometimes, that's actually the position you want the lawyers to be in a certain amount of the time. We are surrounded by all of these great technologists and social scientists and people who are thinking creatively about different ways to approach this problem that don't necessarily have to use the tools of law, but that can really move us forward, particularly if we use the tools of law to provide the transparency so these researchers can do their work and come up with new ideas. So I think we actually, this is a day of optimism. Can I say that? But maybe not for the lawyers. Thanks.
All right. Through these three wonderful talks, we have convincingly established that amplification is not a coherent concept. So the rest of the conference is canceled, everybody. I have a lot of questions, but also I want to say there's a QR code there if you want to put questions in, and folks on YouTube can put questions into the chat, and those will show up here on my iPad. I wanted to see if the speakers want to react to each other's talks a little bit. If not, I can launch in with questions.
I loved your talks.
Okay.
Same.
Great. Sounds good. Let me perhaps start with Daphne, since your remarks are fresh in our minds. You mentioned the EU a couple of times, but would love to hear more, especially for people who are not following that closely. There's a lot of action going on there, so if you could maybe briefly bring us up to speed.
Yeah, there's so much action going on. So I'm just going to focus on the Digital Services Act because that is this like once-in-a-generation overhaul of the laws governing platforms and content moderation. And it is about to come into effect. The biggest platforms are going to have to start complying starting in August. So it will be very interesting. And it has many, many parts that I won't get into here, but some relevant parts for this event include obligations to provide more explanations about how algorithms are working and for users to opt out of personalized targeting by algorithms for the biggest platforms. And it also has just a lot of really interesting transparency provisions. Probably the most interesting one. So there are mandates to have regular statistical aggregate reports about what content has been taken down and why, and then how many were appealed, because now users must be able to appeal these decisions, and what the results of those appeals were, et cetera, et cetera. There are obligations to explain the speech rules in the first place much more clearly. There are obligations to explain to any individual user why a particular piece of content was removed, demoted, demonetized, et cetera. And then for this room, there are obligations to hand over data that the platforms hold and the rest of us don't get to see for use in analyzing whether they're complying with the law or whether they are properly mitigating the risks that the DSA is supposed to account for. It'll take, I want to say it's like 18, 24 months out before this will actually start happening, but there will be a process to vet researchers to get access to this internally held data, and that might just completely overhaul what we know and how we're able to think about this.
Thank you, very interesting. If I could go to Tarleton, you've looked at this for a very long time, and I was curious if you have a sense of how platform companies thinking on these topics and what they do about harmful content and amplification, et cetera, has changed over the years. And maybe that's an opportunity for you to talk about your paper as well. I would love to hear about that a little bit.
I can do
that
I
is
can
one
do
of the
a
main
glimpse of it.
developments.
I mean, I think I was really glad that Tomo's diagram, the spaghetti diagram, had content moderation in there, because one of the things that I think has happened is that a number of the platforms are quite aware of the accusation that they are not just homes for problematic content, but amplifying problematic content, and are getting that critique. Whether they're acting on that critique is a whole other question. Some of them have been engaged in what in the paper I call reduction. Critics have called it shadow banning. I think that reduction is a better word for it. You can read the paper. But it's an important recognition, not only because it's now become a key feature of what content moderation does. That's important. But also because I think that we have a tendency, and maybe because they were historically separate, to think about moderation and recommendation as separate components. They generated in different ways in different technical fields. They still happen generally in different parts of these companies. But in the end, when we need to understand the system and we need to ask questions about amplification, they are not only actually drifting together, right? So most of the platforms that we now use are regularly engaged in categories of toxic content or troubling content, that what they'd like to do is not remove it, but they would like to just recommend it less or not at all. And that's what I mean by reduction. And there's lots of ways that they can engage in doing that. And even the teams, the moderation teams and the algorithmic recommendation teams are starting to overlap or interact with each other, or at least pass what they're doing back to each other. There's still lots of kind of corporate blockage between those practices. But I think from an analytical point of view, I think it's almost, we can analytically talk about them as separate things, that's okay. But I think we could also analytically refuse to talk about them as separate things, and that is a productive thing to do too. Because if we think about what you take out, what you never allow, what you discourage, what you include but rarely show, what you include but show a lot, what you put on the front page, and what you announce as your favorite thing, are all techniques to modulate what we end up seeing and what we imagine the platform is there to show us, right? And so they become, whether they're done in different places, whether they depend on different techniques, whether they're beginning to overlap, from an analytical point of view, they are part of the puzzle in understanding this kind of give and take between we engage in these systems, we get what we want, and we're also troubled by what we get, right? And that kind of discomfort. How do we then call them on it? I'm very concerned about the way that their definitions, their ability to say, well, that's moderation, that's toxic, that's, recommendation, is another way to kind of like fishtail through these concerns that we raise for them.
Very interesting, thank you. I have tons more questions, but I'm going to just ask one quick question to Tomo and then go to the questions from the participants, of which there are so many. I'm not even sure if we'll be able to get to all of them. So I was curious, Tomo, I don't know how much you can talk about your time at Twitter, but one thing I've noticed, continuing on the theme of recent developments, is that there has been so much structural pressure on many platforms to make algorithmic recommendations even more central to how the feed works. It's the TikTok model is being borrowed by many different companies, and Twitter has been doing this recently. Is that just an Elon Musk thing, or was that already in the works when you were there?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously I can't talk too much about like internal discussions, but I think there are a couple of public-facing things from well before the Elon stuff started happening that are evidence that there was a push to go in that direction. So the first was, I think it was around March of last year, there was a kind of subtle change in the mobile apps where if you had set to have the reverse chronological timeline as your default, it wasn't automatically the default anymore. You would have to push a button to switch to it from the ranked feed, but every time you reopen the app, you would get the ranked feed again. And so that's like one small example of a UI change that's kind of trying to push you to consume content from the algorithmic feed, and there was a lot of backlash about that from Twitter users, and they ended up reverting the change. So that's one example of like, okay, we're trying to get that personalized content front and center. The other thing is something that I like to call the shirts that go hard problem that happened. If you are a very active Twitter user, you might remember at some point last summer, a lot of people were noticing that they were seeing a lot more really like hyper viral content in their timelines, and one of the main accounts was this account called Shirts That Go Hard, which was just memes with shirts that have like punny slogans or stuff like that on them. But people were seeing a lot more of like that, or like really viral cat memes and stuff like that, and less of stuff from people they were following. And again, that kind of abated over time, but there was this period of time where people were noticing that here's this like real substantive change in the composition of my timeline. And again, that's sort of evidence of behind the scenes, there's all these tweaks happening to try to increase personalization, and maybe something went a little wrong, and so it's actually just, trying to get more out-of-network content into your timeline, but as a result, it's promoting this hyperviral stuff. So those are just a couple examples of, like, yes, there was a push towards trying to make these personalized algorithms more central to the experience.
I guess I'm not on Twitter nearly enough. I never saw any of those shirts. All right, so let's go to the audience questions. This question is not directed at anyone, so I welcome anyone to take a stab at it. Should the user be allowed to choose which algorithm affects their feed from a list of options, such as reverse chron or one of the algorithms? I guess you can look at it from a legal perspective, technical perspective, any kind of.
We debate a lot about. We think about the reverse chronological as this kind of like intellectual baseline because so few of the platforms are doing it anymore. I think it would be such an easy move to say, this solves nothing, what I'm going to say, but to at least say, of course we should have multiple algorithms. Of course we should. And of course reverse chronological should be available, not because it's better, and not because it like answers the problem of amplification. And to pretend that it would, it mistakes the fact that like once it was available, we'd also have people building for it, right? And then wouldn't be some natural thing. But like what's happened to us as information consumers that we don't demand to say,
I signed up to follow these 300 people. I should have a feed that just gives me everything. And what poor information fiduciaries the platforms have been to take the promise of sort of like initial ideas of the web, which wasn't just loads of content for everybody, but it was you'd have the kind of tools and data to organize that information, and that would be powerful and would let you build communities. So I hear these discussions about like, should there be more algorithms? It's like, of course there should. Like, that should just be, we should already have a system where there are 10 kinds of algorithms. We would learn a lot more about what's not there if we knew that we could flip through them and see that there was a difference. Not that that would, you know, reveal anything in some sort of easy way, but it's like, of course that should be there. That should be an asset. And all these discussions about having researchers gain access to data, like just having your reverse chronological would let any user see something about the process by which their ranking is acting, because they would have something to compare to. Not neutral, not base, not perfect, but just something else.
So I think there's a much more aggressive version of this that I like. This is what my Stanford colleague Francis Fukuyama calls middleware. So the idea is not just that the existing big incumbent platforms make some different options for you to choose from, but instead that they have to open up space for competitors to come in and offer a different competing ranking algorithm or different competing content moderation rules. So you can choose rules from your church, rules ranking that is what ESPN suggests, you know, something suggested by a feminist organization, et cetera. You have options, and the options come from competing parties. And the big upside of this, it has upsides and downsides. We could have a whole conference. In fact, we did. The last time I was at Columbia was for a whole conference on how this might work. But one of the big upsides is it takes away the just like centralized chokehold on discourse that comes from having just a couple of companies provide these algorithms and the content moderation. It diversifies the sources and gives users ability to make more choices. So I like this idea because it does not run into the same First Amendment problems I was just describing. It's not, it would face many legal challenges, but like if there were competition legislation that said, hey, platforms, you have to allow this to happen, that isn't the government dictating what content you see or even indirectly dictating what content you see. That's a competition law. If there were privacy legislation that said, because of your rights to control how platforms use your data, you can demand this of them, you know, maybe that's a way of getting at this idea. Just fundamentally, it depends on empowering consumers more to make different choices about what discursive systems they want to opt into, rather than the idea that there's sort of going to be top-down mandates from the law saying what the speech rules need to be.
That's great. Thank you. Here's the next one's a computer science question for Tomo from Fernando Diaz. We're seeing engineers wanting to optimize systems end-to-end, removing subsystems like candidate generation and content moderation. Whether or not that's realistic, that's the vision. So what does that mean for amplification or transparency? Would things be better or worse in this future?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think this push for end-to-end optimization is driven a lot by the success of deep learning and the deep learning revolution and machine learning, because that is very much the kind of motivation of that technique, where we don't need to think about hand constructing features from our data anymore or anything like that. We're just going to take the raw pixels in an image and it's going to tell you what it is, and we optimize that model end to end. And so what I think that end-to-end optimization does in the end, though, is it really it limits the number of people who have the capacity to build systems that do that. Like when you see, again, using deep learning as the example, like OpenAI or Google, or there's only a few companies in the world that have the computational resources, the data resources to do this end-to-end optimization, because those techniques are often so data hungry. Like the whole kind of ethos of the technique is just throw data in, get model out, sort of. And so I think thinking in the amplification space, when you start to when you start to move end to end in that sense, I think it could have a similar effect where you start maybe ignoring some of the subtleties of the data that you're using, or you end up requiring more and more computational power to actually do that end-to-end optimization. So it's a tough question, but the systems right now aren't doing great, so it's hard to tell what the outcome of that would be.
And Arvind, we also have to, we always have to remember the idea of what the technical system does is always a mythos, right? So even the model that Tomo shows, super complicated, is not telling a story about how for every innovation that the platforms make for how to handle this technically, they're also innovating on how to do side processes that take things out of that system, right? So, we know from the way content moderation works that not everybody goes through the same system, and Facebook has a cross-check program that makes people, be reviewed differently, and Stephen King gets a blue check even though he wasn't supposed to, and Elon Musk stuff gets circulated widely. So anytime we have a go well, what if the technical system were different? I always want to go, there will also be innovations in how to create caveats and exceptions next to that. So we'll never actually be dealing with that system we're describing, we'll be dealing with that system in practice, right? And we never can get away from that part of it too, if we really want to understand the costs.
Oh, great points. Thank you. There are already more than 20 questions here. I'll try to get to as many as I can, but also if people want to come to the mic, I'm happy to get to you after the next question. So I'm going to double up 2 questions for Daphne because there are a lot of legislation questions. So the first one from Laura Edelson is, you mentioned one area of hope was around transparency. Can you say more specifically about what transparency requirements could be viable in the US? And then, do you mind if I give you another one? Sorry, there's just so many legal questions here. Another one from Virginia Dignam is, regulation in the EU and US seems to be kind of working against each other. Are there any hopes to get them to work together?
I think those questions go together. So maybe I'll start with the second one, because I think there are a lot of things in the DSA, this new European law, that will have huge spillover effects, benefits for Americans. So all of the better explanations of what's going on, we'll get to read those too. All of the research outcomes, we will benefit from those too. So there are a bunch of upsides in transparency that come from the DSA. There are many things that the DSA does that the US could just never legislate because, for example, it depends on having these big, robust new regulatory agencies. I don't think Congress is about to create a big, robust new regulatory agency, especially one that affects speech, but I could be wrong. On transparency, so I think that the super low-hanging fruit, and I'm guessing Laura might agree with me, the super low-hanging fruit is to protect researchers who scrape data from platforms in order to make their own assessments of what's going on. Because so many of the other transparency models are about platforms grading their own homework and issuing, descriptions of what they think is going on. And researchers like the researchers at NYU being able to look at what's actually showing up on people's screens and use that as a basis for research is essential. And right now, there are laws, antiquated laws like the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, that make it so that those researchers are legally vulnerable and scared to do that. So that would be my #1 transparency ask for the US.
Great, thank you. At the microphone, please.
Hi, I'm Dick Ressman, and I wanted to raise a reframing that I've been writing about in Tech Policy Press that I think brings together a lot of the ideas of this conference, which is, if you think about the process of thought, it's not an individual thing. It's a cycle of expression through a social mediation process back to impression and more thought. And the essence of it is the social mediation process that we've always had. Mass media changed that. The platforms co-opted it. And basically they don't amplify now, they propagate. So you really have to think about the preferential propagation as opposed to amplification like mass media. But the key is communities that are no longer part of the equation. And the middleware type approach would re-energize communities and recreate a social mediation ecosystem and bring back what I've been calling freedom of impression, which balances freedom of expression. So that there's no right of reach. So you can control it through impression without impeding expression. So all of the things that you're talking about of demoting, rather than removal, fit perfectly into that model. And that ties in with the agency and delegation of some of the legislation that's been talked about, like the Access Act. So I'm interested in your thoughts, and I think it ties in with the rest of the sessions as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to read it. It sounds really like an interesting thought. I think we are at a place where we have to step away from the way we've been asked to understand what's happening and rethink what it is the dynamics are of circulation of information entirely. And if that's an interesting one, that's going to be useful.
And I like the freedom of impression framing because it speaks to our rights as readers. We don't just have rights to speak, we have rights to decide what we want to read. And changes that empower us in that way, I think, can be very important.
I guess I don't want to let go entirely of the idea. Like, one thing that content moderation represents, although it's poorly and it's not always open, is like sometimes there's a place where the culture should discuss that something doesn't belong. And we do that through law sometimes, but we know there's these other categories. I don't want to entirely give up the idea that sometimes we have to grapple with what we want to choose not to see. It's really hard, especially in the American context, right? But I think having that done elsewhere or assuming it fits into a category and therefore not thinking about it, it loses an opportunity for the society to grapple with what it must face and what it shouldn't have to face. I think that question can't go away. I just don't know that content moderation does it in the way that we like.
There are lots more questions about selecting your own algorithm. So let me read out one question, and I'll just mention that there's going to be a talk about that in a future session. So and then I'll go to a different question for the panelists. The first one is, how do you feel about enabling users to design their own algorithms or move through their feed in a more active way through navigational levers? So that's the one we're going to have a talk about. A couple of people are wondering, is allowing users to tweak or choose their own algorithms for amplification, in allowing users to do that, do you think polarization would increase?
So I have like a standing list of the 5 problems with middleware. Even though I love, in some rooms I'm the pro middleware person, and in other rooms I'm saying, okay, number 1, if what you're worried about is echo chambers and people opting into the all hate all the time version of the internet, this does not solve that problem. Of course, that's the same problem we have with radio and cable TV and books. Like we are familiar with this problem, but I think it solves a lot of other problems, but that's the biggest policy objection. Then there are some practical objections. Privacy is the biggest one. I don't know a way, and I've been asking technologists for 2 or 3 years intensively, if they know ways and they don't, to make it so that I can take my Facebook feed, which has privately shared information from my friends, and hand it to some third party to do the moderation. So then the third party sees my friend's private information without my friend's consent. Like you can't do this without creating serious privacy questions. It's exactly the same problem as Cambridge Analytica. You can't hand this data off to the new competitor without a privacy and consent problem. Then there are a bunch, I have a piece in the Journal of Democracy about this. There are a bunch of questions about the costs of moderation, the economic incentives of the entities that are supposed to come along and provide this. But I think the privacy and the echo chambers are the biggest.
Yeah. So one thing I just want to add to that, I'm always a fan of more user agency. I think one great example, on our team at Twitter, we were always asking the question of does this even need to be a machine learning model or an algorithm in the first place as opposed to something the user controls? And image cropping was an example of that explicitly happened on Twitter. But one thing you want to avoid, which I can't remember right now what company it was or what the product was. I think it was in a gaming context, but there was a situation where there was a prototype of something that had this user agency in terms of content that they wanted to see, and it was literally something like a toxicity slider or like a racism slider where they could just, say yeah, I'm opting into all this. I think that's not the vision that you want. I don't know what the right answer is, but I don't think you want the racism slider, so just wanted to say that.
I think that's, you can get that if you have a website or a service that's hosted on Amazon Web Services. They have automated tools. I bet Tarleton has written about this, called recognition, and I think it's pretty much a slider. You're like, oh, here's the amount of hate I want on my platform, or here's the tolerance I want to set for violence on my platform.
Right. It's such a fascinating question. I mean, this is where we get to, like, how much are we assigning to the kind of design of the system, and how much are we grappling with the sort of like the sadness of humanity, right? But the idea of like saying, oh, we know how to filter what we call hate or what we call toxic or whatever, but setting aside like who gets to define it and what falls into that category, once you give the option, then we're like, ooh, do I want to give people the right to leave it open, right? Which is such a, like, that's a profound kind of rights question, a culture question. I think the question about finding your way into your own rabbit holes and polarization, we've always grappled with this, as you said. This is not a new question. I think there's an impulse that we haven't seen from the social media companies very much, which is providing a common object. And there's a talk later in this conference that's going to think about the way that public media impulses are designed to do that. There are common objects, but they come out of virality or they come out of trending. And we've had kickback reactions when platforms have tried to provide a common object. Like, for instance, when Facebook wanted to make a box full of news reports and they got their teeth kicked in, did it in really clumsy ways. But that was a, like, what if everyone should see this one thing? And there was a lot of anger about that. So there's a different question. But I do think in the traditional media environments, even just having to go to the bookstore, to even go buy the book I'm going to buy that confirms my own opinion, I have to encounter the fact that other books exist. And there is something about saying, like, I'm going to get to YouTube and it's going to be already populated with a front page that's already defined by my preferences and tastes, calculated such, means that I don't even have that encounter. I don't even have the moment that says, oh, wow, a lot of people are paying attention to this, or this is something that seems to matter, even if I never read it. That's the subtleties of this kind of commonality versus our own navigation through it.
We have 1 minute left. We'll take the last question from Professor Nissenbaum.
Well, thank you, Helen Nissenbaum, Cornell Tech. Thank you for such an interesting, provocative panel. 2 quick stabs. One, definitely, I know about the scraping of what's public in social media. I really worry, and again, it's like ChatGPT. Is someone going to say who's acceptable as the party? Like, researchers at NYU, yes, but some other party to scrape, are we going to be able to establish standards? And my other concern is with this private algorithm. I want to define my own algorithm. The platforms can say, don't worry, guys, we're already doing that for you, because we know that these feeds are personalized to the particular party. So then, this is always the two-sided market personalization issue, and I wonder if the content moderation angle mixed with a personalization angle, how do we find our way out of that? Thank you for letting me.
So there are totally bad guy scrapers in the world, and so that what you asked is an essential question. I think a European answer could be, good guy scrapers register with the regulator, and then the platform tolerates them. The US answer is probably, there's a weird tort standard and we litigate over it. But you're right, that's like a real issue.
Okay, we'll end it there. We have a short 10-minute break. Let's thank the panelists. And we'll be back at 11:05. So many questions. Yeah, the iPad thing is really good. Yeah, I like it better than the mics, to be honest. It just keeps it moving quicker.
Yeah, I mean, I think moderators can use it.
Yeah.
That was great.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. It would be nice to capture those. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Nice. Do you have someone to do that for your panel? Okay, great.
what real users see based on different things. Exactly the same, but just in case you need it. So when people are doing their presentations, they'll have this as their timer up here, or I can move it over there if you want to do it on your table. Do a little bit. Yeah, no, absolutely. And then let me just show you. I'm going to be right here.
And people get 10 minutes.
People get 10 minutes for the presentation.
Okay. And but you're going to run the iPad because you're going to be sitting right there.
Yeah, I'm going to be right here, so I'll reset it for everybody as they get up to their presentation. If they want to do it from over there, I'll just pass it straight to you. Most people have been getting up, obviously. And yeah, and then if you get lost on the iPad, I can just do it. Okay. This is Arvind. He's the one who did the organization, but it actually works really well. Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure everybody was in place. It's going to take us a minute or two to move the population back into the room.
I think it's the first time we're seeing each other. Yeah, I think we've like been in a Zoom call. Yeah, we've Zoom call. Like I think we're in a Slack Slack together.
Yeah, I've heard of your pain and your trials and tribulations.
I've read your papers. I was like, you're like one of the person who's doing this.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that you're right too.
Sorry for emailing about slide changes. It's totally fine. It's honestly like very, very minor. It's like, I was like in the map.
I would recommend it. Like I would
They'll do it or not. So like, everything's going well.
Yeah, I think it's going well so far. This is your clicker for your presentations, by the way.
Okay, cool.
Just leave it right there, and then I'll reset the timer for everybody.
Oh, that's still there. Every minute you spend.
That's amazing. It's like, you know, it's like ripple. Wow. And that's just like amazing. I have to put that on my way. Oh, yeah, sorry. Sorry. I apologize. Everyone, we're going to get started in just a moment. Please take your seats. Thank you.
decent turnout. Sorry? I wonder how many people are watching on YouTube.
I know, right? The 1,000 number seemed way too high. Oh. For us.
I like it.
Okay, how do you want to set that up? Like, do you want to
That's not going to work.
It's not an order of this thing.
I guess that actually makes sense because you still have to walk around.
Yeah, so how does everybody... I said we sat in order of the names, like happened to.
Can you see the slides, like from where you stand?
Did you make them as well? Like you just submitted? It's funny. Right before the 10 p.m. deadline? Nice, nice.
10:01. Is everybody going
Oh wow, just after. Always sliding by.
Yo, honestly, I can't live this way long term.
Yeah, oh that's fair, that's fair. I'm over there.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Hey everybody, please take your seats. We're gonna get started. Please take your seats now. Thank you so much. Everyone, please take your seats. We're about to begin. Thank you so much. I'm Katie Glenn Bass. I'm the research director at the Knight Institute. We are about to begin our second panel, which is moderated by Laura Edelson. Laura is a computer scientist who co-leads the Cybersecurity for Democracy project at New York University's Tandon School of Engineering. Laura, thank you so much.
Hey folks. Just before the people come into the room, when it's just the 5 of us in this completely empty auditorium, I thought we should have a little pre-panel chat, because I don't know about you, but I found the first panel super depressing, because there is no hope in the universe, which for us engineers and computer scientists, I sort of heard as there is no justice. There is just us. And, you know, we also heard about how the algorithm is a myth, which is going to pose a problem for those of us who want to audit it. So, a little bit more in the mic? Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, so, because I know, Deb, you're really far away, so if you're going to hear me, I better talk into this mic. So, anyway, I kind of just wanted to start by saying that I'm glad we are going to bring some concrete structure to talking about how we are going to turn this myth into a reality that we can take apart and lay down all the pieces on a nice black cloth and examine them closely. So, oh, wait. Oh, you're all here. Okay. Oh. Well, goodness, don't I feel embarrassed. Okay. Well, since you're here, just a quick introduction then for our first panelist on this panel about auditing. Let me introduce Fabian Baumann. He's a postdoctoral researcher at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development, where he works on computational social science. His current focus is on how culture evolves in a collaborative process, influenced by both social interaction and intelligent algorithms. And so I think I'm going to do introductions one at a time because I think folks' background is quite relevant to their talk. So with that, Fabian, do you want to take it away for us?
Yes, sure. Yeah, thank you for that nice introduction. And following Laura's motivational internal speech, I would like to draw your attention to some empirical approaches that we can use to investigate the impact of algorithms on digital culture. And to do that, I would like to start out and emphasize how collaborative culture is. So in everything that we engage and every type of culture that humans produce, there are collaborative processes involved, and these emergent phenomena, they are usually like summarized in a term which we call cultural evolution. And okay, I'm realizing it's not very sharp, but I hope you can see everything. It involves learning and also the ability of us to collectively solve problems. So when we think of science, for instance, we would usually collaborate on projects, right? And even if we don't, if we sit alone in our lab, then we would build on the knowledge of others to progress science. And this also holds true in other cultural domains, like in the arts. Let's take the example of music, where you can be Bob Dylan and you can write a song, but then you would maybe perform it in a band, and then the song might get improved and it might spread in the population and become culture. So when we go from Newton's laws to Einstein's general relativity, or when we go from classical music to electronic music, countless learning events are involved. People exchange information. They choose some type of some piece of information over another. They refine cultural items that they improve over time, and then ultimately a new scientific theory, just as an example, or a new song, a movie can then become part of our cultural repertoire. And crucially, I think what an individual can contribute in this process, in this cycle of, let's say, innovation or cultural evolution, strongly depends on the content and information that they can get from their surrounding. Nowadays, this is strongly impacted by algorithms. So we're not solely dependent on our social circle to get information. It's not only our friends in school or university or wherever where we get a new song or a movie recommendation, or they tell us something about the news. It's rather these large online platforms that sort of determine what we see. There's a lot of production of new cultural content on platforms like Spotify, YouTube videos, or even in science. Like when I search for research, I'm sometimes asking my colleagues, but I also realize that asking Google Scholar is sometimes even a better idea. So these large platforms, they produce a lot, but they also help us to pre-select content and navigate this vast space of possibilities, essentially. But as these algorithms are so ubiquitous, they are everywhere, and we interact with them virtually every time we open up our browser, it's very hard to study the actual impact. And we have learned before, it's also hard to define a baseline. So how can we do that? And there are different ways. And one of them, it's maybe the most straightforward one. We can take data sets of cultural items. We have them available, and they are really big nowadays, and we can analyze them. And for instance, here in this, in a previous study, the authors, they studied data sets from Spotify and iTunes, where listening habits of users were recorded to uncover like cultural pattern in there. And what they, for instance, realized, or you can see that in this plot, that the sort of cultural diversity or the song variety that people listen to worldwide goes up after 2017, roughly. So these data sets, they are really nice to uncover a cultural pattern, but it's really hard to say something about what caused this mechanism, like why is this the case? And so, yeah, so we can uncover this pattern, but we cannot really say what triggered it. And in the context of algorithms, we would argue that, yeah, probably it's a lot about personalization. So everyone gets their own music recommendation, and this is the reason why everyone hears something else and the diversity goes up. But to explain what's the actual mechanism, and my slides, they are really not looking as they should, but we can make it. So we can do lab experiments to get more control. So we invite human participants to the lab, and we can, for instance, put them in different conditions. So we can study precisely what would be the effect of one algorithm versus another, or versus a neutral baseline if we're able to do or to construct one. And then varying the algorithm, we can then see what comes out of that, and we can then make a causal claim, a causal conclusion, what's the role of the algorithm, which is then, which is different from the observational data. But the disadvantage in lab experiments is often that it's not very realistic. So we have the control, but we're dealing with artificial cultural artifacts. So the posts that people engage with, or the music songs that they artificially like, they are not the ones that would naturally emerge in their social environment. So while we have the control, and while we may make causal claims about what triggers some event or some pattern, it's rather unrealistic. But fortunately, there's some sort of middle ground where we can take this lab idea to the field. And with field, I mean a realistic social media environment, where we are not inviting participants to the lab, but we're recruiting them on a platform. And fortunately, as we also heard before, more and more platforms give users the opportunity to opt out of personalization or algorithmic curation. And then in such a field experiment, you can make use of this. So first of all, you have the realistic environment, and people also get a realistic social feedback. So when they do something in a field experiment, they would know that their friends in the real life, they would notice this. So the behavior that they would show there is much more reliable than in the lab setting. And then as an experimenter, you can then assign different participants to different algorithms that they can choose. And then in the same way as you would do in the lab, you can observe what comes out. So, and with this observation in a broad cultural sense, I mean, what do they see, which type of content, what is the content distribution, which type of topics, how do they engage with the content? Is it rather passive action like retweeting something or liking, or do they produce new stuff? All these types of things that might be relevant for the evolution of culture, you can study this in a sort of realistic environment while retaining control over the algorithm that's actually in use. So to conclude, we have different options when we want to look at the impact of algorithms on cultural change. On the one hand, we can look at realistic data sets where we can uncover emergent phenomena, but we have the problem that we don't really know what's triggering them. And then on the other extreme, we have controlled lab experiments where we have controlled what happens, but what we lack is a little bit of realism because cultural items might be artificial or the social context is missing. And in between, there's this nice space where you have these field experiments that I talked about in my last slide, where you get a good trade-off of both worlds. So you have some control because more and more platforms give you the opportunity to change the algorithm, and maybe in the future they have to, which is good. But you can observe them, but it's also a realistic environment. So I think these field experiments, they are a good opportunity to study the evolution of culture in the future under the impression of algorithmic curation. And with this, I am looking forward to our discussion, and thank you for your attention.
So just because I have so many questions for all of you, and mostly I want you to talk to each other, we're going to go straight into the next talk. So Dr. William Brady is an assistant professor of management and organization at Northwestern University. His research examines the dynamics of emotion at the social network level and their consequences for group behavior. So that's going to be interesting.
All right, so we're all here for a symposium about algorithmic amplification. And as the resident social psychologist here today, I want to tell you that algorithmic amplification is not simply about algorithms. It's about our psychology, our tendency and our capacity to socially learn from others, and how those two mechanisms interact with each other. I think that can shed a lot of light on some of the things that brought us here today, probably, things like the spread of misinformation, why certain contexts like politics can be so toxic and polarizing on social media platforms. And I want to explain all of this through the concept that I'm introducing called algorithm-mediated social learning. And the way that we can unpack this, I think it starts from a very simple observation, which is that we are all prodigious social learners. And so what I mean by that is we have this capacity to learn from others directly. We learn through trial and error, through reinforcement. We also learn through observation. And it's thought that our capacity for social learning is actually the building block of culture, how we learn not just from people right in front of us, but also from past things that we've learned so that we can accumulate culture over time and improve society. Well, it turns out that the way that we learn from others actually is biased. And it's biased not in necessarily a bad way. It's biased in a way that tends to be functional. So what I mean by that, first, let me talk about a couple of these biases. So we know from a lot of research in cultural evolution and psychology that we have biases to disproportionately learn from certain types of models, like prestigious and in-group members. We also learn from certain types of content, like emotion and moral content. And the reason why these are actually functional is because they help us learn more efficiently. For example, when we learn from prestigious others, actually prestige tends to be a signal that someone has been successful. And so it's more efficient to learn from others who are successful than those who are not. In-group members tend to be people who are most relevant to our social and physical world, so it makes sense that we would learn from those people disproportionately. And then when it comes to things like emotional information and moral information, well, you can see how this is the type of information, although it tends to be relatively rare, it helps us navigate the social world. If we know what our social group thinks of as moral, then we can navigate not getting punished, and we can also call out others who are not cooperating. So altogether, these biases are thought to lead to adaptive behaviors that sustain things like collective problem solving and cooperation. Now let's compare these functions of our social learning with the function of content algorithms, or in other words, how they're designed. So we know that content algorithms, generally speaking, those that are employed by social media platforms, are capturing our attention and maximizing engagement. That's one of the things that they're optimizing for. Now, you can already see how these two functions might actually lead to some difficulties or some conflicts. And if you've been paying attention, you might actually guess, what are the things that tend to draw in our attention and sustain engagement? Well, it turns out that this would be the things that we are biased to socially learn from and to attend to. And now there's been a lot of research coming out of psychology and other fields, including some of my groups, that we learn we attend and we engage with content online that follows this pattern of the things we're biased to learn from. So prestigious, in-group, moralized, and emotional content. So I summarize this as prime information. This is the things that we are biased to learn from and the things that algorithms amplify, not because they were designed that way, but it's the side effect of their other design, which is to sustain attention and engagement. So this leads us to a model of algorithm-mediated social learning. It's a simplified model, but I think it'll at least fit our purposes for today. So again, I described how we have these biases to attend and learn from prime information. The content algorithms are amplifying that because of their design, but the thing that's very interesting is what emerges when both of these forces are interacting. And so the interesting thing about our social learning and how it interacts with content algorithm amplification is the fact that not only are algorithms amplifying prime information, but we are starting to learn to produce more of that ourselves in certain contexts because of our social learning capacity. So algorithms are not just amplifying content, they're amplifying content that is produced by social others. And so, for example, when we see more of a certain type of content in our newsfeed, it's hard for us not to engage in observational learning to see what is appropriate for us to produce in our social network. Another part of algorithms is that they're actually affecting who it is that sees the content that we post ourselves. And so they're feeding it to people who are more likely to like and engage with our post. That can actually create reinforcement learning where we're learning through trial and error to produce more prime content over time. And so these forces are interacting to produce algorithm-mediated social learning, and it actually can create, in certain contexts, again, there actually are some breaks on this feedback loop that I'm proposing, which we can talk about in the panel, but for especially certain contexts like politics, is leading to an oversaturation of prime content. And whereas in general, prime content and our attraction toward it actually can promote adaptive behaviors that help things like cooperation and collective problem solving, when they actually, that's in the case when they're relatively rare, but when they start to oversaturate the environment, it flips that function. And you end up getting things like conflict and the spread of misinformation because, for example, misinformation rises on the coattails of prime information. We have data suggesting that misinformation tends to evoke outrage. That's one of the ways it draws attention and leads to engagement. So I think there's a lot to discuss about, well, if these processes are going on, what are some of the things that can put a brake on it? What are some interventions? And we're going to talk about this, I think, in our panel. But one of the things that I think is important is to think about how to potentially alter algorithms so that they have a goal of producing more efficient social learning. So it's not just about, do we need to ban certain content? Do we need to get rid of others? You really have to consider how our social learning is interacting with the content and the algorithms. I think it's really a matter of psychology and technology interacting. So I'm excited to talk more about potential solutions and things like that, but that's all I have so far. And I want to thank my collaborators who helped both test these ideas empirically and also develop this concept. Thanks so much.
Thanks, William. Next up, we have Smitha Milley, who is a postdoctoral associate at Cornell Tech. They received their BS and PhD in electrical engineering and computer science from UC Berkeley.
Cool, thanks. So a lot of the talks, thank you, thus far we've been talking about amplification in the abstract. In my talk, I kind of want to focus on a deep dive and talk about a specific study we ran trying to actually measure effects of Twitter's ranking algorithm from the outside without internal access. Cool. So without further ado, we have a lot of hypotheses about what social media is doing. Is it making us more polarized, more depressed, more angry, et cetera? But it's really hard to measure the effects of this algorithm, not only for many of the nuances that have already been discussed, but simply because usually, if you're outside of the platform, you don't have access to turning the algorithm on or off, or any kinds of baselines at all. Luckily for us, Twitter does have a different kind of feed that you can look at besides algorithmic, which is the reverse chronological baseline feed. And so we leveraged this reverse chronological feed, and of course, I'll talk about some of the nuances that come with using this kind of feed later, to run a randomized experiment measuring effects of Twitter's algorithm from the outside. So very briefly, I'll just describe our study design. So we recruited a large group of Twitter users on Cloud Research Connect, which is a crowd-working platform, kind of like Mechanical Turk, if you've heard of it. And then simultaneously, for each participant, we grabbed both the top 10 tweets in their personalized timeline and the top 10 tweets in their chronological timeline. So we have this counterfactual of what are the tweets they would see if they were just seeing tweets from people they follow, and what are the tweets that they see under the algorithm. And then, and we collected about 1,700 of these pairs of timelines. So then after that, we surveyed these users about the tweets from both timelines in a randomized order. So we can start to estimate the effects of the algorithm by comparing the outcomes, their survey responses to tweets from the personalized timeline to those from the chronological timeline. So this allows us to get actual causal estimates of what the effect of the algorithm is on these self-report measures. And all of these outcomes, statistical analyses, hypotheses, these are all pre-registered, meaning we pre-registered all of these before any data collection happened. So what are the outcomes that we actually measured? I'm actually just going to show you sort of what it looks like for survey participants. So they would see a tweet, one of the tweets that we collected, either from their chronological or personalized timeline. So this is one from California Senator Scott Wiener. And then the first category of things we asked them about were emotions. So for example, what is Senator Scott Wiener feeling in their tweet on 4 dimensions? Angry, sad, anxious, happy. Similarly, we asked about how this tweet makes the reader feel. And then the next category of outcomes that we looked at were political. So we asked them whether a tweet was about a political or social issue. And if it was, we asked them to rate the partisanship on a left-right ideology scale. After that, we asked them how their perception of people or groups on the left changed after reading the tweet, and people or groups on the right changed after reading the tweet. So if the person labeled the tweet as, say, being right-leaning, we also asked them, is the author of this tweet expressing anger, hostility, frustration towards a person or group on the left? So this is capturing out-group animosity. Oh, and I should mention that for this in-group and out-group, for the left and right perception, we also asked users themselves how they leaned on a left-right scale, so we can get at their change in group and out-group perception after reading tweets as well. Okay, so what were our key takeaways? Well, the first is that the algorithm does indeed, as many have hypothesized, amplify emotional content, especially anger and out-group animosity, many of the things that Billy was just talking about. The second is that, and I should say that this happens both on the author and reader side, and when we look at political tweets in particular, by far the dominant emotion amplified is anger. We also find that after reading tweets from the algorithm, users have a better perception of their in-group and a worse perception of their out-group, so potentially contributing to effective polarization. Of course, we don't measure people's long-term belief changes here. It's just sort of suggestive in that direction. Interestingly, we find this effect without finding any kind of filter bubble effect. You see basically the same proportion of outgroup content on both personalized and chronological. And in fact, under the algorithm, you see slightly more outgroup content. So what this suggests is not that this kind of effect is happening because the algorithm is sorting people into filter bubbles, but rather because the algorithm is amplifying particularly divisive content, like our finding that it's amplifying outgroup animosity, might suggest. And then lastly, I think very interestingly, we also, I think I skipped over a slide about explicit preference or something, but we also asked people explicitly what they prefer. Do you want to see would you want to see this tweet in your timeline? And we find that for tweets overall, people do prefer the algorithm-selected tweets, but for political tweets in particular, they don't. So this is super interesting to us because the algorithm is always justified by, we're showing you content you want, but under what kinds of preferences? And perhaps for certain types of content, like political content, what your revealed preferences are, what you do, the biases that you might have that make you attend more to certain types of content don't align with your more reflective stated preferences. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the interpretation and some nuances of this study. So we made a trade-off in our study, deciding to try to make this really rigorous and get rigorous causal effects. The only differences between our two conditions are the tweets ranked by the algorithm or chronological timeline? So these are short-term effects that are precise, but obviously the algorithm exists in a feedback loop. So as a lot of the discussion in the first panel touched on, the algorithm, the personalized timeline, also affects your chronological timeline. You see users that you might want to follow recommended on your algorithmic timeline, that obviously then affects your chronological timeline. And many of these, the social learning aspects that Billy just mentioned, so if the algorithm is amplifying outgroup animosity, you may learn to produce more outgroup animosity, either by observational learning, the norms change, reinforcement learning, you're getting more likes on stuff that have outgroup animosity, or you're specifically trying to game the algorithm. You're a news outlet or you're a political party and you're running your own A/B tests, trying to figure out what is going to get the highest engagement. And so I think it's important to note sort of that these results don't capture those long-term effects, but I think they give you suggestive evidence of what the direction of this feedback loop is. Like, we know that people tend to produce more of what the algorithm incentivizes, so we actually expect that the effects from our study are in a sense being underestimated as the long-term effects of the algorithm take into account this kind of positive feedback loop. Cool, I'll stop there. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Smitha, I have so many questions, but we will save them for the end.
Yeah.
Last and certainly not least, we have Deb Raji. Deb is a PhD student at UC Berkeley, and she's also a Mozilla Fellow. She studies questions of algorithmic auditing and evaluation. And can I just say, as one of the computer scientists working in this space who I personally whose work I've found so influential over the last several years.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's quite narrow back there.
I was going to say, we're quite close to the edge. Yeah. You can't see, but there's a huge wall right by the chairs. And thank you so much, Laura. That was very kind. Hi, I'm Deb. As Laura mentioned, a lot of my work is on algorithm auditing. Actually, this particular project that I'm going to present is quite out of left field in terms of it's very different from what I typically work on. Typically, I'm looking at risk assessments and automated decision systems. That's been a lot of the focus of the audits I've participated in the past. And a lot of my work with Mozilla has been on infrastructure for algorithm auditing. So thinking about tools that auditors need in order to make the audit process feasible. But this project actually came from a completely different angle, or a completely different kind of out of left field, where I had an incredible sort of separate, interesting conversations with both Irene and Fernando, who were gracious enough to sort of mentor me through this process and through this project. But instead of looking at, for example, so typically you have these online platforms that as we've been discussing, where there's content distributed through the platform, and some of that content is made more visible than others. So you have different ways in which that ecosystem of the platform prioritizes content over others. Okay, great, you can see it. I was worried it was like too high. And typically what we do when we are trying to figure out what's responsible for the promotion of one piece of content versus another piece of content is that we audit the algorithm, because the algorithm is quite influential in terms of showing people one piece of content versus another. However, there's another factor. I think it was mentioned in the first panel that the platform is an ecosystem that involves much more than the algorithm. I know that was slightly depressing for you, Laura. But there's stakeholders interacting on this platform, and they have different user actions and behaviors that are logged in data that we can obtain through the algorithm. And when I say users, I don't just mean consumers of content that's distributed on the platform, but also advertisers, producers. You can think about all the different roles that users on these platforms play and how they can interact with each other or make independent decisions from the algorithm that could influence what is seen and what is not seen on this platform. And so one question that you could ask, just looking at this lens of auditing user behavior and actions and not just auditing the algorithm, is how do content producers' actions, I can't see it from back here, sorry, I have to turn. How do content producers' actions impact content visibility and trends? So content producers are a really important subset of the users on a platform. What do they do, and how can we track their behavior in ways that influence the visibility of certain posts? So one way to think about this is that we can kind of consider or model the online platform as a two-sided market. So if anyone here has taken Econ 101, you probably know that a two-sided market is one in which there's a certain number of buyers and they're kind of purchasing goods and services from another separate group of sellers. And an ideal market is one in which you have enough sellers giving you options, and as buyers you have several options to choose from. And that's sort of a condition known as perfect competition. And in this case, or with this analogy, the producers of content, cultural artifacts, those are the sellers in this case. They're trying to show you things and increase your attention towards the products or the items that they have produced. On the other side, you have sort of the buyers, which are the consumers of this content. And there's been a lot of work, you might have heard the term attention economy, you might have heard of cultural artifacts or cultural symbols from sociology. This notion of modeling the online platform as a market isn't necessarily very new. And similarly, because the platform is sort of modeled as a market, or can be modeled as a market, the features of that platform influence the dynamics of that market. So, depending on the rate at which people produce this content and adapt to each other's behaviors, depending on the monetization scheme of the platform, Netflix versus YouTube versus TikTok, the nature of that market and the dynamics of that market can change in response to these different features of the platform. So the phenomenon that we were very interested in particular are instances where you have a small group of sellers, or in this case, content producers, that communicate with each other and negotiate to give themselves an unfair advantage in this marketplace. In this case, that would mean a bunch of content creators sort of working together without disclosing that collaboration to the audience of the audience on the platform, and using that as a way to sort of unfairly promote their work compared to their peers. And this is a term that we call collusion. So this idea of a small kind of controlling stake of firms, or in this case, content producers, is one in which they are colluding to kind of give themselves an advantage over other producers in that market. And the way that it manifests, or the way that we suspect or theorize that it manifests in online platforms, is indirectly, sometimes through these creator forums where they share tips and tricks to increase the visibility of their work to each other, and anyone that's sort of plugged into that forum has access to that information. There's also this notion of folk theories that's become increasingly popular, where creators will share with each other sort of different tricks and tips on how to increase their visibility, but not necessarily disclose that always explicitly to the audience that they're leveraging these tricks and tips. partnerships. And then more direct collusion is also possible, where on certain platforms, especially user-generated platforms versus subscription-based distribution channels, those producers can directly communicate with each other. You know, they can like each other's stuff, comment on each other, subscribe, maybe even message each other, and coordinate around increasing the mutual visibility of their work. So, you know, why does this matter? Why is this interesting? How do we measure this? I can't go into the details of it. We're still exploring it. This is work that's in progress. But, you know, one of the challenges or one of the reasons why this matters is because in the market case, when you have a small group of firms that are working together to give themselves an unfair advantage in the market, then it turns very easily into an oligopoly, which is this notion of that small number of firms really dominating the market, meaning that most of the people that are looking to buy, let's say, a shoe, only have a small number of firms to choose from because those small number of firms have sort of given themselves a collective advantage. And you know, one like very kind of commonly known threat of this would be like price fixing. So because that small number of firm controls the market, similar to a monopoly except with a larger number of folks, you can sort of set the price in any way. And so in this case, you might imagine like a situation of attention fixing, where if you have a small number of dominant creators on a particular platform, those creators are pretty much at liberty to sort of dictate the attention of that audience in whatever way they choose, and sort of have undue influence over that sort of attention economy or attention marketplace. And so the way that this has sort of historically, or that we've found that has historically been analyzed or measured, has been through the analysis of sort of moments of concentration or competition along the most viewed content on these different platforms. So for example, you know, looking at the top content on YouTube or TikTok, you might see that the number of those responsible for generating that content might decrease. So, you know, versus 100 creators responsible for the 100 most popular videos, you might have like 50 creators responsible for the 100 most popular videos. And we suspect that that also leads to a sort of decrease in the diversity of the content being produced and the type of content being propagated. And like I mentioned, you know, this has been observed historically in sort of the music industry. So we're eager to test it out on, you know, different online platforms and see how these platform design decisions around, you know, platform characteristics affect the dynamics of this market. So that's YouTube, TikTok, and Netflix, hopefully. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. So just to remind everyone again, if you would like to submit questions, either for folks here in the room or for folks online, just follow that QR code, submit that question. It'll show up on this iPad that Katie has very kindly put in front of me. But I'm not going to look at that yet because I have questions. And moderator's privilege, I get to go first. So I think, you know, one of the first questions that comes to my mind, something that's really been something I think about a lot in general, but something that's really been preying on my mind as I've been listening to you all speak, is that, you know, fundamentally what we are dealing with here are socio-technological systems. I'm a computer scientist. I have read 100% of the computer science papers that have more than like 2 citations in the discipline of computer science, because like I am working in this field of auditing myself, and it's not like there's just not that much literature yet. So I've read 100% of those papers. I know that I have, but I also know that's why I'm like super familiar with Deb's work. I'm familiar with Smitha's work. I know I'm much less familiar, Fabian and William, with your work, because you're just in you're in like a very adjacent field, but you're not in computer science. And I'm very worried about this because, as I said, these are socio-technological systems. And I feel like when I am in a room full of lawyers, they are having one kind of conversation about these systems. And when I'm in a room with computational social scientists, they're having a different conversation. And we computer scientists are having a third totally different conversation. But we're all talking about the same thing, but we're not always talking to each other. Yeah. And I'm just really worried about how we're going to come to solutions when we are sort of all going down our own rabbit hole. So I'm curious how you think about this problem. You know, I know we're all trying to work in an interdisciplinary way that our fields don't always reward, but maybe we can just sort of run down the panel and talk about, you know, what you think about this problem. Maybe I'm totally wrong, and you know, maybe what you think we can do to address it. You wanna go first?
Yeah, I can go first. But I think I'm not that pessimistic actually, because I'm a physicist. Like you are. What did you study?
Psychologist.
Psychologist. We can go down the line.
Yeah.
Identities.
No, go ahead.
Computer science.
Yeah, computer science.
Okay, so more computer scientists on this table, but I still think, I mean, from my experience working in physics, I perceive this field very interdisciplinary, and we came, I don't know, together here. So I'm not that pessimistic. Maybe that's my take on that. But more conferences.
Night, you have to keep running these events.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sort of in between as someone who's, you know, worked in cross-disciplinary groups for now maybe 8 years. I think there's a lot of promise, and I think the field of computational social science is a great example of really trying to bring in different academic disciplines and creating better insights from combining all of those. But of course, there's a lot of challenges that come with that. So anyone who's done cross-disciplinary work, you know that sometimes it takes, you know, months before you can even understand each other in terms of how you're approaching something theoretically or methodologically. So I just think, you know, we're headed in the right direction, so I share that optimism, but I do think there are a lot of challenges, and certainly conferences like this help that. I'm also, you know, on one hand, I'm pleased to see that industry is also hiring a lot of social scientists now, although they're leaving the field, so there's pros and cons to that. But in general, I think, you know, having academic industry collaborations and having those collaborations really be centered around different fields is fundamentally important, because I think you're right. There's computer scientists who are making decisions where if you're a psychologist, you're like, well, that was predictable, this problem. But then, of course, the opposite happens. You know, so I think I share both optimism and concern, but I think there's good hope moving forward.
Yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. More symposiums like this. I think this has actually been a great idea, because there are so many people working on amplification from different disciplines. I feel like people studying this do recognize how interdisciplinary it is. Like, I found that review by Jonathan Haidt and others, the Lit Review, to be pretty informative when I was starting to look through some of the literature. And so the fact that people are doing cross-cutting literature reviews and stuff like that is very helpful.
Yeah, I think I'm pessimistic but hopeful, if that makes sense. Like, I think I had mentioned sort of putting on my Mozilla hat. Like, I'm working on this project called the Open Source Audit Tooling Project, where we're trying to sort of catalog and taxonomize the different resources that people leverage as part of their audit work. And that has been an interesting experience, just because it's revealed how segmented the community is. There are, you know, regulators that do audits. There are people in law firms that do audits. There are a lot of data journalists doing incredible audit work. And so, you know, even though this symposium was very diverse, I don't know if we have many journalists, for example. So there's always going to be one group that like doesn't quite make it, but I just feel like, oh, okay, sorry, there's a journalist in the audience, I apologize. You're right, yeah, right, yeah, I apologize. You're all here, I'm sure. And this is a great symposium. I also think this is a great, like, you know, like others have said, this is a great, interesting space too, because you also see the tensions in terms of how people view certain things as well. Even the definition of amplification is so different. But something that I found really interesting was, because there were all these different groups, and the definitions of, you know, how to do an audit, and the methodology was so different, it was really hard to help each other. So like, journalists, for example, had developed really good, like there was Algorithm Tips is a tool that was developed by Nick Yakopoulos and a student at Northeastern. And, it's a really helpful tool for journalists to sort of identify different algorithmic deployments in government. And a lot of academics that sort of do this work would have found so much utility in that, but had no idea that it existed. And so there was so much siloing in terms of the resources being developed by these different communities. And it was just really interesting and insightful for me. And then I think the other dimension of it was, even when we did inform, let's say, a bunch of journalists about a tool that policymakers or computer scientists were using, the tools were completely illegible to each other. So this idea of sort of like a multidisciplinary community, or multidisciplinary users of particular tools became a really interesting challenge of that work. So I do think it is like particularly difficult to do this work because it is at the intersection of so many things. But I agree with you, Laura, that the problem is inherently socio-technical. Like, you won't be able to achieve it with only a computer scientist perspective or only a legal perspective. Like, it does require sitting together long enough to understand each other. So I hope, that's why I'm saying I'm hopeful that things will get better and improve, because I really don't think that there is a solution independent of this collaboration across disciplines.
Yeah, I would state for the record that I'm also quite hopeful on this. I think, again, speaking as a computer scientist, we've been and especially, I'm very specifically, I'm a cybersecurity researcher. I think about this problem as a cybersecurity problem, and the cybersecurity community has been on this like long journey over particularly the last 10 to 15 years of like, oh, there are humans at the end of these computers, and like those humans introduce other variables that we have to consider if we want to build safe and robust systems, and so but I think that said. I spend a lot of time, trying to read into other disciplines, but it is, because it is the only way to solve a problem. Mm-hmm. So I really feel that. I'm getting a lot of really great, and I love this, extremely specific questions in the Q&A, and I will get to them, but I think, something again that I'm thinking a lot about, listening to all of our talks, is that there are so many, these systems are very complex, and a lot of us are working on different aspects of them. So I was wondering if maybe we could also sort of just go down the line. I mean, I'm very curious, what do you think is the most important research question that you are thinking about and that you think is tractable and that you are going to sort of get your hands around in the next, call it 5-year time horizon? What do you think we have to do, and what do you think we are going to do?
Should I start? So I think in some domains, like for instance in the political domain, when it comes to algorithms, it's sort of straightforward to say what's important, because we can all agree that, I don't know, misinformation is bad, or too much polarization and isolation of different, I don't know, societal groups is bad, and I think that's we can agree on that. But when it comes to culture in more like general terms, I think it's a bit harder, and I guess that's not a very satisfying answer to your question.
You can't fool me. You just don't want to give other people your research ideas.
No, but I think it's hard to tell what's important, and it's hard to judge what is good and bad. But there are certainly interesting, like, dynamical aspects that one can have a look at. Like, as an individual, for instance, I would say it's like a platform, whatever online platform it is, if it's about music, videos, or other cultural stuff, I would say I would like to have the possibility to explore new things. Like, sort of this trade-off between exploitation, what I'm good at, and exploring new stuff. I think we see this everywhere, like in learning algorithms, we see it in neuroscience probably. So
just to clarify, are you saying that you want to, that this sort of how different platforms for cultural content, how they make that trade-off? Like, are you saying like you want to understand that in terms of how algorithms are designed?
Yes, but also maybe as a normative goal that I would think that like there's an ideal balance between exploitation and exploration. And this connects to, I don't know, higher level goals such as innovation. So to have a new idea or to create, I don't know, creativity in a space, we all need to have novel inputs, but we also should be able to leverage stuff that we're familiar with. So like kind of quantifying such a trade-off, for instance, would be a nice like outcome measure and like would be cool to dig into more.
That does sound cool.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the most interesting questions for social scientists right now in this space is figuring out, well, what are some of the downstream behavioral consequences of the things that we've been documenting, like in my talk and Smitha's talk. So for example, one of the things that I've looked at recently is like when our feeds tend to be saturated with prime content, how does that affect our social judgments of group norms and effective polarization, things like this. And I think the reason why all of this is important is because when we're thinking about interventions, we have to figure out, well, what are we trying to actually fix in terms of the behavioral outcomes? And that sometimes is unclear because there's not enough research on that. And then the second thing I would say, which is interesting from my perspective, I'll actually depart a little bit from what Fabian was saying. I think in some cases, like misinformation, it's a very clear goal. We should be trying to reduce that because we don't want false information on platforms. But when it comes to things like polarization, outrage, et cetera, I think there's actually no agreed upon solution because sometimes polarizing content or outrage actually serve important social functions. And so actually I think what we need to do is come together as a broader scientific and even like in the humanities to figure out, you know, if we're trying to regulate platforms, what exactly should that even look like? I think that's still completely undefined, especially when it comes to a lot of these social issues that we care about a lot.
I had a bunch of ideas during the symposium. So yeah, one is kind of along the lines.
It's working.
Yes, right. Bringing all these people together. One is
say, Arvind should do this every year. No, I'm joking.
Not. Kind of along the lines of what Billy was saying, I am interested in how we can start to measure feedback loops more. So I think we haven't really gotten that much great evidence just on like what are the algorithms doing right now. But as we get more evidence of that, then you can start to like expand out and think about what the long-term effects are. Jonathan, Luke, and Priya had a new post in their Understanding How Platform Recommenders Work blog post series, which is great, about feedback loops recently. And I like sort of the idea of trying to break the feedback loop into different components, study those components separately in more tractable components, and then you can start to understand what the overall feedback loop is. Like if we know that the algorithm increases outgroup animosity, and then because of all these ways people learn, people produce more of that content, we see a feedback loop there, or then how does that actually change people's beliefs and so on. Apart from the measurement side, I'm obviously interested in interventions, and I come at it more from the view of algorithmic interventions. So I do think that a lot of the problems that we see arise from the objective function that these recommender systems are optimizing for, which is primarily engagement-based. So for example, like in our study where we found that people don't prefer the algorithm-selected tweets for political content, presumably those tweets are still the ones that are getting more engagement, and that's why they're being recommended by the algorithm. So I have been interested in a while for how are there ways that we can leverage more explicit feedback from users to balance that out. I'm not saying that stated preferences, like what the user says is always what's right, but right now we're at an extreme of only really optimizing for behaviorism, and we can do something in the middle. So I interned on the Twitter ML ethics team a couple of times as a PhD student, and there one of the things I did was, with Luca, who's here, try to use an explicit signal, like show me less of this or I'm not interested in this, to figure out how much we should learn from other implicit behaviors like click, retweet, etc. So one thing I'm working on is like trying to leverage those explicit signals that are strong but sparse in more efficient ways. I also think I was inspired by, of course, the bridging-based ranking conversations we've had here, which we'll hear more about later. But if we are trying to design systems that bridge instead, how do we design? I think there are ways that we can maybe like co-opt objective metrics we have now to produce more bridging or conversations. So for example, like if you are optimizing for replies, that maybe just leads to angry conversations. But if one of the behaviors in your objective are replies that are then liked by the author, that's different. And I think people don't really have a good sense of how you should tune the weights on these different behaviors in the objective at all. So that's another thing I'm working on is, normally these weights are just set by, I don't know, like, through A/B tests, through different product teams for business reasons. And if you look at the weights that the Twitter, that were released in the Twitter open sourcing, they look very random, like 73 here, 1, 0.5. And it's strange that those aren't studied more within computer science as well. Like how do we keep track of what the impact of those weights are that can have huge effects on the overall system? Okay, that's that on the objective. And the last thing I think I'm interested in is more control for the user. This sounds a little hypey, but like with the generative AI advances, it feels like we should be able to do some more interesting things. Like I was just having a conversation earlier, so this is why it's coming up, but like instead of just having like keyword blocking on Twitter, why can't you do something like don't show me angry content? I don't want to see it for the next day or something. I just want wholesome things, that kind of stuff.
I never thought I'd hear Smitha say, with the onset of the generative AI revolution. I think my main interest is in accountability. And so I'm at a high level just with audits on the online platform space and also in the automated decisions system space. I can see that there's like some incoming legislative movement on audit. So the Digital Services Act requires independent audits and also allows for independent sort of public interest researchers to come in and to request the information that they need to conduct audits. In the US, there's been like the Online Safety and Oversight Bill and all other sort of bills coming up where that language of audit comes up. In the automated decisions space, there's conversation of the Algorithmic Accountability Act maybe heating up and requiring audits for ADS systems. So there's definitely like legislative movement in terms of having audits as a requirement. And I see audits as a really sort of practical approach to get empirical evidence of harm and potential harm for these systems. And so I'm very down for it. But there's a lot of practical barriers that I think I hope I don't have to work for too long on it, but I think that I'm going to be working for a while to move forward. So one is just methodology. I don't think the field is very mature yet. Like I mentioned, it's this very multidisciplinary space. And so, facilitating interdisciplinary conversations to address like methodological issues that everybody's facing, working together to build tools and infrastructure. I think that's something that we're going to be working on for a very long time. Like Laura mentioned, there's not that many papers yet. We can kind of build the field and work together and talk more to make sure that we can think through, experimental, quasi-experimental methodology beyond just sort of the more observational-based studies that we're relying on right now. So there's a lot that can happen methodologically in terms of methodological development on auditing in general as a strategy for accountability, and I think that's something that I'm very interested in. I think the second thing that I'm very interested in is the connection between sort of the audit outcome and actual accountability. So like Daphne mentioned, so you can have like lawful, it's awful but not lawful. I forgot what phrase you mentioned. I will read that article. But it's like a lot of, polarization feels bad, radicalization is bad, and it has this reputational cost when you analyze these systems, you have empirical evidence of this phenomenon, and it comes out in the press. It looks bad for the companies, and sometimes they do take voluntary action in response to that evidence. But it's typically voluntary action. There's nothing that's illegal about promoting, misinformation or even hate speech in some, to some degree in the U.S., right? So Gonzalez versus Google, which was mentioned on the last panel, like the only reason that made its way to the Supreme Court was because it was connected to the Anti-Terrorism Act. So there's very few sort of like legal levers available to take an audit result, take evidence of a bad thing happening on an online platform, and
translate that into a material sort of like legal consequence for the companies. Another really sort of successful example, I would say, of like actual accountability in response to audit work was Facebook's. So Facebook allowed advertisers to discriminate in terms of who they showed ads to. So if for housing and job ads, you can see how that could interfere with their obligations under civil rights law. So there's a lot of that opportunity of like, okay, there's anti-discrimination law, and we have a bunch of bias audits that we could do on these platforms. And so I'm thinking a little bit about that connection between how do we design audits that are connected to like material legal accountability outcomes that lead to real consequences for these companies? I think the reputational cost lever and the advocacy lever is equally strong, but I'm very curious about what would happen if we took it all the way and we were able to really confront these companies about the harms that they were doing and focus on some of these issues that are already sort of legally questionable. So that's another sort of dimension of the work I'm hoping to do in the next couple years.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
And I think looking at the time, I think this is when I'm supposed to tell you that if you would like to, if you have questions for this panel, I can't entirely dominate them with my questions. So if you have questions, there are some mics you can step on up. I am going to be asking some questions from the chat, but since we do have someone at the microphone here, why don't we go to Daphne Keller for a moment?
Awesome, thank you. My question is about the relative role of humans and machines in a lot of platform operations with a specific focus on implicit bias. So for people who've taken implicit bias tests, it shows that basically when you click really fast in response to an image, you are likely to make choices that reflect major societal biases. And I think in many cases, if you slowed down, you would not make those mistakes. You would bring other parts of your brain to bear. And this is relevant to platforms because at least two big players in the system are clicking really fast with their lizard brains. One is content moderators, presumably, who have to respond very quickly to it in assessing user content. And another is users. When we click very fast to like things or we inadvertently slow down in our doom scrolling or whatever it is. And so, and both of those, they're just so similar to literally the test conditions of implicit bias tests. And this is relevant, I can think of two very concrete places it's relevant. One is if you have algorithms making decisions about content and then you want the humans to double check to make sure the algorithms didn't make mistakes, you introduce that implicit bias risk, I would think. And the other, I forgot the other one. That's annoying. Anyhow, there's another one, just as good. Oh, no, I know. It's if you are relying on user behavior to show people what they appear to want based on the choices they made very rapidly, but actually if they made those choices more slowly and carefully, they would want something else. Like, is that a source of information about how algorithms could or should be different? So I'm wondering, like, is there research on that? Are there possibilities for better research on that?
I think let's start by going to William. Who I think has done the most work that's adjacent to this, and then I'm curious what other folks think.
So is there research on that? I'm going to interpret that to mean the first part of your question, which is, how does bias creep into machine learning models, inputs and outputs? There's definitely been a lot of work on this in psychology and other fields, in computer science as well. I think we have to be careful, for example, for inputs of machine learning models. Anytime you are, for example, doing supervised learning where you're having data that's labeled often by humans, both in the instructions you're giving them to label some concepts, you can have bias creep in there based on stereotypes, for example. And then also, just like you said, when people are actually doing the labeling, biases also creep in there. And of course, that will feed into the model and affect its output. So I think that's a major source of bias, and there's plenty of research on that suggesting that general stereotypes that we have in society actually creep into all of that process. So that's one thing. I guess, well, I'll stop there and see if anyone else has.
I can say something. Yeah, I remember like Mark Zuckerberg once posted this graph on his Facebook that probably a lot of people saw, as things get close to the line, as content gets close to the line that they would ban it at, it gets more engagement. But a part of that post, he also said, even though that kind of content gets more engagement, people tell us they don't like it. So I think there are these like documented stories of this sensationalized clickbaity content goes viral, but people do say they don't want to see it, which is always an outstanding question I had. Is this content that is terrible, but people say they want to see? Because if that's the case, then we don't really have a hope of learning from behavioral feedback from people. But I think also what we saw in our study, like people actually say they don't want to see this. So I think there's hope for incorporating more of those explicit results in, and I'd like to see more research on that. I guess also when on YouTube or something where they're like, did you find this satisfying afterwards? They are trying to measure these different preferences.
And I would also just add to that, there's decades of research on revealed versus stated preferences in psychology and economics. So I think a lot of that could be tapped into more. And I'm glad that people like Smita are kind of documenting some of those differences empirically in this context. So.
Just on a personal note, I think one of the things that, in reaction to this question that I think about a lot is that this is where I honestly really just want platforms to be a little bit crisper in how they talk about how their own algorithms function. Because platforms often say something like, we show people things they like. When in reality, what they do is show people things that are similar to things that they've historically engaged with or watched for a long time, which are not necessarily the same thing. And I think there's actually there's like a difference in the case of YouTube where they ask people this secondary question of, did you value that? That's like, after the fact, did I value that is different than, will I stare at it for a long time? Because like, I'll stare at a train wreck for a long time, but I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, just like a quick add-on to that, there's a psychologist at UC Berkeley, Celeste Kidd, that has been looking into sort of like kid YouTube and some of the generated content on kid YouTube and how when kids sort of look at these like train wreck videos effectively of just like insane things that, wild shapes, big heads, Cocomelon, no offense to Cocomelon, but just like very kind of not necessarily educational content, like it's not actually necessarily good for them. Like they pay attention to it because it's very abnormal and it's very strange, and it's not necessarily because it's enriching content or it's educating them, and so they're enraptured with interest, but because it's just sort of this like train wreck that they're staring at. So it might not be helpful for the kids' development to sort of pay attention to that for too long. So I feel like that's a great example of what you're talking about. Yeah.
And I think something else that's there, something that we all have to remember, that I think platforms need to remember, that the public needs to remember, is that so little kids are children are not tiny adults. Their brains are not just like scaled down versions of adult brains. Like different parts of the brain mature at different rates, and that you can't just take something that you built for adults and like this is true in drugs. You can't just like cut the dose and children's brains are they're just structurally different. And I think that this is where it gets, if you're talking about products for kids and you're then talking about an algorithm that you developed for adults, to think that it will behave the same way on that different population is just like, it's not true, and representing it in that way is inaccurate. Okay, so I see we have another question asker at the podium.
Hi, I'm Megan Gray of Gray Matters. And it occurs to me that these algorithmic amplification audits are already happening. There's too much money in it. With DSA, with FTC orders, with the Facebook housing discrimination, the big 5 auditing firms are already creating these audit models. I have no doubt that that has happened. And as usually happens with these audit models, you saw it with financial audits, you saw it with cybersecurity models, or cybersecurity audits, and then privacy audits, environmental, diversity. There's a timeline, and they start fairly rudimentary, right? And they get more sophisticated and complex as things go along. And also what I've noticed with the evolution of these in other industries is that the audits are not public. And they're also, if you even get a lead on one, you have to purchase it to see what the framework is. And I'm just wondering, given the interdisciplinary aspects of this, if y'all are in conversations with those big five green lampshade auditors who are in fact doing this already, because they're being paid by the companies being audited, and so these are probably not models that you would approve of, but in order to influence their development, there needs to be that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we start with Deb on this one?
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a lot of thinking that I've done with like Dan Ho, Peggy Xu, and Colleen Heisenberg at Stanford Law on this sort of analogy to other industries. And so we have this sort of ongoing project where we look at audit schemes in other domains and try to learn lessons for, you know, what went well and what went wrong. So in some domains that you mentioned, so finance, for example, like the SEC has the Edgar database where you could technically, there is like a publicly viewable or publicly requestable version of the audits that are done on financial institutions. And that's like, you know, and in particular, post-Enron finance has been very meticulous about thinking about the independence of the auditor and some of these problems that we're now sort of realizing are issues in the algorithm audit space today. And so there's a lot of these industries that have tried auditing as an accountability mechanism and have succeeded to varying degrees, and that we can learn a lot from. I think there's a couple of points that you mentioned. So I think one is the sort of, you were mentioning sort of the evolution of the methodology and sort of being careful. I think maybe you were alluding to the concern of audit washing, which Ellen Goodman had sort of written about at the German and Marshall Fund, where she sort of wrote a paper called Audit Washing, where they were talking about this concern of that has arisen in finance, and it has arisen also in like food safety and other spaces, where you do an audit, but what is like sort of publicly viewable is not necessarily useful as an accountability mechanism. And so it just ends up sort of being this checkbox activity that doesn't necessarily push forward you know, your ability to question or to push back on, you know, corporate activity. I think that that's a real possibility in this space, given the fact that the methodology is so, it's still really nascent and still really kind of chaotic. There's a lot of opportunity for various actors to just claim that they're an audit without any level of accreditation or training or independence. And so it's very possible for them to use any kind of metric that they want, and for that metric to be gamed by the platforms in various ways. You know, currently, the Digital Services Act requires an independent auditor to come in, which is selected by the company and paid by the company to come in and to do that audit. And I think there's a lot of speculation, like you alluded to, that, you know, one of the big four, so like Deloitte, you know, PwC, like those kind of traditional audit companies will come in and they'll, you know, Deloitte and some of these companies, McKinsey, already have algorithm audit teams in preparation for the DSA, and that they just come in and they do sort of this cosmetic exercise. They generate a report that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because they're just paid to sort of go through this process, and then they leave. So I think that that is a critique that I've heard, and it makes a lot of sense, but I think there's ways that we can kind of push back against it. So for one, there is the data access clause under the DSA, which allows for independent sort of public interest researchers to come in with their own questions and sort of have protected access to these systems. So they're not selected by or paid by these by the audit target. And so they have a different positioning, you know, civil society research, like academic researchers, and they can ask a different type of question and hold these companies accountable in a different kind of way. And then the other thing I'll mention is these internal sort of audit structures that are going to play out under the audit clause for the DSA. I think the way it's going to manifest is just that we're going to see a lot more documentation about these systems. Like a lot of the companies we're talking about, you know, Facebook, Twitter, they already have, or they did. Usually they had like, you know, integrity teams. They had people, you know, past, present, future, who knows? But like there's typically a responsible AI team or a, you know, integrity team that has been doing work and has been collecting metrics about some of these questions or some of these problems. Like I mentioned earlier, you know, there's reputational cost to not doing well on some of these things, even if there's not like legal liability. And so a lot of the information about these systems already lives on the inside. I think something like the DSA and some of the proposals, some of the bills coming through in the US, their goal is for these audits to happen, for that documentation to be sort of standardized or at least clarified in some way that you can kind of know what to expect, and then have that submittable to a regulator that then, advocates can then query and like have access to later on. So it makes it a little bit more open, or it makes the path for that information to be open in a different way than if the companies were just doing it voluntarily by themselves. We don't know exactly what they're doing. They're not mandated to collect specific metrics, so we have no clue sort of the scope of what their audits are about. But also they're not giving that information to any kind of regulator, so the regulators also have no idea what they're doing. So at least now, because the regulators will have visibility, there will be a pathway for, via FOIA requests, for example, for an external party to come in and request that information. So it's a step forward, even though it's not a perfect step. And I know that there's been quite a few people thinking about the sort of potential for this to go down the route of audit washing, because that's happened in these other industries. And they've been actively sort of advocating for different clauses, like the data access clause, like, some of these things I mentioned about like regulatory reporting, so making sure that the companies at least have to communicate with the regulator in ways that we can then request to see. So all of these things are things that people have actively been thinking about, given the lessons that we've learned from these other industries. So yeah, I think that's like a great point and a great perspective, but definitely something that people are reflecting on.
Does anyone else want to respond to that? I have so many questions. So many questions are also coming in from the from the online site. But one thing that several people had questions about, and something I know I myself think about a lot. So there's a lot of folks who are asking, how do we approach auditing when we're talking about systems that have very low explainability, like large language models? And but I wanted to broaden that question out a little bit for everyone, because I think we're not just talking about systems that inherently have low explainability because of sort of their structure, but also there's a lot of systems that have low explainability because platforms don't love sharing data. And while some new mechanisms are going to be opening up through the DSA, it is going to take some time for that to happen. So, I do think that I think a lot about how to approach black box auditing. I know everyone else here does too, but I guess I'm curious, if you could talk a little bit about, anyone who's interested in it, how you're approaching auditing these systems where an option isn't going in and looking at the model weights, right? How do we approach those kinds of problems?
I can jump in.
Yeah.
I don't really understand how auditing an LLM is less explainable than auditing a recommender system. Like, we just saw that huge diagram that Tomo showed, and there are LLMs that are probably parts of that for the embeddings and so on. So I don't see how it's different. And I think that when we're auditing, especially these systems, we're interested in like the downstream effects, not just what the model weights are. I don't even think the model weights would be that helpful. And Twitter, I think with the audits also, it's with the black box models, one trickiness is, if it's just changing day to day, what information did you learn at all? So I think it is important you have some kind of mechanistic idea of why you might be getting certain outcomes. Like for me, for example, with the recommender systems, I do think a lot of it comes from the objective function being misaligned. Like, it's optimizing for behavioral outcomes. So the things we get from the audit, sure, the models might be changing, they might upgrade to a new whatever model, but if it's ultimately still optimizing for the same kinds of things, and we believe mechanistically that these things would lead to these kinds of outcomes, then the audit is still worthwhile at that moment in time. Those are just some thoughts I have off the cuff.
I feel like one of the challenges with online platform audits, though, is reproducibility, because it's really hard to understand what sample you're looking at when because you're just trying to get a representative sample of the user base, but typically like different studies will take a different snapshot, and then, like you mentioned, sort of a different algorithm will be running at a different time, and it's really hard to figure out any level of consistency that can ensure reproducibility of these studies. So I know that that's something that as a community we have to think more about and talk more about, and there has been discussion of if companies are sharing information about their systems or are obliged to share information about their systems under law, maybe they should provide they should provide the representative sample, and that should be like a consistent data set that everybody works from, so we can have some degree of like guarantee of reproducibility. So I know that there's like practical roadblocks just because of the fact that we don't have direct access to the system or full information about the system that makes it really hard to come up with a very kind of like valid study. I will also add, like, something that I find interesting was, and this is again as part of conversations around data access and the DSA, is people kind of brought up that, it would be nice to have, information that could support in re-engineering, such as, the code, but like Smitha mentioned, that's not the most important or most interesting thing. There's a lot of information that you can get behaviorally, or you can just kind of collect based off of behaviors on the platform, or observe and collect about, like, just collect through observations of interactions on the platform. But I do think there hasn't been, like, it's really hard to do an intervention type-based study where you look, I think you, Smith, has sort of thought through that when you kind of had the default baseline compared to the algorithmic. And that's like Twitter allowing users to do that. But for like YouTube, for example, it would be really hard to come up with a experimental evaluation of different algorithms on YouTube, just because we don't have control as researchers on what algorithm is running on YouTube at a given moment. So I think that that's definitely a roadblock that makes it really difficult, and opening the box, or having a hand in the box would have been helpful for that purpose. I think also to the point about experiments, something that I found really interesting was there's sort of this, when we were doing the project on audit tooling, something that people were mentioning was sort of the use of simulation. Like there's the Simulacra project out of Stanford where they were sort of simulating Reddit using large language models, which seems insane, but it actually kind of was an opportunity for them to sort of test out different algorithms. I know the forensics AI, there's a group called Forensics AI, or Tracking Exposed, that also allows you to sort of rearrange items in the recommended panel on YouTube, and you can use that to simulate the deployment of different alternative algorithms. So there's some tools that people are coming up with to work around the fact that we don't have access to the direct system, and and it would be very difficult for them to agree to give us access. And I think that that's really pushing the whole field in the right direction of like, how far can we go? But I also feel like maybe the companies should be required to collaborate on some really important questions where experimental evaluation is really just what we need. And then I'll say the final point, which is again around data access. I think sometimes when people think data access, they say like, okay, give us the training set, or which is they're not gonna, but like give us like a representative sample, or just give us like information, something similar to what you might get from an API. But I think there's also a lot of interest, especially from sort of non-quantitative scholars that use non-quantitative methods, so like people from social science, where they want to just see like procedural documents. So they want to see, and this is how a lot of a certain amount of internal audit work happens. I remember when I worked on an internal audit project at Google, like a lot of that work was just collecting documentation from different teams throughout the company and piecing together a story of how what decisions were made by the engineers to get to a particular model. Were those the right decisions? Did that whole story make sense? Did the evaluations that were involved in this process make sense? And then reviewing that documentation as a form of audit. So I think this kind of procedural audit and collecting information around that is something that's under-considered as a valid form of investigating what's actually happening with these systems. And that information could be useful to have as well.
Unfortunately, that is all that we have time for. Good news, though, it's lunch outside. So so I think we have box lunches outside. Thank you. Oh, no, we don't have box lunches outside?
There's a list in your program of places nearby that you can go and eat during the lunch hour.
There's a list of places to go. Sorry about that.
I saw that too. I thought there was lunches at first. Awkward.
Nice job, everyone.
for now. It's been so long. Hey, Aviv, how you doing? Are you moderating? I'm not, no. I'm just hanging out. Just hanging out. Any job.
That's great. Yeah.
It's present. Yeah, it's present. I guess I'll be in a different venue anyway. Are you getting some lunch? I will. There's some, they did have actually lunches for the speakers in theory. I don't think I can eat them though. Yeah. Good to see you for a second. Yeah. Well, where are you all going? Okay. I have your number, so I'll try to catch you if it feels like I can get it. Yes.
I want to shut them down, block their exit.
I'm gonna see
throughout the pandemic, like thinking on a systems level related to algorithmic amplification that make you think of like a game, an arcade game, some sort of experience, even a video. That and if it doesn't amazing job, moderator.
Bye, Dr. Nelson.
I kind of find it funny though with the work that I do because like it's kind of I have a personal interest in the topic, but then I also have this like excuse to sort of ask questions, which is 90% of also why I was like very excited to do it.
A familiar feeling. And one of the things that we found was like the FCC privacy audit.
To see if I can find it.
Pretty much a sham audit. Like everything that should have happened.
I have some thoughts. I mean, some of them is like I'm thinking about like you know those like so I'm in the arcade space. I'm thinking about like you know the strong arm games, like things like that where you kind of have to like it's like about the strength that you bring to the table in mediating whether you win or not. I'm thinking about also like what it you know like the sort of when we're thinking about gamification, monetization, the sort of like spinning wheel games from like you know Wheel of Fortune. I mean, one of the things I've been thinking about is like, how do I take some of the language of emojis? Like, so what's fun about this one is it's like, you know, like the betting emoji is also using emojis, where I put emojis in the the slot machine emoji to make it like about. Gosh, it's like a more meta. It's more of a meta thing, and like the the distortion of the fun house of mirrors thing. But so one of the things we were talking about is like, how can we then take, you know.
your papers very much.
Yours too.
How far along have you been on your thesis? We've talked about this already?
I'm in my second year.
Yeah.
So I haven't thought about the broad arc.
Is that kind of, have you done all the coursework parts?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting because like.
Have you been down at Cornell Tech the whole time, or do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's like the computer science discipline is sort of like you just publish, and string them together at the end and call it a thesis. But I think sort of the mentorship from Helen has rubbed off on me, and I think there'll be probably a bigger project that isn't like directed at publication immediately. So we'll see.
Okay. That's all right.
Do you have slides?
Not a slide, a handout. But
Yes.
I didn't print it up, so.
A digital.
A digital handout.
Yeah.
Do you want us to put the QR code in or the text?
Oh, the QR code.
The QR code.
Yeah, not the text. The lighting is quite strong, isn't it?
I think it's probably. No, it's not even the projector. Sometimes it's the projector, but it's just lighting.
The attachment. No idea. Another minute or two. Okay.
Annie, are you based in New York or? Oh, great. Me too. So I didn't have to travel far.
That's nice. And you're just doing a PhD?
Yes,
In what
yeah.
area?
In information science. Yeah, and I'm a bit at Cornell, but they have this new campus in New York City, so I get to be based here.
And where are you based in Australia?
I'm in Australia. I'm the Australian National. I have an Oxford affiliation.
Yes. Okay.
paper you say you're Australian. Yeah, no, I identify as Australian. I'm definitely more Australian than British. Only 12 now, but yeah. The best 12 years. Yeah, I have much more connection to Australia than I have anything. Did you grow up in England? Yeah. But shallowly. I just kind of like, yeah, I sort of just like British culture landscape, so yeah, there we go. Pretty much the whole thing. I spent 3 months in Oxford at the start of the year. Spent the whole time trading in Australia in summer for a British winter. Public audience.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you for being here. I'm Katie Glenn Bass. I am the research director at the Knight First Amendment Institute. We're about to begin our third panel, but first I'd like to take just a moment to acknowledge the many people at the Knight Institute who have worked for months to make this event possible. We have a really great team at the Institute, and it really takes just about everybody to make something like this come together. Lorraine Kenny, Candace White, Victoria Tang, Kitty Ahmed, Rashad Thompson, Madeline Wood, Adriana Lamarand, Reed Kanan, Helen Zong, Roy Rinberg, Soham Mehta, and most especially our communications coordinator, Isabel Adler, who started this job 2 months ago and was immediately thrown into producing the largest event we've ever had. Thank you all very much for your hard work. I now have the pleasure of introducing this panel. The discussion we're about to begin focuses on normative questions. We'll begin by considering how algorithmic platforms are changing the way attention is distributed, how culture evolves and spreads, and how we communicate. And we'll get into specifics about what troubles us most about amplification, what values should motivate these platforms. This discussion presents a unique opportunity to take stock of how algorithmic amplification has changed our societies and to advance some visions for a better future. We have 3 brilliant speakers who will share their thoughts on this today. Annie Dorson is a theater director working at the intersection of algorithmic art and live performance. Her most recent piece, Prometheus Firebringer, will have its New York premiere in May. And in her spare time, she is completing her 2nd year of law at NYU School of Law. Annie, in addition, is soldiering through a back injury to be here with us today, so she's going to remain seated, and we are doubly appreciative of her making the trek up here. Next, we have Benjamin Laufer, who is a PhD candidate at Cornell Tech. He studies the values and politics embedded in technological systems, particularly those deployed in high-impact, high-complexity domains in the public realm. And we have Seth Lazar, a professor of philosophy at the Australian National University, an Australian Research Council Future Fellow, and a Distinguished Research Fellow of the University of Oxford Institute for Ethics in AI. Annie, would you please go ahead and start us off with your presentation?
Sure. Hi, I'm Annie. Thanks very much to the Knight Institute for inviting me to take part in this, what I'm sure is going to be a really interesting conversation.
So this paper arose out of some conversations that Sam Gill and I had about the increasing encroachment of digital logic into the performing arts. Sam is the executive director of the Doris Duke Foundation, so he and I are on like opposite sides of the table from each other quite often. And in the performing arts, you know, people have generally considered themselves to be operating outside of digital capitalist logic and somehow immune to many of the issues affecting other industries. As Sam and I discussed, we thought there were a couple of propositions that seemed vitally important, but that had so far been mostly ignored by members of the arts community. So our audience is really that community, and then further those who are thinking about the logic of digital platforms in a more broad sort of social science way. So for context, this is a period in which arts institutions and artists have been going through a period of intense self-reflection about labor representation, the source of funding, and more. But the assimilation of digital technology into the arts, into its production, distribution, and consumption has hardly been considered. Nonetheless, that assimilation raises critical political and normative questions about the status of the artist, the value of art, and the social role of arts and culture institutions. So we wanted, first of all, to make that case and to exhort our colleagues in the performing arts to take these questions seriously, to regard digital technology not only in terms of audience reach and revenue stream, but also as raising foundational questions about the purpose and quality of art itself. The second idea is that the digitization of the arts can illuminate something about the overall social reorganization we're currently experiencing, which is to say, to the extent we're grappling with how digitization is reshaping our society, its impact on the arts has something to teach us about how this is happening and what the stakes are. So to that end, we want to demonstrate how the logic that prioritizes generating an increasing share of monetizable human attention over all else affects the arts and implants vulnerabilities in other systems of social value. As it has in other contexts, this logic has the potential to degrade or even wipe out institutional systems which were designed to realize and protect important social goods. In the arts context, it operates as a kind of bait and switch. Digital platforms promise the development of new audiences, broader accessibility, and new revenue streams, but they end up producing many of the same damaging outcomes we've seen elsewhere. The reduction of everything into content, the further concentration of corporate control, the erosion of authoritative human discernment, and the intensification of human labor. Now, the capitalist logic of attention capture is neither wholly new nor particularly new to the performing arts. From one perspective, you know, we started it. And that raises the question of whether things online are different by virtue of something about how digital platforms work, or just because digital technology enables the production of so much more of everything. We think there are some ways in which it's qualitatively different, and that taken together, these features of industrial-scale digital production affect a profound shift in how creative expression is organized. Bright lines of intention, which traditionally separate the amateur from the professional, or of audience, traditionally separating producers from consumers, have been muddied. Modes of production have been adjusted according to new ends and imperatives. Traditional authorities have been displaced and diminished. So a key goal of this paper is to locate what we term the missing politics of digital creativity. I mentioned earlier that arts communities and institutions have been going through a period of intense self-examination, and this is a long overdue appraisal of the ethical implications of what we do. But absent from these conversations is any discussion of technology that might be remotely described as political. So we argue that going digital is not merely a mode shift, that to engage in digital creative production is to say something about what art is and what it's for. In the digital sphere, art is content like any other, and its purpose, like all other content, is to generate attention share. The gravitational pull of clickability has proven irresistible in other fields with high professional standards, maybe most notably in journalism. And there's no reason to think the arts will be any exception. As digital platforms colonize the creative fields, the ceaseless drive to prioritize the forms of engagement that maximize human attention share will not only shape how the dance troupe or the ensemble performs in a digital context, but will increasingly influence how their analog prospects play out as well. Because digital and analog existences are now so interdependent, the failure to compete online translates materially in the stature of the creator and their currency in the real-life cultural marketplace. You know, do they have an online following that an in-person venue can hook into? Digital imperatives may increasingly be influencing the art that gets made to begin with. Silicon Valley's perennial promise to democratize access to the means of production has, in the context of the arts, a very specific meaning. Here, to democratize means to make available, at an initially low cost, a set of tools that allow one to participate in aesthetic production toward a predetermined economic and aesthetic destiny. As a consequence, while promising to remedy the elitism, homogeneity, and exclusionary gatekeeping of traditional institutions, digital services may paradoxically subject all artists, from amateurs and hobbyists to outsider artists and professionals, to immersion in and co-optation by corporate-owned digital services that are managed according to their corporate ends, and most definitely not to enable the creative independence of artists. Of course, 20th century commercial media and traditional cultural institutions have also embodied a complex and often contradictory relationship between economic incentives and civic obligations. But the existence of those obligations was at least a topic of both internal and public discussion. When it comes to traditional cultural institutions, somewhere in the inevitably polluted and fraught system of judgments about what constitutes aesthetic quality is a sincere belief in the value of art. Despite everything, cultural institutions are designed precisely in order to support artistic achievement and experience. For the digital platforms, by contrast, the only absolute value is audience engagement. So to state the obvious, these platforms do not exist to promote art. Aesthetic considerations are not even cognizable, much less able to assert themselves. The platforms may present themselves as neutral arbiters, simply reflecting the desires of users who ultimately make the real decisions about what content is amplified or presented. But as long as attention share commands absolute priority over other social goods in the development and operation of these services, there will be risks to aesthetic distinctiveness and to the psychically and materially sustainable production of the arts. So if the time is overdue for introspection and discussion within the arts and culture community about the digitization of the arts, and within the growing community of socio-technical researchers and practitioners about what the arts can teach us about the consequences of digitization more broadly, there are several steps that we think performing artists and cultural institutions can take now to mitigate some of these seemingly inevitable negative impacts. I'll mention just two, because the time is going fast. First, artists and institutions can seek out technology platforms and digital services that align with pro-social values, such as human-centeredness, open source, privacy respecting. There's a growing market of companies explicitly seeking to distinguish themselves from large incumbent operators precisely on the basis of different ethical orientations. Artists and institutions can work to help those initiatives succeed by publishing partnerships, publicizing partnerships, and communicating the reasoning behind their choice of where to put their digital resources. Artists and institutions should also be thinking about aligning their programming and sponsorship choices with those values. This includes considering the sources of funding of technology-related projects, just as one might consider the sources of funding for other programming. If you wouldn't take money from the Sacklers, should you really be taking money from Meta? I'll just end with a couple of questions, all of which are worthy of much more discussion in their own right. So what will enable greater visibility of this missing politics of digital creativity? And how can aesthetic discernment be preserved without aiding and abetting historic systems of aesthetic exclusion? What are morally appropriate forms of engagement with technology operators? When do those operators cross the line from having different but potentially compatible incentives to becoming the Sacklers of digital pollution? And how do we challenge so-called digital disruption at inception before it's been inscribed into the materiality of the economy? In other words, how could we move more slowly and avoid breaking so very many things? Thank you.
Ben, you want to come up?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Does this work? So I'm going to be talking about a paper that I'm writing in collaboration with Helen Nissenbaum, who's in the audience and who's my advisor, so shout out. So I want to start with an invitation to the audience, which is a question that hopefully will get clarified over the course of this little presentation, which is what constitutes a good knowledge process. And when I say knowledge process, I'm referring to the many varied, long-standing ways that we gain, accumulate, and verify knowledge. So say you come across a post on Twitter that has a piece of information about vaccines and their safety. What would you use to verify that knowledge, or how can you believe that claim? You might use encyclopedias or randomized control experiments. You might use a paper that underwent peer review, textbooks, remembering what you learned in school. These processes allow us to take a claim, say that vaccines are safe, and confidently vet and verify. And so the sort of argument that we want to put forward and the angle that we've been taking on amplification is that at the root of worries about algorithmic amplification is the erosion and deterioration of our collective, trustworthy, reliable knowledge processes. And so now we'll step back and ask what do we mean by algorithmic amplification? And I want to point to two things. The first is that online platforms are increasingly able to determine the reach of posts and content in absolute terms. And the second is that online platforms are able to direct content to particular audiences. And so, of course, there are a huge set of behaviors that might constitute amplification. Any post, any retweet might be described as amplification, and that's a very broad set of behaviors. And within that, we might say that some subset of that large group are wrongful or problematic forms of amplification. Others might be permissible or good. And the sort of two broad questions that this event asks is, what is amplification and what should we do about it? But we sort of want to wedge in the middle and say, actually, in some cases, we might not want to do anything, and in other cases, we might think that algorithmic amplification is causing a huge problem. And so, what's the concern? Over the course of this event and in writing on the topic, you'll see a range of concerns that have been brought up related to algorithmic amplification. So these include polarization, extremism, misinformation, bias and unfairness, autocracy and the imbalance of power, violence. All of these things are pressing and extremely important to talk about and to try to measure empirically, and I commend everybody who's devoted resources towards these topics. But the sort of provocation that we want to make is to say that none of these actually fill the space that we want it to fill when we ask, what are wrongful forms of amplification? These are consequences and symptoms of a system that isn't serving us as a society, but none of these individually can function as a definition that grounds, or a standard that grounds, wrongful instances of amplification. So I'll start by talking about two sort of attempts to define amplification and sort of respond to them, and then I'll give a positive account of what we in the paper argue should be the focus of many of these worries. So the first approach is to use a baseline feed, and we've heard this topic come up a number of times, and I think we'll continue to hear it come up. And the risk is, as you've heard before, that using a baseline feed and defining amplification as the departure from a baseline feed risks sort of covering the harms that exist in the baseline case as neutral and restricting the scope of problems for analysis to only those that arise from the departure from a baseline feed. And that can be overly restricting, and also, not to mention, in cases like TikTok and YouTube, where there's no underlying social graph, things like reverse chronological feeds or other feeds that might be described as neutral are really just irrelevant to the platform, because you wouldn't want to see the last 10 posts that on YouTube, or the last 10 videos on YouTube. They might not be in a language that you speak. So the second sort of approach that we see in the literature is to think of problematic amplification as essentially equivalent to the amplification of problematic content. And we also think this is sort of narrow, a bit of a narrow definition. And so on this, like in this view, there are huge issues in society like bias and extremism and polarization. And there are certain posts that very clearly might contribute to those big problems in society. And in those cases, it's definitely worthwhile to think about content moderation and other strategies, but to restrict an understanding of algorithmic amplification to only finding those problems within content online risks sort of the broader issues at play. And even if we scrubbed the internet of posts that we find deplorable, I'm not sure that's the be-all, end-all that would then solve these broader problems. And Professor Nelson spoke about this nicely earlier, about how algorithms and technologies are a small part of a very networked and broad and complex set of problems. So instead of what we call the content approach, we advocate for a process-oriented approach. And we argue that the issue of algorithmic amplification raises to the level of knowledge and sort of how do we know what we know. And I'll try not to sound overly cliche and meta as I'm talking about this, but we'll see. So most of what we call knowledge is secondhand. You might directly perceive something like the sky is blue, but a lot of the information that we say that we know doesn't come from direct perception, but instead comes from being told that it is so. So you might have learned something in school or read something online. And the internet is a special case where pretty much everything you see, you can be sure that that's secondhand knowledge. And this creates a huge problem that has existed for many, many years, which is, where do we place our trust? How can we be sure that a piece of information is trustworthy and sound? And so over these hundreds of years, we've developed what we call epistemic processes, and we define these as a bundle of norms, conventions, and institutions that are aimed at achieving sound, reliable, and trustworthy knowledge. And over hundreds of years, of course, these institutions and norms are far from perfect and contain a multitude of problems, but they're absolutely essential, and they often are taken for granted. So people don't go around thinking about citation or controlled experiments, but people rely on those practices and those processes to reliably place their trust in certain sources and not others. And so the argument that we want to make is that algorithms for search and for recommendation, among others, have profound implications for our collective knowledge processes. And we need to be thinking at the level of process to understand the potential wrongs and problems that are arising. So when an algorithm is optimized for engagement, for example, we might see clickbait or faulty and untrustworthy claims over claims that, you know, are careful and cite their sources and focus on the process or the source of information. But it doesn't have to be political, or it doesn't even have to be about truth with a capital T. So when an algorithm is based on payment, for example, you might see in a shopping search result worse products that are more expensive than better products that are cheaper, because those products bought their position in a feed. That's an algorithmic logic, and one that we might object to. It doesn't have to do with these like high and mighty principles, but it's just a very clearly a process that is objectionable. So, the sort of $1 million question here, and one that
we're just starting to think about and has been really fun to take this frame is to ask what norms and procedures and algorithms might bolster and help sound and reliable knowledge production. And examples abound: citation and attribution, participation, some amount of antagonism or debate, some amount of protection of speech. All of these things are norms that we can think of in a broader process for creating a common and shared stock of knowledge. Thank you.
You want to say that? Yeah, sure.
So just before I start, just to say thank you so much to Arvind and to Katie and to everyone at the Knight Foundation for organizing this. I feel sort of heretical because I'm going to start at some point during this. I'm going to start at some point in this, like, slamming freedom of expression as a basis for thinking about these problems. So despite being at the Knight Foundation for the First Amendment. But I want to start with another, with a great American philosopher and a quote from them. Hopefully this will give you... I don't actually have slides. There's a handout at, if you go to write.as, like write as in writing, write.as/Seth Lazar, my name, then you will find the handout. There it is. Yeah, good. So I want to start with a quote from John Dewey, this wonderful American philosopher. Okay, so here we go. The ties which hold people together in action are numerous, tough, and subtle, but they are invisible and intangible. We have the physical tools of communication as never before. The thoughts and aspirations congruous with them are not communicated and hence are not common. Without such communication, the public will remain shadowy and formless, seeking spasmodically for itself, but seizing and holding its shadow rather than its substance. Till the great society is converted into a great community, the public will remain in eclipse. Communication can alone create a great community. Okay, so what's kind of distinctive about this quote? Like, why have I brought it up? The reason is that we kind of need a positive ideal to aim at in all of these discussions. And a lot of what we're doing is instead focusing on the sort of the negatives, the pathologies of the digital public sphere. What I'm going to do in this talk is try and sort of take the other approach and think about like what it is that we should be aiming at. Okay, so on the handout you see there's 11 points. It's a long paper and I'm going to go through it quite quickly. But let's start, right? So the starting point is a descriptive claim, one that many of the different papers that are part of this symposium are affirming, which is that platforms shape communication and they distribute attention. They do this through three particular modalities: the design of the platforms, their moderation decisions, and their curation decisions. Okay, amplification is one type of curation decision. The way in which attention is distributed and communication is shaped is a function of all of these different things. It has to do with, like, you know, as we've seen over the last week or so with Twitter, it has to do with policies like identity verification, like the format in which you're able to post, whether you have short or long form tweets, for example. Anybody who's got a blue check here, you know, not clicking on that show more link, like no matter how much you've paid. But the design, the affordances of the platform shape how it's possible for us to communicate. The moderation decisions obviously determine what's being distributed, and then curation decisions determine the reach of the things that are being communicated. Now, there's a big question about whether these features of platform architecture, the design, moderation decisions, and curation decisions, whether they're responsible for the pathologies of the digital public sphere, whether they're causing it. It's a really hard thing to figure out kind of in an almost epidemiological way. But the reality is that, like, whether or not we can actually directly causally attribute the pathologies like manipulation, epistemic pollution, and abuse to these features of platform design, it's pretty clear that they're implicated in the pathologies, that there is a sort of a degree of complicity there. And at the same time, it's also clear that the only way in which we're going to remedy these pathologies will come about through some form of work through pulling these levers of platform design, curation, and moderation. So given that these are the only kind of tools that we have to shape communication and distribute attention, we're going to need positive ideals to aim at. We're going to need to know, like, how to use them better. Like, we're effectively governing the digital public sphere, and so we need a goal, right? But that's like the sort of contentious claim. Like, maybe you could say, no, it's all right, we don't really need positive ideals. All we need to do is go around and figure out all of the distinctive pathologies of the digital public sphere and just kind of whack-a-mole them one by one, like knock them back. So I don't think that's enough for three reasons. One, I think that
if you're trying to think about some specific intervention to address some pathology of the digital public sphere, you're often going to need to have a goal in mind in terms of how you actually operationalize that intervention. This is clearly true if you think we're going to try and fix things by shaping recommender systems around better goals, like optimizing for what. Secondly, we're going to have to think about trade-offs, because the different interventions that we make are going to work against one another sometimes. If you have a common goal to aim at, then that gives you a sense of like how you can express those interventions in a common currency. And then the last point is that the nature of the goal that you aim at is going to constrain the means that can be used to pursue it. Right? This is this idea that what justifies limits. You know, the character of what you're trying to achieve determines what you can actually do in order to achieve it. So we need a positive goal, but if you look to political philosophy, you're going to sort of find yourself scrabbling around trying to find what it is that you might aim at. That quote I gave you at the outset from John Dewey, that's not a tradition that has been picked up within political philosophy over the last 100 years. Instead, what you'll find is a lot of work on freedom of expression. Right? That's where people will often go in order to give an account of like how we should redesign platforms so as to better shape communication and distribute attention. And I think this is a mistake, not because I don't think that freedom of expression is important. I think it's extremely important. But I think that it's kind of trying to get a single concept to do too much duty, to kind of work in areas where the concept and the normative ideals that it aims at are not really tailored for that purpose. I think that freedom of expression is best understood as being fundamentally about a kind of right of self-sovereignty, grounded in the fact that we have this sort of unique and unilateral control over how we express ourselves, and that for someone else to kind of impinge on that is a very significant incursion into our autonomy. And I think that what we're dealing with here, when we're thinking about how to shape communication and distribute attention, we're not dealing with the question of like incursions into autonomy. We're thinking about like how do you positively enable people to reach an audience? Like under what conditions do you do that? What kinds of communication do you make feasible? It's a very different question from what we might have in thinking about freedom of expression, which is essentially, you know, what are the limits to the state's incursions into individual speech? Okay, so I think that freedom of expression is the wrong lens to go to here. Some people think that, you know, like freedom of expression has always been about kind of communication as well as just expression. That we've always cared about like the audience that you reach, not only your ability to express yourself. I think that's a little bit of kind of like retconning the history of freedom of expression, but also I think that if we're going to focus on communication itself, we should actually directly focus on it and talk about like what it means to pursue a goal of kind of just communication within a society. So that's where I think we need this ideal of communicative justice. And I'm not going to give you a full theory of communicative justice in the few minutes that remain to me. I'm just going to sort of describe why we need to think about justice in communication, and then I'm going to give you the two types of ingredients that we need in order to build a theory of communicative justice. So why think about this as a matter of justice? And like I've been talking with Jonathan Stray here about this phenomenon of kind of justice creep, where we want to kind of propagate categories of justice in a kind of profligate way. And like one needs to be sort of careful about that. And I think that this is a good case of thinking about justice for two reasons. First of all, one of the questions that we're asking here is how do you distribute attention? Attention is a scarce resource. Questions of how to distribute a scarce resource are fundamentally questions of justice. Second, communication is a collective endeavor. It's something that requires coordination, cooperation. It requires individuals to restrain themselves from pursuing what might be in their own interest in order to achieve greater kind of overall goods both for themselves and for others. This situation where you're trying to achieve these individual and collective goods that you can only get through coordination, where there are benefits and burdens that have to be distributed in the pursuit of those goods, that again is paradigmatically a question of justice. So that gives you a sort of a map to how we can build a theory of communicative justice that can actually provide us with a positive goal when thinking about how to redesign platforms, how to redesign how we shape communication and distribute attention. You need two basic types of ingredients. The first ingredient is the interests that you're aiming at, the goods that you're trying to achieve. Like what are the communicative goods that are served by a system of shaping communication and distributing attention? And as Ben was just saying, one of those is, for example, knowledge production. But that's not the only thing. We also want the ability to coordinate with others. We want the bare good of sort of individual recognition that comes from being kind of having others pay attention to one, not ignore you. Right? We also want this broader good that Dewey was really talking about of civic robustness, like the ability for publics to come together and hold power to account. Okay, so these are the goods that we're trying to achieve when we're aiming at communicative justice. But this isn't just about kind of taking a particular value and just optimizing for it, irrespective of how you achieve that. Like, it's really crucial not only that you aim for this goal and that you promote it, but that you do so in a way that respects our fundamental moral equality. That's what makes this an account of justice. So in addition to that, we need further norms, like, that constrain the pursuit of these goods. There are 3 different kinds of norms, and maybe in the Q&A we can go into them in detail. I'll just give you the headline sketch of them. The first kind is the norms of substantive justification. This is what I call the what question. And this is where you take that sort of broader theory of, like, the goods that you're aiming at, and you ask these kind of questions about how it's going to be distributed, for example. Like, so just as one sort of thought, one of the things that you need to think about in distributing the burdens of communication and collective communication is how we're going to kind of police abuse and misbehavior. Okay, and one thing that you can do is you can rely on people to kind of police things for themselves. So, you can have people kind of block folks who they don't want to hear from online. But obviously that means that those who are most subject to abuse are going to have to bear the greatest burden of actually remediating it. That's obviously not a fair way to go about realizing sort of the communicative values that we're aiming at. Okay, so that's just one example of a distributive question. Another example is, like, how do we achieve something like fair equality of opportunity in the goods that attention brings to people? So, how do you go beyond just kind of this Matthew effect where the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? So those are the kind of the what questions that we need to think about. The next set of questions is really important and that we don't think about enough, especially I think in the sort of in the technical disciplines working on these questions, is the who question, the question of proper authority. Like, who gets to decide how these things are going to be distributed, like what we're going to aim at. Like, it's a really easy question to sort of forget about when you're just thinking about what we're going to optimize for. You just focus on kind of the substantive justification question. But in many ways, the who question is the most pressing. And this ultimately comes down to the question of, do we want private platforms making these decisions about how to realize these communicative goods? On the other hand, do we want states making these decisions when states are often kind of the biggest threat to individual communication, right, to free speech as well? How can we find some alternatives that kind of split the difference between these two possibilities? Okay, so that's the who question of proper authority. The last question is the how question of procedural legitimacy. Like, how do you go about doing this? I think there's some really interesting insights to be gained from thinking about, like, both the questions of, if you like, textual procedural legitimacy that platforms raise. Like, how should we think about the enforcement of terms of service? Should we think about that through the lens of kind of due process and a sort of private analog of the rule of law? Or should we think about it as through the lens more of like administrative law, for example, and think of it more at the systemic level? But there's also these questions of technical procedural legitimacy. So thinking about the nature of the algorithms that are distributing speech, for example, how we gain insight into them, whether we only want kind of a bare level of transparency, like producing the source code for the algorithm as Twitter recently did, or do we want something deeper, like more access to platform data, a greater ability to do, for example, on-platform tests, like some people at this conference are calling for. Okay, so those are the 3 kind of elements that we want to aim at to build a theory of communicative justice. On the one hand, you've got the interests that we're just defining, the individual and collective goods that communication aims at that we want to promote. On the other hand, you've got these norms that constrain it in order to respect our moral equality. The substantive question, the what question, what are we aiming at? The who question of who gets to decide, and the how question of procedural legitimacy. There's way more on that link up there, and there's more in the long paper, but I'll look forward to talking more about this and about the other papers with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you all. These were really excellent papers. So I'm just going to offer a few thoughts, and then I'll start us off with a question for all of you. I really appreciated the way these papers each tried to bring more precision to the concerns we have about algorithmic platforms, how they've changed knowledge production, how they've changed artistic expression, how they've changed communication. And you've also done that without falling back on even implying that the pre-algorithmic era was better or preferable. You all acknowledge that there are problems with that underlying foundation as well, and I think we're going to come back to that a little later. There have been some benefits from the decline of gatekeepers, or at least the gatekeepers we used to have, like a somewhat more inclusive public discourse, the ability to bring attention to one's ideas or work without a built-in audience. And there are plenty of problems with the way culture was influenced and driven or communication took place before the internet took hold. Another thing I really loved is coming from a law and policy background, these papers made me realize that the conversations I tend to have in my circles around how to change these platforms, how to mitigate their harms or clean them up or whatever it is often really constrained by what we think is possible in the short term. Like we're always trying to come up with solutions within the bounds of the current platforms. And until quite recently, we also gave a lot of credence to what the leaders of those platforms claimed was possible for them to do. We're getting better at challenging them on that, but one thing I was really struck by when I was reading these papers is how important it is to take time to consider what we want these spaces to look like in the much longer term, even if we're not sure what is possible or achievable at this moment, or if what we want is not necessarily possible or achievable right now. So to begin, I think I'm just going to ask you each to share one reaction to your fellow panelists, because I saw you all taking notes as you were presenting. Something about their argument that you want to build on, or something you might want to challenge. Annie, do you want to begin?
I do, yeah. Okay, so I have, this is like a question, right, for Seth. Because I wrote down when you said attention is a scarce resource, and it's something I've been thinking about a lot, is how to maybe get out of the trap of thinking in sort of pre-commodified terms about something like attention. Think rather qualitatively, think not of attention as a resource that could be extracted, could be monetized in some way or exchanged. And I wonder if you have thoughts about that. I love going back to Dewey, and I love this notion of civic robustness and the desire to think about communication as a way of coordinating with others towards common goals. It seems to me that when we think about attention as scarce, we've maybe undone a little bit of that work already by sort of going into a logic, a zero-sum kind of logic, no?
Thank you, yes, that's a really good question. I'll confess that I've sort of taken on that language in a fairly unreflective way. But I think that the thing that you're describing, of sort of the problem with it, which I completely get, has to do with a background kind of normative framework that goes with the idea of attention as being a resource. Because like we can think of things as a resource without that necessarily having these capitalist implications. Right. You know, like for example, natural resources that we have common ownership over. Yeah. And I think that the question is like, how do we view it in terms of like the sort of humanistic goals that we're aiming at, the collective goals that we're aiming at. And here, this is something I didn't talk about in great detail, but the goods of attention, they're goods from the perspective of the sort of the person who seeks attention, who's speaking. But they're also goods from the perspective of the person whose attention is being allocated. And the goal is to kind of allocate I think it is a scarce phenomenon, resource or otherwise, to allocate it in ways that serve the interests that attention can serve. So in that sense, it's a kind of pro-social goal of enabling kind of coordination, better communication, kind of civic robustness, but also, for you personally, entertainment and enjoyment and better knowledge and kind of the goods of two-way interaction, for example. So I think it's less the notion of it being a resource that's the problem, more the assumption that there's a sort of a kind of capitalist zero-sum kind of profit drive.
Right. Thank
you. Ben, before you offer your thoughts, could you please pass me that iPad so that I can see the audience questions too? Thank you.
Are they writing their questions on the
Yes, so you can submit questions. If you go to the QR code, you'll go to a Google form, or a little later we'll open up the mics in the audience. Ben, please go ahead.
So I was just going to say, Annie, I loved the paper and the talk, and I thought the sort of interesting connection was when you were talking about the blurring lines between expert and amateur and audience and artist, and these sort of like boundaries are now in question, and I do think that like with technology you have disruption, and then there's a question of norms. Like over time, then the norms start to arise again, and I wonder like, how do you think about celebrating some ways that those lines are being erased, but while also realizing the like threats to the existing way of doing things?
Very glad that you pointed that out, because I should do this. I think what I'd say is like I think I'll speak for myself. Sam's not here. Is that I want to deepen the ambiguity between what professional and amateur means, what insider outsider means, and unfortunately, I think what happens, is that we lived in a world in which those boundaries were always unstable and always contested, but we all sort of pretended as though they existed in a stable form. Now we know that they've been exploded. That could be a fantastic development. It's not a fantastic development the way it's happening right now, because in a way we're getting kind of the, well, I don't know if I want to say this, but I wanted to say for a second, like, we're getting maybe the worst of both worlds, that we're getting all of the disorientation and the lack of trust and the lack of sort of meaningful communication without the opportunity to, like, but also with a kind of like shallowness. So that, is sort of inarticulate. But what I would love to see, thinking about, we don't know how to build the future that we want to see, but I'd love to see the possibility that these disruptions produce like more and deeper ambiguities, as opposed to, more and cheaper things to buy, right? Like, yeah.
Thanks.
So I'm going to be greedy and ask you each a question. So Len, I'll do them, I guess, both at once, and then have you both respond. Ben, for you, and this, in a way goes back to the paper from Tomo earlier. I said yesterday, I hate reverse chronological as much as the next person, right? It's and like I said yesterday, it sucks, especially if you live in a time zone that is very different from the time zone of the people you're most interested in hearing from. It is the absolute pits. You wake up in Australia and you're like, well, I've got 8 hours of content to go through. No, thank you. So I don't like reverse chronological, but I do think that there is a sense in which it does constitute a neutral baseline. And I think that there is a sense in which as well there is value in having a neutral baseline. So let me just sort of expand on that thought, right? So it's neutral in the sense of it is content independent. So it doesn't involve making any judgments about the content of the different posts. Whereas any other, like, algorithmic means does make a judgment. It makes a judgment about how likely you are to like this post based on its content. And I think that's kind of, that's significant. That means it doesn't make a certain kind of value judgment. And that's something that we might well care about. And then why is it useful to know and to have a neutral baseline? Well, ideally because, we want to be able to figure out, like, if there's attention being distributed, we want to have a sense of, like, what's the quantum of attention that's being distributed by the platform, and what's the quantum of attention that's being distributed by kind of user choice? Because you might think that, like, if the attention is being distributed by genuine user choice, then that's kind of legitimated by the fact that it's based on people's free choices. The stuff that's done by the platform, you might say, well, they have obligations to distribute that part. So, like, in an ideal world, if you could conceptually separate these two out, then it would be, I think, like, morally relevant on some pretty plausible theories around fair equality opportunity. So that one will be for you, and I'll do the one for you, and then I can shut up.
Can I take it, and then you do the one?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, do that.
Okay, so I think I agree with part of what you said and want to push on another part. So the first is this neutral, and the idea that a reverse chronological feed is content independent. I think that's not true. I think if you have a reverse chronological feed, for example, people might be incentivized, like on the producer side, you might be incentivized to post more and shorter posts rather than longer and individual posts because you want to get to the top of a feed, compared to, for example, an engagement-based recommendation. So all of these dynamics are at play, and I don't think it's possible to separate the content from the policy. But the broader point is understood, and I think, like, my sense on this is, if you're an empirical researcher and you're doing a randomized control trial or an audit or something, you have to be reductive. You have to abstract and operationalize concepts in order to measure them. And so in that sense, it's really useful to use a baseline. But if we're imagining what's good and what are good forms of amplification and what are bad forms of amplification, then constraining that inquiry to the departure from a baseline is problematic, and that's sort of what we argue in the paper. But yeah, I think the existence of a baseline for the sake of measurement is totally viable and can be valid.
So I have thoughts, but let me, I'll do the question to Annie. So this is like, in some ways the elephant in the room
in any discussion around AI that isn't directly on this topic.
Yeah.
But especially for creative artists, the rise of generative AI and the ability to kind of just scrape people's work and then reproduce it, leading to these really big questions about copyright. What I wanted to sort of pose to you was that there's a sort of this overlap between our papers. I went through this very quickly in the paper, let alone in the talk. But one of the collective goods that I think we're aiming at with communication is a vibrant creative economy.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of artists who I've seen kind of pushing back against things like Stable Diffusion and DALL-E have not been framing things in that way. Instead, they've been framing things in terms of individual consent and copyright. Yeah. And I think that's a mistake. They should instead be saying, what are we doing to our creative economy here? So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So I'm also writing a large paper about taking a moral rights approach to thinking about generative AI. For the non-copyright nerds in the audience, basically, from my perspective, going about this through a copyright infringement perspective is like, doesn't fit the actual conduct very well and wouldn't really protect artists very well either right now or definitely not long term. So I completely couldn't agree with you more about that. I don't think that an individualized sort of consent-based approach is going to do very much, and I definitely don't think trying to squeeze like what Stability is doing with artwork into like copyright boxes is I sort of doubt it's going to work, first of all, and then I don't think it would actually redress the harms. So moral rights, I think, would be like from a legally mechanistic way. I think if we could revive that concept a little bit and think about it as in terms of like rights of personhood, that might do more. But I won't get into that. What I really want to say is that I think of these tools as essentially contributing to nihilism. I mean, past the theft of artwork, which is one thing for sure, and past the sort of datafication of things that should not be datafied, and past the shortcuts it allows people to take through the process, which is actually the fun part of making art and the fun part of experiencing it, past like all the thinking that can get produced when you're actually engaging with like another human being who has made something they want you to experience, past all of that, these things are essentially statistical noise in a shape that tickles our eye. So that's like a kind of nihilism of all the things we can say that art can do, and there are uncountable numbers. That's maybe an infinite number. But of all of those things, like for sure, that sort of like meaningless tickling of the eye is one of the least worthy of protection or least worthy of defense. And I'm like an unapologetic sort of Duchampian in this case, that I think like the purpose of art is like the creation of new concepts and the creation of ideas that have tangible sensory form, and not that we're going to make pretty designs or like, look, I made this thing. The sort of results-orientedness of it is appalling to me, on top of everything else. And then these guys, if you listen to what Ahmad Mostak, and sorry, you asked me the wrong question. I could literally talk about this for 3 hours straight. But maybe I just will quiet myself.
Oh, that's great, though.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take an audience question. If anyone wants to come up to the mics, I'll get to you in just a minute. So this is one that came from online, but I've been wondering about as well, which is, are the norms for communicative justice different in different settings? For example, the norms that are required for social platforms that we might want to see for social platforms, culture and humanities, different than the norms that we might want around sharing ideas for science or innovation. Because in some ways it seems like equal opportunity to attention is exactly what you don't want in the epistemic quality question case, where it's like you don't want anybody to be able to tell you like, what you should do about COVID. You want to listen to the people who actually know that.
Yeah, so I think there's this idea in Michael Waltz's work of spheres of justice, which sort of seeks to keep a distinct separation between different domains of justice. I think that it's really hard to do this kind of thing just with the internet generally. Everything gets smushed together, and to sort of apply kind of distinct kind of normative principles to different types of different sort of categories of content is super hard. I do think, though, that as far as, I think, in principle, a single set of underlying principles should kind of be able to deal with those sorts of cases. Because what you're going for with attention is, on the one hand, you want sort of fair equality of opportunity, and that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, everybody should get a hearing. It means everyone should have access to a hearing. Mm-hmm. And then if what they're saying is useful to people, they'll get more kind of attention on that basis. But also in thinking about how we distribute attention, like I said before, it's not only about the kind of the goods of the speaker, it's also about the goods of the audience. And I think that, for example, if you're thinking about scientific misinformation, that obviously is undermining the communicative interests of the hearers. And so, does not kind of merit the same platform as these other things. So I think it's super hard to kind of chunk out particular areas and say, we're going to apply this set of principles here, that set of principles there. But I do think that the same underlying principles should be able to deliver plausible verdicts across those different cases.
I'll just chime in quickly to say, yeah, we thought about this a lot. So if you're using Twitter and you're only following comedians, the type of content that might be amplified because you're using it for comedic entertainment is very different from using Twitter for, learning about COVID, what to do about COVID. So, yeah, there are different ends. Like, there are the technologies and their uses, and then those uses might be to achieve different ends. And the reason that we kept coming back to knowledge and knowledge processes specifically isn't because knowledge is the only value, but because actually there's something like sort of at the root about knowledge where we lose our ability to point out misinformation, biases, extremism. All of these things rely on having a trustworthy and collectively invested in stock of knowledge and a process. And so, so if that's under threat, then that's a problem, even if the X% of Twitter users are using it only for entertainment. The knowledge the erosion of a knowledge process is a huge problem for society. Mm-hmm. And that's standalone. But then we can think about other ends and other values that people might get from Twitter, cultural, other types of values that are totally also valid and worthy of consideration.
Great. Okay, let's see if we can get a couple in-room questions in.
Hi, my name is Robert Grimm, and I'm going to try to play an amplification algorithm a little bit and go for emotionally upsetting content. So Annie, I very much appreciate you mentioning the Sacklers because it goes in the right direction of what's at stake here. And in the worst case with Meta, it's 2 genocides so far, yes, and counting. And so I wanted to hear a perspective on, because there are probably no representatives of the Rohingya in the room or Tigrayans. And so just what is at stake here?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen, so when I mentioned this to Sam and I said this little thing about well, you shouldn't be taking money from Meta, and we've just done years of activism to try to get arts institutions off the Sackler money. And when I say this to people, a lot of them have a knee-jerk response, which is that, well, it's not really comparable. And I think it's so nice that you mentioned it, because I think it's... The Sacklers are benign compared to... That's what I think, too. And that seems counterintuitive. That seems really strange, because how can you... But, I think in the US, maybe we have a less complete picture of the impacts of Facebook, for example, outside of the US. And so I feel like there's very serious moral issues with getting entwined with Silicon Valley, full stop, but also in particular with Meta. So thanks.
Okay, over here.
Hi, my name is Virginia Dignam from Umeå University in Sweden. I have a question mostly for Ben and Seth. I fully agree with your proposal of looking at processes rather than content, and especially your claims of how the current social media and so on erodes the knowledge process.
then it's probably related to what Seth described in terms of the pathologies of the processes and the design of social media platforms. But if we look back at what was main part of the discussion this morning, the measurement of amplification and so on, how do you think that we need to take measurement of amplification and other pathologies when we look at processes than content? Thank you.
So, thank you for the question. I think measurement is a process,
but it's
so
a
this
kind of
is
a meta process.
Exactly.
We need a meta
It's
process.
like you can like think about it too long and end up dizzy, but we have all of these ways that we draw conclusions that are reliable and usable and valuable for us. And measuring the spread of problematic content is one very worthy, very important area of inquiry. The point is not to indict those types of studies or approaches, but instead to just take a broad strokes view on the issue and say, if those processes are under threat, then that is an extremely urgent problem, and we should be thinking in terms of how to build the norms and the algorithms and the practices and conventions that allow us to collectively share in our knowledge processes rather than fracturing and ending up in a place where people are relying on different methods and types of measurement and types of understanding, and might end up, causing big problems.
My question was more about measuring your knowledge processes.
So I think there's actually
measuring the process.
There's some big methodological questions here actually, and I think that there's some salutary lessons to take from some of the other papers in this symposium. Like, I think if we're trying to figure out what the degree to which social media is causing these various kind of epistemic and social pathologies, there are these two big kind of approaches, broad camps in which you could describe things. The empirical work is falling. One is essentially kind of big data work on selective content exposure, which strictly speaking focuses just on figuring out who's getting shown what. And then a lot of it comes out of the hypotheses proposed by Sunstein and Pariser. Sunstein, first of all, in 2000, in the first edition of the Republic franchise, this guy, over the course of 17 years, he didn't change his view of what the internet was doing. Like that's, I think, remarkable, especially for someone who's written so much about confirmation bias, right? And he proposed this view about echo chambers, and Pariser also, 2011, early days, the view about filter bubbles. And so the natural way of approaching that was through this approach of looking at selective content exposure with dodgy data often, like not having access to the data that you really need, and then sort of big questions about coding. I think that a lot of that type of work, there's definitely ways in which it can be useful, but way too much emphasis has been placed on it. The other type of work, which we've had a few examples of in this symposium, so Smither's paper from earlier, Billy's paper with Molly, work that sort of draws more from psychology and actually looks at sort of engaging with users to see like the effects on them of how they're communicating. That kind of explores the context and the social relations that are being developed through these exchanges online, the traditions that go back to kind of communication studies as well, like Tarleton earlier. Like that I think is where we gain the most insight into how these systems are affecting us societally. And I think it's important to kind of, because often the more quantitative big data stuff is actually kind of trotted out by some of the big platforms. Nick Clegg loves this stuff when he's doing his It Takes Two to Tango thing about you and the algorithm. This type of research can end up being very kind of quietistic, and it can be just like, hey, everything was always messy, it's all messy, don't worry so much, no echo chamber, no filter bubble. But I think that the kind of work that the folks coming more from communication studies and also from psychology are doing really does give us reason to recognize and identify these pathologies. So that's kind of a really important thread that I think that it's great to see this symposium sort of moving forward on.
Okay, we have 2 minutes remaining. Tarleton's going to get the last question.
Okay. Really terrific panel, and I really like the idea of trying to articulate a positive normative goal. I find myself stuck because I want what Annie wants, and I want what Ben and Helen want, and I want what Seth wants. But I also noticed that like a little bit incommensurate, right? The way they frame what is wanted and needed are a little different. So the communicative justice does feel Deweyan, sort of like how do people all get together and collaborate civically. The knowledge question is kind of like how does an individual navigate the fact world and maybe with sort of institutions and processes. And then the question about the arts is not just how does the arts thrive, but your question really is like how does a professional community and industry of art get to have the autonomy to thrive? And I want all those things. So I kind of wanted the panel to think about like, is our goal now to just say, let's make a list of the things we want, and we've just named 3 of them. There's probably a dozen others that we could come up with. Is there a way to name these singularly, or is that a fool's errand? And I want it with a little eye to, because of course we're not dealing yet with how would we convince a particular platform or every platform to take these priorities more seriously. That's sort of the next question. We can leave that for another panel, but if that is the thing that we're imagining, or imagining regulators, or imagining civic society to take it more seriously, whatever, is there a grouping for these that understand them all together? Or is the best thing we can do to say, like, those are 3 really good values, let's put them on the list, and we'll bring this list to whoever?
So I've got thoughts.
Right. Okay, good.
Yeah, so I think I mean, look, I'm a philosopher, right? So I want to see structure, and I want things to have hierarchy and to fit together. So I think, like, in my intention for the value of communicative justice is that it incorporates that Deweyan kind of element of the great community, but that it also recognizes these other communicative goods, including ones that aren't strictly speaking political in the ordinary sort of limited sense of the term. So I really do think that like a vibrant creative economy is a really important communicative good. And I think that like, one thing I didn't say but that's really important is that like the value of communicative justice is not only realized through how platforms shape communication and distribute attention. Like it involves a number of other things that we do societally, like minimally funding public interest media, for example, which isn't straightforwardly something that is something that is done when you shape communication, distribute attention. And I think that like the goal of enabling individuals to form accurate beliefs, as well as enabling groups to form accurate beliefs together, kind of agree on those things. These are also kind of part of this overarching value. So I think that like there is this big project of figuring out like, how to fit these different positive normative concepts together into an overarching theory. I think it's worth doing, and I think we see sort of the benefits of doing this, like in other areas of, thinking about distributive justice, for example, where you might have like, you've got your question about like tax policy here, and your question about like, childcare here, and like they're both like, they're sort of different political issues that draw on different values in one sense, but they can both be sort of underpinned by an overarching theory of distributive justice. And I think that kind of goal is where I see this going with communicative justice. That's kind of the aspiration for it. That's just me.
Any quick last thoughts from either of you?
I think that this positive question is like the one that lingers in my head. It's like, how do we think about, especially institutions, I've sort of clung to even as just a word or as a concept, because we've been for a while now with new technology finding that like all these problems with our institutions and fundamentally questioning whether they should exist, and that's a really good and exciting thing. But then, hopefully we can move towards like imagining what comes after, and that's like it's fun to be on a panel that's sort of thinking about that. But yeah, I think that there's still a lot of conversation to be had.
Yeah, I'll just maybe add like in 2 seconds that one of the things that I think a lot about is this notion of sort of AI abolition, which I'm borrowing from Melody Dinser, who's probably borrowing it also from others, but she's been doing some interesting research on this notion. And the idea, of course, is that the technology, that AI is a tool to be developed when we have a problem that we want solved, when there's a community need for these tools, that we develop technology in order to achieve certain specific goals, rather than create a technology and then like go around searching for things that we could use it for, or imposing it on communities and creating a need for it economically or otherwise.
And so, this is going to be a little, like, I don't know if I get to quote this, but it's in my mind all the time, so I will, which is this, like, ending of Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks, about, like, making sure that the tools should never possess the man, right? And I think that's a wonderful way of thinking about what an ethical approach to tools are, that we don't want to get possessed by them. We don't want to get owned by them.
Okay, that's a good closing note. Thank you all for the excellent discussion. We are back here at 3:30 for our last panel of the day, 3:30. I help keep
accommodate somebody who still has like an active art career, then sign me up. I'm kind of curious about that, so I'm going to email you to ask about that.
Yeah, we love it. Yeah, that's exactly. We did a lot of the
think I'm ready for that yet. I first have to like stop seizing up every time I move.
I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I actually made the art for this whole
Yeah.
and I just wanted to like maybe touch base if you would be open to that and get your backers out so I can also email you. But I wanted to pick your brain about this. Like I've been interested in keeping to do art and also thinking about auditing and stuff. So you're kind of like a next for the things that I'm interested in, and on top of that, you're also thinking about all the things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you know how to find me in the world?
I don't know how to find your blog, so I was going to ask you how to find your blog. So I figured you were going to put out.
Yeah, I am
because
going to.
like you were not having. I had a bike accident too, so I really
Yeah, I'm not. I'm very healthy person.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To be a person who is. Yeah. I'm such a bad patient. Okay, so A Dorson 00 at Gmail. That's it, basically. And there's also like the animation website has a contact me thing, and that will go to you eventually once it goes through my
00 A Dorson
00 at Gmail. That's it. Yep.
It's really good to meet you.
It's great to meet you. Oh, thank you. Hi.
That was wonderful.
Oh.
Arvind, Narayanan.
Hi. Oh, yeah.
I want to say, yeah, I'm so glad you could make it despite your back. I'm so sorry.
I knew this was going to be so interesting. I wish I was planning to camp out here for 2 days, but I can't.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you'll feel better soon.
I'm glad to hear
I forget if you've already published the paper. I read a draft a few months ago.
We have not. We're in revisions right now. Like, yeah, I think the second draft is basically there now. So we're going to go into that. Yeah, we're getting there. Getting there. I still feel like it's so stupid that far down the road discussions about how that would work. But, you know, they're like an old school print room, so what do you do?
Did you write at all about what platforms could be doing better? Or is that not?
Oh, yeah. I haven't written it. No, we don't. Anyway, I would love to talk more. I'm taking myself
Please,
time.
yeah.
And the back to this like call me.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Great to see.
I know we're beyond upset.
Let me talk to Sam.
Yeah.
The technical details
Yeah.
that we often lack on.
Very cool. So I remember from Arvind that you're looking at TikTok and what else?
So we are on the plaintiffs committee for this very large MDL that's suing basically every social media company except for Tumblr on Duckout for knowingly approaching as a product liability case that they knowingly designed defective products that addicted kids who represent children and their families. Eating disorders, sharing wide amounts of mental health harm. The platform is using it, they were putting out causing harm for the side of payoff for that. Separately, which I think is what people do, we're also really interested in AI. And just, there's really, we are, to our knowledge, the only practice group on the plaintiff side of the bar that's focusing in specifically on consumer business by big tech. And it seems like AI is just, it's being rolled out really quickly, and it's only a matter of time before things start going, and especially like in the medical field, we talk about a lot. My background is healthcare, so really looking at that, freaked out by that, so trying to kind of get ahead of the curve and start thinking about what the claims are, what we would need in terms of evidence, in terms of what even to ask, the questions to ask. That's what we're just trying to get our minds around right now.
Yeah, understood.
I think it also just like who the bad actors are, and
In your lawsuits against the platforms, how does the age restriction come into play?
So we do have a per se liability claim around PACA. So that the age verification was
forward to chatting more. Look forward to chatting more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for putting this event on. It's
Of course,
really
of course.
wonderful.
Yeah. Awesome.
I definitely look forward to
Yeah.
speaking more. What's that?
I think those papers work really nicely together. Like,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was a
it was
fun.
interesting.
It was
When
a
I
fun
first
session
took a
to do.
look, I was like, oh wow, they seem different, but then actually, yeah. Thanks for doing all this. Get one more.
I don't know if it matters. Everything matters. Pick a spot. Where do you want to be? I mean, I suppose not. I mean, the moderators. Oh, I'm speaking.
Where's your set? I just emailed you the panel styles. Okay, yes, of course. And where do you want me to sit? You can sit right here. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to keep control of this. And then right after that, we do panel questions and audience questions. We'll put your questions in there so you can draw them. That's it. Hi everyone, we're going to get started in a moment. Please take your seats. Please have a seat everyone. We're going to start in just a moment. Okay, welcome back everybody for our final panel of the day. Here to moderate, we have Camille Francois, who teaches at Columbia School for International and Public Affairs.
All right, are we getting started? Everybody there? You're with me? Okay. All right, everybody. We have a very exciting panel ahead of us. I'm very honored to be moderating it. We're going to talk about what types of reforms can we imagine to tackle some of the negative impact of algorithmic amplification, filter bubbles. There'll be debate on whether or not they exist, and different types of negative impacts of recommendation. As we dig into these 4 contributions and put them in conversation together, I wanted to sort of share some framing notes. The first one is, it's remarkable to see that all of these contributions take as a point of departure that a lot of the reforms that can be imagined are thinking about the entire system of content moderation. There's definitely a recognition of the role that design is playing. A lot of these interventions are very design-focused and acknowledge the limit of traditional conceptions and remedies usually discussed in content moderation. The second thing is there's a lot of references to upcoming regulatory frameworks and regulations in these papers, with a lot of promising thinking around audits, encouraging design code, regulators thinking about how can we shape the design of the platforms on which these amplifications and recommendations are taking shape. And so the conversations we're going to hear, the research and scholarship we're going to discuss is very much also in dialogue with regulatory trends, tendencies. Can we talk about regulatory trends? The regulatory vibes, is that a thing? The third thing that strongly emerges, and we're going to dig into that a bit, is all of these papers that are really focused on imagining new solutions, new design artifacts, new ways to shape these interactions, talk about a shared challenge, and that is the challenge of metrics and measurement. They all struggle with this idea of, it's fantastic to propose new ideas and to build new transparency, new audits, new types of friction, but really there's sort of a joint shared issue emerging around which types of metrics can we rely on to assess the effectiveness, to build transparency, regimes on and to do collective audits around. And finally, I'll say, before we hop into our very first paper, that when the thing that also emerges from these collective conversations is a lot of the types of amplifications and recommendations that we're about to discuss remain very network-based. There's a lot of different ways to do amplifications and recommendations. They're not always network-based. They can be geo-based. They can be content-based. And so a lot of the framing for today is still focused on network-based recommendation systems and interventions. And together we can discuss how to challenge this framing and whether the recommendations and design interventions that are proposed port to other types of platforms and recommendations. So with this, I was speaking a bit to make sure everybody could come in. You're with me? We're awake, we're there? All right, okay. Let's get into our very first paper. Yes. Okay, you're starting?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. Do you want to do...
I'll just go here.
Okay. But with a microphone, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you want to start with a brief intro before we hop in?
Sure. Thank you. So thank you, Katie and Arvind, for organizing this wonderful event. And thank you to the Knight First Amendment Institute for hosting. These are not my slides, by the way. I don't know if that's...
No.
You can give my talk. That's fine.
Yeah, okay. I don't have slides, just to be clear.
Oh. All right. Do we want to do switcheroo? We're apparently meant to follow the alphabet.
You wanna...
I don't care.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Design intervention.
I do not have slides.
Oh.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Super.
Okay. Let's do it again.
Friction at the beginning of every
Yes, a little bit of friction. Luca, do you feel comfortable engaging in some form of self-bragging, or would you like me to contextualize the room with your bio?
If you would like to contextualize the room, I would appreciate that.
This I can do. Luca, you're the founder and CEO of Sator Labs, and you're University of California, Berkeley Tech Policy Fellow. You're a NIST AI visiting fellow, and previously you were the co-founder and research lead for Twitter's machine learning, ethics, transparency, and accountability team, confusingly known as the Meta team. That's another story. And there, you guided industry-leading approaches for responsible machine learning practices and product changes. Before that, you operated a data science and machine learning engineer at Conversant and Wolfram Alpha. Your research interests lie at the intersection of feedback loops, algorithmic amplification with a special eye on politics, and algorithmic audits. You hold a PhD in mathematics from the University of Rome, Tor Vergata, and here you are presenting a paper that has been written in a very interesting type of collaboration that we perhaps don't see enough of, because we have two authors on this paper. One is a machine learning computer scientist sort of framing, and you are collaborating with a human rights lawyer to do this paper. So with this, over to you.
Thank you. And so, yeah, as you mentioned, one human rights lawyer and one machine learning researcher walk into a bar. And it's not a joke. It's actually how our collaboration started. So today I'm honored to present the paper, joint work with my wonderful co-author and friend Marlena Wozniak from the European Center for Nonprofit Law. So one of the things that really bothered me around algorithmic amplification discourse, especially when I was at the Bird Factory, was what I call the Schrödinger shadow banning issue. Everyone complains that they're being shadow banned from both sides. And of course, everyone complains that they're being shadow banned in favor for the other side. However, these two things cannot happen at the same time. What I feel is that we are lacking sort of like shared metrics, shared way of understanding what shadow banning means, what algorithmic amplification means. And so this is why we are here today, and we want to be able to offer some suggestion how to measure this phenomenon. So what is algorithmic amplification really? So I would, we argue that it's a very complex reality. it is very difficult to understand what is going on there. It is like trying to figure out the shape of a very complex three-dimensional object just by looking at different projection across different planes. You can imagine a multiverse version of Plato's cave in this case. And so what we are offering, what we are suggesting here is nutrition label as a shadow. Each nutrition label is a different metric to be able to measure algorithmic amplification. And so each of these will give us a little bit of more information about these very complex objects that we don't fully understand. Since, as I mentioned, it is indeed a very complex and multidimensional object, we argue that the need for multiple metrics in order to properly understand. However, how many of these metrics, this is an open question and probably cannot be answered at all. So we were inspired by sort of like nutrition label for food. If you look at those, when we buy food at the store, we'll see that have some shared feature. The first one, there is a set of standardized nutrients, for example, proteins, fats, carbs, and whatnot. There is a unit of measure, which is grams for food, and then there is a zero, which is the baseline. And so if we want to properly measure what algorithmic amplification means, we have to define at least each of these. We had very interesting conversation already today and more to come tomorrow about if a baseline is even possible, what does even mean, and so forth. So our proposal fits in the growing body of work to attach metadata to AI systems. You might be, familiar with data sheets for dataset or model cards that are very popular in recent examples. At the same time, there is an increased policy vibe around regulation vibe around requiring more transparency for AI system and especially recommender system. In particular, in Europe, the Digital Service Act, or DSA, is now law, and it requires, among other things, that recipients of their service are appropriately informed about how recommender system impacts the way information is displayed. So really, there is now a need for companies to come up with ways to disclose or to offer more transparency around their system. And so I want to mention what constraints did we have in mind when we designed this nutrition label. Well, first of all, we want to assess impacts just beyond discrimination only. We also want to keep into consideration freedom of expression, of assembly and association. In general, all the values that are fundamental to a democracy. We also didn't want to require demographic data. A lot of the work we see requires full knowledge of demographic data for users, which is both impractical and also raises a lot of ethical questions about that. These nutrition labels are specific to recommender system, especially in a social media setting, so users can be both producer and consumers, so they're not limited to just classification. And finally, we wanted to offer suggestions that could be implemented in practice rather than be aspirational. And so what are the suggestions at the end of the day? So you can read more in the paper, but very briefly, I'll mention, we propose to look at the top or bottom producers of content measured by impression per piece of content per follower. So you might imagine someone who's a bigger follower might have more impression, and so we want to normalize for that. And the other thing, oftentimes platforms allow you to see content from people you are not explicitly following. And so we argue that if someone's content is mostly shown in out-of-network way, that person is more algorithmic amplified than someone else whose content is shown mostly to their own followers. So these are just two suggestions, and as I mentioned earlier, this is not the end. This is just a starting point. There should be many more metrics. And so the question becomes who should develop, who should propose these metrics? And we argue that we need broad input from external stakeholders, especially civic society and marginalized groups. Our hope is this paper would start the conversation and at the same time a call to action to platform and policymakers to design processes for meaningful transparency with collective participation. And again, this is required by law as well. And so I will mention how do we envision them in practice. As I said, will not be a static number. It will evolve over time. It will be multiple numbers, in fact. And so maybe that will be a dashboard with multiple time series. Here we have an interesting challenge it's an interesting tension between offering meaningful information and overwhelming users with information. If we were to track literally every piece of content on every producer on the platform, that will be not helpful at all, because users will be just overwhelmed and it will be impossible to sift through all this information. And so where do we drive this balance? Well, our suggestion would be, from one point of view, to track content or content-based. So it will be interesting to see how content that is labeled as harmful is amplified according to our metrics. And also, oftentimes platform will remove content because it is deemed against their term of service, but this content might be widely shared before it gets removed. And so the question is, how much was this content amplified before its removal? On the other side, we also offer a couple of suggestions for user-based amplification. In general, from a human rights perspective, you don't want to track users. However, we argue that there is an exception to be made for public figures, such as legislators or candidates, or those whose speech can lead to severe human rights risks. And with that, I am...
You're not fully done, because I was given moderator's privilege and the right to ask 2 questions, and I will take them. This is for us to start thinking about where we're going with that. So your dynamic duo, machine learning and human rights, is looking at best practices in the field of responsible AI, applying these transparency models, building on this idea of nutritional labels, and applying this to the amplification of content. And you're proposing in this paper very concrete steps, such as the building of normalized impressions. 2 questions for us before we move on to the next paper. The first one is, you're turning to this comparison of the nutrition labels. That's a very powerful one. You talk a little bit about what makes it easy for people to understand, but you talk also a little bit about the limits of that comparison. Tell us a little bit what works and what doesn't work when we turn to nutrition labels as a metaphor to think through how we want to organize transparency in these systems.
Yeah, great question. So I think in full transparency, there are also limitations in this analogy. For example, when you look at your food nutrition label, you'll see there is a percentage of a sort of like daily recommended amount or whatever. What would be the equivalent of that for our recommended assisted nutrition label? I don't know, and I even don't know if there is an answer to that. Like, what is your daily intake of algorithmic amplification? Is that even... Exactly. And I think maybe the broader problem here is that nutrition labels for food are based on sort of like a very, very long scholarship in science about, food science. I think we all agree that, vegetables, in general, scientists agree that, vegetables are good for you, that you should not eat too much sugar and things like that. We do lack this sort of, maybe a body which will be the equivalent of the FDA in the US and similar bodies in everywhere else, but like we do lack sort of the centralized authority that could make these suggestions. I feel like, this science is still very new. We have eaten food since the dawn of time, but recommender system or algorithmic amplification is something that is way more recent.
Great. Second question. You talk about how that proposal is really to be co-built with civil society, and how important is it to engage, co-create with marginalized groups. This we know, marginalized group isn't the bulk of the employees of Silicon Valley. And so the question becomes, does this become possible outside of the walls of these corporations? Can this be done in a participatory audit type of way? Can this be co-created perhaps even in an adversarial manner with groups who are able to probe the system from the outside and together collaborate on these nutrition labels?
I think so. I hope so.
So that's a call for help.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Two people can definitely not define that for everyone else. And especially, as we mentioned earlier, that, for example, the DSA in Europe is mandating audits. That could be a place where these things could be developed and suggested, even in an adversarial way. If we're waiting for consensus to include marginalized group, then that will probably never happen. So, yeah, I feel strongly that there are these things do not have to necessarily be developed inside the company. If anything, the opposite.
All right. Thank you so much. We will pick this up in discussion. All right. So the Knight Institute is playing a weird trick on me. A long time ago, I wrote a paper called the ABC Framework. I think we're trying to figure out if I know the rest of the alphabet. The answer is definitely no. So I think, where are we going next? F. We're going F. All right. This makes a lot of sense. Right. Over to you.
Am I up? I'm up.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Knight. Thank all of you.
I need to hype you up before you do that.
What?
I need to hype you up before you do that.
Time. I only got 10 minutes.
Are you
I'm already
sure?
losing it. I
All
got
right,
exactly
great.
10 minutes and 15 seconds to talk to give. I don't even want to waste it now. It's already ticking.
Okay, well, but then you
I'm
have
Brett
to say where
Frischman.
you're coming
You can
from.
find my bio in places. I'll talk to you later.
Page
Want to know me? Talk to
37
you
in
at
the
break.
booklet.
All right, so I'm going to make
All
a
right.
pitch. I'm jumping in. Sorry.
Jump in. Page
All right.
37 if you're with us. Jump in.
So digital network society needs friction in design, and in some cases, friction in design regulation that targets digital architectures, supposedly smart algorithmic systems, and interfaces that shape human interactions and behavior. The relentless push to eliminate friction in the digital networked environment for the sake of efficiency has had hidden social costs that affect basic human capabilities and society. And so the conference title asks the question, optimizing for what? And I think the answer for Paul Ohm, my co-author, and I, to that question would be human flourishing, maybe measured by the capabilities approach. But for that to happen, for a general course correction is needed. So we ask a prior question, amplifying of what? And we want to urge that the researchers at this conference and in this emerging field keep their focus not only on speech and content that gets posted, shared, reshared, algorithmically amplified among users and so on, but also on how amplification directly impacts other activities, behaviors, and conduct, as well as other types of public and social goods that are not easily reducible to speech, though they're related. Things like data, knowledge, social capital, affiliations, trust, privacy, and security, just to name a few. So at the outset, I would emphasize that what's being optimized and even amplified are patterns of engineered behavior, and that moderation, mediation, and amplification of speech or content flows are an integral part of a complex technosocial system. So social media platforms, there we go. This is just saved me so I have to run through it. Social media platforms are a prime example. While platforms certainly vary in form, function, scale, scope, and architectural design, most of them share these 5 components. It's tempting, analytically, to lump all of these component systems together, attach the platform label, and then talk about the platform as a monolith, sometimes as a black box, or maybe we just call it the algorithm. Alternatively, we might focus exclusively on 1 or 2 of the components, put aside the others, and there are decent reasons for both of those approaches. So for example, a focus on speech might prioritize the second component system, the mechanisms for processing, curating, distributing, amplifying, and prioritizing speech. While Paul and I agree that which and whose messages get more or less amplification and attention, how and by whom, are incredibly important questions, we take a third approach, which is to examine the whole while directing attention to the seams, by which I mean the boundaries, the borders, and the interfaces, and the interdependencies among component systems and with external systems and agents. So there are many interdependent design decisions relevant to evaluating amplification, prioritization, and optimization, and many of those decisions present opportunities for friction in design measures. Of course, there are also, and this came out in a bunch of the talks today, there are also many interdependent values at stake, some of which are incommensurable, but nonetheless, including many non-speech values. And so how to prioritize them is hotly contested, which I think presents a genuine challenge for the very idea of optimization, at least in computational systems. In prior work, we examined the economic, social, and political logics that have driven and continue to drive the development, design, and deployment of digital network technologies, including social media platforms and supposedly smart devices and AI systems. The logics fetishize computational power, aim to implement and extend a Taylorist ideal of scientific, or today we would call it data-driven, management of human beings, and embrace the optimization of technosocial systems in service of efficiency, productivity, and a rather thin conception of manufactured happiness. It's a complicated story to tell. It's the subject of my 2018 book. But for our purposes, the logics support a few simple design mantras that should be familiar to anyone in law, economics, engineering, or computer science. And to save myself time, I listed those. Each of these is superficially defensible, and yet they're deeply flawed upon examination or when applied across a social system. Human beings are necessarily inefficient. We need friction in our lives. Seams are critical to governance. We need boundaries for ourselves and our communities. Interconnection should often be seamful, as that friction can have as that friction can provide the opportunity or space for learning and for governance. Growth in scale and scope is often overrated, as it can have hidden substantial trade-offs, usually involving externalities. Democratize, like the word innovation, has become a useless buzzword that hides considerations of power, quality, and meaning, among other things. So our basic, if somewhat counterintuitive, claim is that society needs to deliberately engineer friction into and between, rather than out of, various technosocial systems. It turns out that friction in design is actually quite common offline. It works rather well in serving instrumental societal needs. A familiar example, though by no means the only example, is the speed bump. So speed bumps are architectural features of a road deliberately designed to introduce friction that triggers consideration of anticipated costs, or future costs, for the functional purpose of inducing behavioral change, that is speed moderation, and in service of the social ends of safety and public order. So as with all friction in design measures, there will be trade-offs. And so with another one of our co-authors, Susan Benish, who's also a human rights lawyer, we develop and apply a framework for designing, evaluating, and comparing friction in design measures both offline and online. So here's a familiar example, probably for everyone in the room. You're a human, not a bot. A CAPTCHA, right? So CAPTCHAs support a type of friction in design measure, which we call in another paper governance seams. Basically, CAPTCHAs govern behavior at an important interface. That's the relevant seam. They create friction with a functional purpose, that is authentication, and they enable governance in the enforcement of a membership rule, that is humans allowed, bots not. Now, it might seem a few steps removed from amplification conversations, but consider for just a second how enforcing this rule shapes speech and the tools for amplification. Consider another example. And by the way, this is to illustrate to some degree the descriptive framework, the kinds of parameters of friction design measures that we want to perhaps study. Another example is the forwarding restriction implemented by WhatsApp. So as a countermeasure to frictionless forwarding of messages, which led to viral information, heinous lynchings, and serious harms offline, the company added friction in design measures that restricted forwarding of messages that had already been forwarded many times. So the friction takes the form of a delay, extra steps, and effort in order to reach a larger audience. It applies to all messages, and it's content neutral. So it might be useful to even abstract from the WhatsApp measure so we can learn something. Consider the basic design of any communication system, right? Forwarding functionality is not a given. Rather, it's a possible design feature. The case for offering this capability depends on the type of platform, the content, anticipated communications. Obviously, forwarding emails is quite different from forwarding text messages or social media posts. One might frame this as a kind of binary choice about whether or not to enable forwarding. Users might even experience the technology this way. Designers might be predisposed to follow the design imperatives, aiming to minimize transaction costs, eliminate friction, remove seams, and even democratize speech. But one of our goals is to remind designers and users and possibly regulators that it's not a binary choice, that the dominant design imperatives are fundamentally flawed and need to be replaced, and so it's worth evaluating how much and what types of friction a designer could and should choose. Frankly, the introduction of any new capability might present this seemingly abrupt all-or-nothing change. Prior to Facebook enabling sharing or one-click affirmation by liking, the action was not possible directly via the platform, on the platform. Of course, alternative means for accomplishing similar ends were possible. You could always pull a post off the platform and send it by email, right? But the off-platform option would entail substantial transaction costs and friction and limited scale and scope. Adding the on-platform capability eliminates those costs and friction and expands the scale and scope and reach. So one constant design question when introducing something new ought to be whether and how to use friction in design, whether to create a governance theme, to set expectations and norms, to slow things down, to scaffold affordances necessary for meaningful engagement, and so on and so forth. So in closing, let me highlight 3 examples of platform design features. I think I got a slide on this. Yep. The optimized to engineer patterns of behavior, which we call Orwellian engagement because it's so shallow and superficial. First, the continuous or infinite scrolling, a way to maximize time spent on an app. Standard design feature that loads new content as a user approaches the bottom of a screen, right, or the end of a video, so the user does not have to wait for more, nor stop and think about whether or not they want to leave or proceed, right? It eliminates what would otherwise be a seam for self-governance. Second, you can think about superficial communication scripts, affirmation by one-click buttons of whatever kind, right? Standard design feature that makes a particular kind or style of engagement frictionless. It also makes collection of data about user preferences frictionless too. It's frictionless surveillance. The design feature shapes the style and content of user communications as users cater to anticipated demands of weak ties and non-ties or strangers. Third, and finally, many social media platforms moderate feeds for users. This has been the topic of many of the papers at this conference, so today and tomorrow. Essentially prioritizing the order in which posts, advertising, and other content are presented or not. While it's difficult to generalize about the moderation, and I'm not going to try to do so, one thing I can say, I think pretty confidently based on everything that everyone said over the last day and a half, is that the objective function remains more or less the same. That's the problem. An incredible variety of friction and design measures could be introduced to encourage meaningful engagement and discourage superficial engagement, to enable self and community governance, to support cultivation of trustworthy relationships, to dampen virality or more broadly constrain the scale and scope of digital communications among absolute strangers. The primary impetus of this talk and our essay is to reveal an underappreciated territory we hope to explore systematically, hopefully in collaboration with many of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay with me for one question. This was a formidable paper. One of the things that I learned through it that I encourage you to pick up the paper for is the bizarre actual full name of a CAPTCHA, what it actually means. But beyond, oh, well, read the paper, or worst comes to worst, ask ChatGPT, but get to it, it's a fun one. Thank you for making us question whether we do want seamless online interactions or whether we want them to be seamful. One question before we move on to the rest of the paper is to sort of continue building on that discussion is a lot of the examples that you give in the paper and in the framework are about friction that have been built by the platforms themselves, by the websites on which they're deployed. That's the case for the forwarding on WhatsApp. That's, of course, the case for the CAPTCHAs. What do you think about this framework that you're building and this seamful connections and interactions and frictions that you're calling for made by users for other users? In other terms, do you believe in what people have sometimes called middleware or in the ability to add a layer of friction on top of a platform without the platform being the designer of that friction itself?
Absolutely. As I've said, I think in like 3 of the talks yesterday to people, what platforms are doing is absolutely worth studying because it gives a sense of something that's possible, but we should never limit what we're thinking about or trying to design or testing in our experiments to what they're doing. We should be thinking what could be done and what should be done, and so we should expand the horizon. Absolutely think that the middleware stuff that we've been talking about, we're talking about with Tarleton and I were talking about this at the break, Daphne and I were talking as well, absolutely believe in it. I think actually to get a middleware solution for lots of these problems, you need to build a governance scene. And maybe an antitrust-driven governance scene that enables through APIs. So APIs are another site of governance. How they're designed enables governance by the platforms or by a service provider, but you can also have them designed otherwise. The government can mandate APIs be open in certain ways in order to regulate or govern indirectly. So absolutely, yes, yes.
All right, thank you. See what we're doing here? There's like all these great reforms. There's a one track where platforms do it. There's another track where the participatory audits are done in an adversarial way, and all of this is done by middleware. We're going to try to see if we can find our way through. All right, third talk. Let's do this. Ravi, you're okay with my doing a little bit of hyping?
Sure.
Thank you. All right. Ravi, you are the managing director of the Psychology of Technology Institute, which is a part of the University of Southern California's Neely Center. Before that, you led data science research and product teams across Facebook towards improving the societal impact of social media. You helped co-found and build the initial algorithms for Ranker.com, which is a profitable publisher of crowdsourced lists. You have a PhD in social psychology from the University of Southern California, and you have co-authored dozens of highly cited empirical articles about polarization technology. You've worked with numerous nonprofits in fighting polarization, and today you're talking to us about the algorithmic management of polarization and violence on social media.
Thank you. So thank you all for being here, for your attention. This is work I've been doing with Jonathan Stray, who's here in the audience today from UC Berkeley's Center for Human Compatible AI, as well as Helena Puig-Larawi, who manages a peace-building organization called Build Up. So clearly, social media is important to conflict. So it's been implicated in human rights violations in Myanmar. It's where we learn about the war in Ukraine. It's where misinformation about Ukraine spreads. It's implicated in the January 6th protests that led to violence in our country, but it's also been implicated in the downfall of authoritarian governments around the world. So clearly social media is important to conflict, but conflict isn't necessarily always bad. And so one thing we do that was really heartening in this collaboration was going through the conflict literature, which I was not as aware of before, and understanding the difference between what people think of as more destructive forms of conflict and what people think of as more constructive forms of conflict. And so constructive forms of conflict are when we argue about issues often. It's important in society for us to be able to talk about the issues that we disagree with, and it's an important part of democracy to resolve those issues. Destructive conflict is when that conflict starts to become more about identity, it starts to become affective in nature, and it starts to become more intractable. And destructive conflict is the kind of conflict that often will more likely lead to polarization and to violence. And importantly, these conflict cycles begin long before violence occurs. So you can't wait to think about social media's relation to violence when violence is imminent. You need to think about it long beforehand. And in the paper, we argue that social media facilitates destructive conflict in two ways. And the first way is that the open, frictionless design, sort of echoing Brett's talk, enables mass harassment and manipulation. There have always been people in society who want to engage in more destructive forms of conflict, and it makes their jobs easier that we have platforms that enable them to reach anyone they want to all the time. And without the friction that occurs in society, the negative feedback that you get when you lie to people, the need to build a reputation to reach lots of groups of people. And so what you see are these actors often using things like disinformation for hire, troll armies, and the frictionless design has sort of enabled destructive conflict actors to do their work better. But it doesn't just stop there. Social media also incentivizes people who would otherwise be more moderate and otherwise not participate in destructive conflict towards creating more polarizing content. And we cite three forms of evidence for this in our paper. One are the statements of the publishers and politicians themselves. So, and I think this is a little more than an anecdote because the publishers and politicians who say to talk about their incentives often have sophisticated software that tells them what does better or what does worse. And so here's a quote from Ben Sass from his book Them, and he talks about how he interviews some celebrities who try to escape from the outrage of the day coverage, but what happens is nobody clicks, their metrics plummet, and they throw themselves back into the outrage loop. And so this is something that BuzzFeed has said, other politicians have said, that they are incentivized to produce more polarizing content. Those experiences dovetail well with some of the A/B test experiment data that has recently become public. So there's a recent Wall Street Journal article about Facebook for political content removing the optimization for comments and share predictions from their ranking models. And as a result, users told Facebook that their feeds were actually more worth their time. Anger reactions fell by more than a half, and you saw less bullying, less misinformation, and less graphic violence. And so this is one of several platform experiments that we have access to. And it'd be wonderful if we get access to all of the platform experiments. But these are just several platform experiments that have become public that sort of dovetail with the experiences that publishers are saying that there is this incentive towards more divisive content. And then finally, there's evidence from labs that study social media. And actually, Smith's study is probably one of the best examples I've seen of this that was presented earlier today, where people observe that the content that gets the most engagement on social media is the content that is often negative and about the outgroup. And so if we are optimizing for engagement and this kind of content is getting the most engagement, it is unsurprising that publishers experience this incentive towards more divisive content. So traditionally, addressing social media's relationship to polarization and violence might be dealt with content moderation. But I'd love to use the example of fear speech as an example of why content moderation is a limited solution for these problems. So fear speech, a good example of it is, you might remember around the George Floyd protests, there was content on social media suggesting that members of Antifa were part of the protest and they were something that you needed to defend your community against. And some people in the community took it upon themselves to arm themselves, go to the protests, and some people were shot. This kind of fear speech, there's a paper in PNAS recently that was published. This kind of fear speech is often more common and more problematic than hate speech, which is something that content moderation often deals with. It is also a kind of speech that often leads to hate and animosity between groups, just like hate speech. But if you actually rely on content moderation to restrict fear speech, you'll often run into problems of over-enforcements and calls of censorship. And this is in part because fear speech is not necessarily inherently bad. There are things that fear exists for adaptive reasons, and there are reasons for us to be afraid of some things in society. And so if you're on one side or the other side of the Israeli-Palestine conflict, or you're in Ukraine, and do you really want a social media company telling you what you can or cannot say that you're afraid of? I think those kinds of judgments are problematic for a company to make without leading to over-enforcement and censorship. So what we argue for in the paper is not relying on content moderation of speech, but rather relying on design to address social media's impact on conflict and violence. And so the analogy I sometimes use is to building codes. We don't let builders decide for themselves how they're going to build buildings to be safer, right? We give them clear guidelines about what is safer building design. And similarly, we feel that it would be great to give technology companies clear guidelines for what it is to build a safer building. We also don't hold builders responsible when bad things happen in their building. We hold them responsible if they design a building that incentivizes negative things, right? That is actually more flammable. Just as social media companies didn't create all the conflict in the world, there will always be some destructive conflict on their platforms. But we can ask the question, are they incentivizing that destructive conflict? And we think there are some design choices they could make that would actually support the transformation from destructive conflict to more constructive conflict. And so here in the paper, we talk about 7 specific ideas. One of them is implicated in some of the data I just showed you. Removing the optimization for comments, shares, and time spent, especially in sensitive contexts. The interesting thing about these kinds of engagement is that they're value neutral. Like, we've all commented on something that we hate. Right? We've all shared something and said, like, look at this terrible thing. We've all spent time with something that we actually didn't really enjoy. And so if you replace those signals with signals of things that people actually want, that are signals of things that people actually want, for example, a love reaction. It's unlikely you're love reacting to something that you actually didn't enjoy. You actually get better results for conflict outcomes. One of the bridge building professionals that we've talked with actually suggests creating a user interface element for bridge builders to suggest content that was bridging, that was actually helping people bridge divisions. You can imagine that was an informative button, that was a clarifying button. You can imagine user interfaces that would allow people to indicate content that was more positive for both users and society, and using those kinds of engagement signals in place of things like comments, shares, and time spent. Similar to some of the ideas that we've spoken about before, we also talk about adding more friction to systems. allowing for negative signal. So what stops people in the offline world from lying to others? There's some amount of negative feedback that they get, right? Online systems often lack that negative feedback. There's also a desire to protect your reputation. Online systems often lack the ability for the requirement that people build a level of trust and reputation before they can reach large groups of other people. So introducing some of those elements of friction would be adaptive for conflict outcomes. Also providing accessible privacy controls for users. And then one forward-thinking idea is the idea of using automated spell checks or automated systems like ChatGPT to help suggest to people ways that they could reframe the messages they're sending to be more constructive. And finally, the last thing we talk about is the need for metrics. And the line that we talk about in the paper is that in a world where it's really easy to measure engagement and it's really hard to measure societal outcome, what you'll often see is that even the most well-meaning of companies will end up optimizing for engagement. And so we as a society can make it easier for companies to understand when they're moving in the right direction. We could build public metrics to understand if, for example, TikTok is, becomes more polarizing. And so there are some discussion of survey metrics that potentially could be used in that way that we talked about in the paper. So that is my talk. And again, thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take a question.
Thank you, Ravi. That's an invitation to come and build a building code for platforms with you and with public metrics to 100%. Be used to hold people accountable. Also an invitation to use large language models next time you want to write something nasty on the internet, right? All right, we are slower than what I expected, which is probably my fault. And so we will transition to our last talk before putting you all in conversation about these papers. So Yoel, I think you are up next, and while you want to stay here? You don't
I'm
want to
extremely clumsy, and the aisle here is very tight, so I feel like I don't want to
So why don't you make yourself comfortable while I hype you up? All right. Yoel, you're a technology policy fellow at the University of California, Berkeley, and you're the former head of trust and safety at Twitter. For more than 7 years, you led the team responsible for Twitter's content moderation, integrity, platform security efforts, and this includes policy development, threat investigation, product, design, research, and operations.
You can just say censorship, it's fine.
No, we're going to list them all out, and that really matters because we're going to talk about where all of these interventions live. Do they live in operations? Do they live in design? Do they live in product? Do they live in policy? That range matters. So we will list painfully all of them. Your current research and writing focuses on the trust and safety industry and how technology companies manage the conflicting values and incentives built into content moderation at scale. Before joining Twitter, you received your PhD from the Annenberg School for Communications at UPenn. And now, over to you to bring us some, perhaps, a little bit of a big tech perspective on all of the issues that we have been discussing. Dr. Roth, I can see your graying academic hair, but if you want to reach into your bag and put a little bit of a big tech hat on for a hot second, you can maybe help us contextualize how do those design interventions live from a platform's perspective.
Awesome. I wish I could give my former academic life credit for my gray hair, but that one goes to Elon Musk. So since leaving my job at Twitter, I have been fortunate to be able to lead a research project looking at Mastodon and federated platforms and how we do trust and safety work on Mastodon. And usually when I talk to people about Mastodon, the reaction is kind of like, being the last panel of the day at a conference, everybody gets like a little bit sleepy and waits to go do something else. And when I ask them, well, why are you not interested in Mastodon? Usually the answer is, it's too confusing. I don't get it. Signing up is really hard. It's really annoying. Can somebody just build a different version of Twitter? And in the context of the discussions we're having today, that really got me thinking about what do we need to do to build interventions that are going to be effective in the real world and not just in a laboratory. And so today I want to talk a little bit about design and make the case for thinking about UX design as a core part of our research agenda and a core part of what we're building. When he was talking about the development of the iPod, Steve Jobs famously said that design is how it works. It's not just aesthetics, it's not just the color of the button or where it's positioned, it's about the overall user experience. And so in this context, I'm going to offer a slight elaboration on what Steve Jobs was talking about and say that when we're building these interventions, we need to think very critically about design and how it operates in the real world, particularly when it comes to interventions into algorithmic amplification, privacy, and a whole host of other trust and safety challenges. The good news is a lot of the really provocative and generative ideas discussed in this panel have antecedents that have been tested in the real world. And so I'm going to talk a bit about those, perhaps pour a little bit of cold water on some of the optimism we've developed over the course of the day, but then talk about where we go from here. And so let's start with nutrition labels. Famously, a couple of years ago, Apple introduced the concept of privacy nutrition labels as a requirement that they place on developers shipping apps in the App Store on iOS devices and Macs. These were touted as being an incredible step forward for user education and transparency. They were positioned as part of Apple's overall marketing strategy to tout privacy as what the iPhone is for, another reason for you to spend thousands of dollars with the company. And were also then touted as being a meaningful step towards educating consumers about how their data circulates and is used. That all sounds great. Let's give the nutrition labels a bit of a report card. They were mandated by Apple as part of their developer policies. But even with that mandate, they generally are still not all that prevalent. As of 2021, a year after their introduction, only about 50% of apps available in the App Store had even been updated to include the nutrition labels. More recently, Apple has started purging old apps that didn't have the labels, so they're lighting a bit of a fire under developers, but turns out wasn't super widely adopted, even with the threat of a penalty from Apple on the table. Next, let's turn to accuracy. Can you trust the nutrition labels that you're seeing in the product? In brief, no. A 2022 study found that even of apps with up-to-date nutrition labels that developers had recently changed, 16% of them sent data to third parties, significant user data to third parties, despite claiming that they did no such thing. So that's kind of a bummer. It's like if you go in and look at the nutrition label on a piece of food and it claims that it contains no carbohydrates, but you're actually eating a loaf of bread, doesn't really work. There are particular gaps here around some of the more complex types of data, and in fact, the things that are most sensitive to consumers. Things like what counts as user identifiable, things that people in this room know an awful lot about and can talk at length about, but it turns out they don't distill well into the format of a nutrition label that appears in the App Store. Finally, and this is my favorite bit, the author of the study actually interviewed developers about their experience creating these nutrition labels. And echoing some of my own findings from back in 2012 when I talked to developers about interpreting Apple's App Store guidelines, the finding was that developers were almost universally stumped about how the hell to comply with Apple's policies. It turns out Apple gave them a mandate and a framework and a set of APIs, and then left it to every mom and pop developer to figure out how to make attestations about their privacy and data management practices, which, as we've already said, didn't work particularly well. But let's talk about how it works on the consumer side. Do these labels actually work for consumers? And the answer, again, is probably not. Studies in 2022 have found generally low awareness of the existence of privacy labels outside of expert audiences. So, spoiler alert, if you are in this room, you probably know a lot more about the existence of privacy and nutrition labels than most consumers ever will, and you should see yourself not as a representative sample of consumers. Second, people cited challenges with the interpretability of these labels. It turns out even a well-designed, Apple-crafted, meticulous Johnny Ive intervention is completely inscrutable to most people. So nobody actually understands what it is they're seeing when they're in the App Store. Third, you run into real challenges around interpretability across different platforms and across different types of apps. Apps are collecting different data for different purposes. iOS and Android have different APIs for governing user information. And all of this makes it an extremely messy, murky terrain for consumers to try to navigate. And consequently, they have absolutely no idea what the hell is going on. But do these labels do important work? And this is where I will go against my nature and be slightly glass half full and say yes. And the reason that nutrition labels really matter is that they prompt developers and companies to think critically about their privacy practices, because for the first time ever, they have to. there is now a regulatory regime, admittedly regulation by Apple, not by governments, but there is a regulatory regime that is compelling companies to think critically about how they collect data and how they use it so that they can disclose it to their users. And developers have said that actually going through that process of thinking about it, of being intentional about design, was incredibly beneficial for them and resulted in them making better choices about data management. So a little bit of a mixed record when it comes to nutrition labels, but there's still promise in some of these interventions. Let's talk about user-facing interventions as well, because they've come up a number of times today. In the first session this morning, Tomo mentioned a change to the Twitter product, actually, that I had the privilege to be a part of, which was launching Twitter's first ranked timeline. For those of you who maybe have forgotten that episode in Twitter history, Twitter used to be purely reverse chronological, and then in a moment, which people chronicled with the hashtag RIP Twitter, we did our level best to kill the app that everybody loves by changing the home timeline from being reverse chronological to algorithmically ranked. Now, when we first launched this, I was leading the company's trust and safety efforts for that product, and my engineering counterpart was a guy named Parag, who later became the CEO of the entire company. So clearly he made better choices. But interestingly, back then we had a lot of conversations about user controls, and we in fact introduced a setting. I was really proud of the fact that when we launched an algorithmic home timeline, there was a one-tap toggle to turn it off. We introduced this toggle over the objections of some people on the product team because it turns out it was incredibly beneficial for Twitter's growth metrics to have an algorithmically ranked home timeline. People used the app more, they engaged more, they shared more, they spent more time in the app, and it ultimately drove user growth to have an algorithm rather than a purely reverse chronological timeline. But we felt that it was still the right trade-off to offer them that control, in large part because the overwhelming majority of people never used it. So we built a setting and we patted ourselves on the back for it, and then nobody bothered to use our setting, and so Twitter got all of the benefits of growth while still being able to publish really nice press releases saying that we supported algorithmic control. So yay for us. We saw similar dynamics when we introduced a safe search product. Safe search on Twitter is a filtered version of safe that largely removes pornography and adult content, but also has some stricter filters around things like abusive content. For the first 3 months after Twitter launched this feature, 99% of people, in fact, over 99% of people, never bothered to touch it. More than a year later, I went back and checked the data. 95% of people had never touched it. And so what we're finding here is not a novel insight, but it's an important one, which is even when you give people controls, even when they are well-designed, thoughtful controls, the vast majority of folks are never going to touch them and are never going to bother changing those settings from the defaults. And so when we talk about what we should be building, what controls we want to offer people, the different levers that we give folks to tune their experience, that's the right first step. And then the next step is, what are the defaults? And do the defaults make sense? And are they well-designed and well-researched? Because in most cases, you're not actually going to see consumers actively engaging with all of the options that even well-meaning platforms give them. So let's talk about what works here. I've signaled at this a little bit, but let me state it up front and directly. First, put these interventions in people's faces. There's a lot of evidence that the more overt you make interventions into harmful content and conduct online, the more effective they are. At Twitter, we introduced a feature called Nudges, which was designed to discourage people from engaging in abusive or toxic conduct. And what Twitter's researchers found was that they were remarkably effective. They're these like slightly cringy notices that show up if you're saying something mean to somebody. But it turns out when presented with the cringy notice, 30% of people either abandoned their tweet or changed it to make it less abusive. That's kind of a remarkable effect in any study. And we were seeing this in the real world in our product, where usually effectiveness changes are measured in fractions of percents. We saw 30% effectiveness. That's really significant. We saw similar effects when we introduced very overt interventions on state-controlled media outlets. Again, we saw a 30% decrease in the reach and spread of state media when Twitter made not only labels very visible in the product, but also added those same types of nudges. And so either all of our studies return 30% effectiveness because there's a giant bug in Twitter's research pipeline, or it turns out these overt interventions are incredibly effective. And so I'll make the case first for not just building these features, but thinking about ways that we can make them as overt and seamlessly integrated into the user experience as possible. A tall order, but no doubt something that we can achieve. Finally, I want us to think really carefully about the need for sensible defaults. About a week ago, the emergent Twitter competitor Blue Sky made headlines for talking about what they call composable moderation. It's this idea that content moderation is not a single thing that a company does, but rather a set of different filters that people can configure. And there's been a lot of reasonable criticism of this approach, saying, should we really have a toggle that lets people turn on violent extremism? And I think that's a reasonable question to ask. But I would go further and say, if the default is that violent extremism is off, and the vast majority of people are never going to change it, do we get enough bang for our buck? The answer, I'm sure, is no, it's not that simple, because actually enabling violent extremists to organize online is dangerous, even if 99% of people never see it. But we need to think about the role that defaults play and think about them as a key site of intervention. And so I'll close just by saying, I think this is an open research question and one that requires a higher degree of collaboration between the folks in this room and the folks at the platforms themselves. And so it's hard, especially now, especially as Silicon Valley is going through wave after wave of layoffs, to find somebody at one of these companies to even talk to. But it's important that we think not just about what are things that are effective in a lab, what is something that works in an academic study, but that we test these concepts in reality and with an eye towards effective user experience design. With that, I will close and turn it back over to Cam.
Thank you, Yoel. We had some very nice background jazz that started very sad when you talked about the fact that nobody understands or really wants to do nutrition labels, but that kind of lightened up the mood when we talked about how default settings actually can make a meaningful impact. C is coming with us. We're going to enter solutions territory, thinking about interventions that are very much in user space, thinking about defaults. So before we turn on to internet questions and room questions, which I have nicely displayed on an iPad here, I want to turn it back over to the four of you for any questions you want to ask one another or anything you want to build on each other's intervention. You don't have to be shy.
I mean, I'll just echo what Yoel said. So my experience at a platform is consistent with the idea that oftentimes you try something and you try it badly, and then you decide that like that was a terrible idea, when if you just tried it better, it might have been a good idea. So like a lot of these things that he talked about are good ideas. If you just don't put them in the defaults or make them very prominent for users, they don't actually work. And so I just encourage people who are trying these solutions not to give up when the first iteration of your solution doesn't work.
The jazz band in the background was really excited about
that. This is very exciting. Let's share some research. Let's get some data out of these platforms to make sure that the solutions we discard actually might have just been poorly implemented.
So I guess I'll throw in that maybe it's a question for Yoel, but I 100% agree that the emphasis on defaults is super important to evaluating any of the interventions. I'm just wondering, one of the things in the sort of nudging social engineering literature is sort of choosing a default versus sort of an active choosing option, where you don't in fact set any defaults, but you force users, which is probably the most overt form of intervention. And I just wondered if that was something that you'd had in mind when you were sort of raising that issue.
Yeah.
Looks
no,
like it, 'cause you're
I think
nodding.
I am nodding enthusiastically. Look, there's a tension here, right? Like, bring that pitch to anybody working on growth at a social media company, and they will talk to you in mind-numbing detail about the top of funnel and how you need to maximize your conversion rate from first sign-up into usage of your... And it's just sort of like the same story for how companies end up in bad places because they're trying to reduce the amount of friction between you and an advertisement that they want to show you on the service. So that's the issue in reality. But I think ultimately making those kinds of decisions a core part of the user experience and making them feel native and helpful is the path forward. Perhaps it doesn't all need to happen on sign up, but I think there are ways that you can contextually prompt people to revisit their settings, to think about them. I think Facebook do a good job with this with their privacy checkup to give credit where it is due. And I think those types of sort of not artificial, you don't have to go digging in your settings, but it is an in situ recommendation to think about this thing, are some of the most promising treatments for getting people to be more aware of and engaged with some of these settings.
I have a provocation for the four of you, but building on what you said, Noel, you're saying it's unlikely that it comes to all of the users first because this isn't how tech companies work. There is, however, a group of users specifically for which there's a lot of pressure to change the default settings, to change the default experience, and those are kids. And today, with a lot of regulations and regulatory frameworks that are focused on kids, age-appropriate design codes, how we change the platforms and the default settings and the experience for kids, are we going to see perhaps those changes and positive changes, new options, new defaults for kids first? Is that actually pushing in the right direction? Is the jazz enthusiastically upbeat? Or is it going to be nightmare for kids and different nightmares for adults?
Yeah, I mean, the jazz really is remarkable. You think about things that might go wrong during talks, and this was nowhere on my list. No, I mean, I think some of the challenges with the hyper age-focused design codes and regulatory approaches is that they are hyper-focused on age. I think everybody deserves more robust options to think about privacy and safety. Everybody deserves the ability to be private before they intentionally become public and to have that be an active decision rather than a default. I would like to see that go further. I think it makes sense to start with what seems the most overtly harmful, which is endangering children, but go further than that. Go even bolder, I say. Yeah, as the music swells.
Yeah. I mean, I just echo that a lot of things that I have seen adopted by platforms in a steady state start with the most acute or the most crisis case. And so a lot of times, yes, all people deserve some of these better experiences, but it certainly the fact that we're starting with the most acute case, the most important case, is not unsurprising, and I could see it eventually migrating to something that is accessible for everyone.
And I mean, to be honest, it's like it would be lovely to see function creep work to our advantage, as opposed to seeing surveillance creep. It tends to work in the opposite direction. So yeah.
Luca.
Can I respond to something you all said earlier?
I was going to say someone's got to stand up for those nutrition labels too.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's
I
do
feel
it.
Personally, no, I'm kidding. What you said about sort of like the average user will not look into them is absolutely true. I also think that the people who are going to look into those into this kind of labels, this kind of things, are going to be the people who are going to make the most trouble for companies. You can think policymaker, journalists, activists. So maybe I would argue that these will be useful for society at large, but not because each person will actively look at them, but because, troublemakers in a positive way will be empowered to look into that and see if something's happening. But in general, point well taken that none of us here is probably the sort of like average user of any tech platform.
I have to share with you the question that emerges from many questions. I'm going to do my best large language model impression, but at least 4 questions are really asking the same thing, some of them phrased in more brutal ways than other. One of them, essentially the question is like, what does it take for platforms to actually do any of that? That's sort of the overall theme. Somebody says, trust and safety, lovely concept, but this is going to be really brutal. Those teams are not well funded, they're not well staffed, they're not prioritized, and they're generally a cost center, which is very brutal. Somebody else says, how many of the changes that have been implemented have been disclosed in any meaningful transparency or even have been exposed to users? You talked a little bit about that. and someone says, like, how do you actually incentivize those platforms to integrate friction or to do any meaningful steps towards the interventions that you all propose? So let's talk about this. What does it take? Is it arm twisting? Is it, let's start with kids? Is this regulation? How do you go about making platforms sort of hop on this train? No more jazz. That's on you. That's on you guys. Let's just do it.
I mean, one reason I come to things like this is that I think platforms exploit the divisions we have in society about what to do. And the more we can come together as a group and decide, these are the metrics we care about, these are the interventions we need, these are the design affordances that we actually want to do. When you keep in the realm of speech, there's so much disagreement that it's easy for nothing to happen. I think if you come into the realm of design, there are things that we can agree upon. There's a reason why privacy controls get into legislation, because everyone can agree on that. I think everyone could agree that we don't want them to optimize for these simple forms of engagement. And so I think there are some number of things that we can start to all agree upon. And I think it is that level of convergence that conversations like this can drive that may actually lead to meaningful change.
So design as a more promising area for consensus than speech.
Yes.
Well, the building code standard setting idea is one, right? So I think across a variety of areas, there's not one single answer. Can you drive market pressure in a certain direction? And then, I think there's always government regulation. I mean, they're holding out the idea of some forms of government regulation, either to induce change by companies on their own. And so you'd ask me the question about the middleware idea. It's possible that either through an antitrust intervention or through FTC or through legislation of one form or another, that you could have a friction by design regulation that focused on creating a governance scheme specifically to enable middleware options. So I think there's a full range of possibilities. I think that what we need to know more about is what are the relevant kinds of interventions, how do they work? We have to do more systematic interdisciplinary study where we can put together a range of proposals about what might work in different areas so that we can actually learn what they're like both in the lab but also out in reality and in practice.
As an Italian, can I give a shout out to the Italian privacy regulator who actually banned ChatGPT for a while, and now ChatGPT has an incognito mode. So there are ways of pressuring from also regulators. So I think that is definitely something that will work.
I think we've been geographically distributed on this table because as a French, I also tend to think that the governments once in a while should get involved and yell at everybody. But that's perhaps our European perspectives on this matter. There is a question that's interesting and provocative, which is, you've all talked about how to handle design changes for those poor negative impact of amplification. What about the design intervention that says just no algorithm? Platforms without amplifications, without algorithm. Maybe this means that we sort of skipped a beat in discussing why we are trying to manage this problem and sort of what comes with the benefits of amplification, algorithmic curation. Any of you want to comment on why we're trying to fix it rather than why we're trying to scrap it?
So one of the things I said, we were talking at an earlier, in between earlier sessions about was how we've all taken as a given that we're optimizing for that platforms are optimizing for engagement. And yet very few conversations about, well, how would you change that? How would you change the underlying optimization goal or objective? And so if you cut out ads, right? If you cut out surveillance, if you made surveillance of user behavior on platforms friction-full, really hard to do, or you made advertising to people based on personal information or in situ much harder through friction. That would potentially lead away from optimization for a narrow form of engagement and towards other. I'm just riffing off the top of my head, but that could drive things in a different direction.
And as a riff off the internet, or at least a part of the internet that's been filtered to me through this iPad, is riffing alongside you and asking, what about federated spaces? Does that become easier in federated spaces? I know you're working on this. This one is for you. Does that magically disappear when we think about spaces like Mastodon and those alternatives to the social media platforms?
Yes and no is unfortunately the answer. I wish I could say yes, federation is obviously the solution. This is the future. There are a couple of challenges. There's also a couple of benefits. So let's start with the benefits, trying to be more optimistic. Yeah, I think the economic model of the Fediverse does bend away from some of those perverse incentives that have characterized the first generation of social platforms. The lack of ads, the lack of really any incentive to want people to spend time on these platforms means that people use these platforms because they find value in those interactions and because they are driven by people's goals. There's also a lot more opportunity for direct control. So we're taking something from being, God, here's a phrase you don't hear anymore, the global village, to now saying, like, actually, these are small villages. Mastodon is 22,000 separate instances, each of which can be more self-sovereign and self-governing than Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. And so I think those are positive shifts. There are challenges, right? Those 22,000 villages have different rules. Some of them have rules that say white supremacy is awesome, and they become challenging for the rest of the network to deal with. Moderation is no longer something where there's one team that is an underfunded cost center of blah, 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 whatever else it was. Like, I was traumatized by all four of those things. But you have to deal with that 22,000 times over. And that's really hard. And so you need to think about solutions to that. And that's institutions and technology, and nobody really owns the problem. But I do think federation can help with addressing some of the incentives here. I would also say, I think at some point we need to focus again on what it is that users want, right? The reason I don't advocate for scrapping algorithmic systems is that they're really useful. They are valuable to people. This came up earlier today, but the reason that recommendation systems are helpful is that people don't have infinite time, and so you want to spend your time valuably. The reason that I already know the people who are going to text me to yell at me about this one. The reason trending topics on Twitter is useful is because you want to know the thing that is happening right now. And you have a lot of negative externalities that go along with that utility, but the same could be said of cars, right? They're useful. And so we need to think about ways to live with these systems instead of imagining that there is a world without them.
Let us take the last question from the room. You have the floor.
Oh, I think that gentleman was there before me, so...
Oh, well, maybe we can take a bundle of questions. Both of you,
please.
Fast succession. You start.
Thank you for that. Thank you. My name is Swapnil. I'm a PhD candidate at NYU. And a question I wanted to raise a little more, I think it was briefly mentioned by Brett and Yoel a little bit. You talk about cross-platform policy evaluations briefly. I wanted to ask, what are some successful models for cross-platform policy evaluations, in the sense where platforms are typically incentivized to study metrics on platforms, and to my understanding, like, Twitter won't care about how my interventions affected something on Facebook, even though they did. They probably, like, your misinformation labels on someone's tweets probably deranked their tweets, or like led to people also thinking about their content on other platforms. And I say that having done some of this research myself and facing all of those challenges. So are there successful models that you would imagine internally work, or are there other obstacles that we haven't thought of for external researchers that you might be able to navigate internally at platforms? So just getting your thoughts on that would be helpful.
Cross-platform impact evaluation. We're going to have 1 minute to take these questions, so think about it. Last question.
Sure. I was going to ask about privacy labels. In the interest of time, I'll just say, it seems like when we're talking about children's privacy regulation or children's sort of platform regulation versus adults, one of the big differences is that there seems to be a greater consensus on what the harms are for children, right? And so I'm wondering if, do we just need to do more work on defining the harms for all of us, not just our children? And is that a sort of fruitful area?
I wish we had kids on the panel, because actually I don't think that the consensus is as big as what we think it is, but that's the conversation for another day. All right, both of these questions, we have 1 minute. Rapid thoughts. They're tough and important questions.
So yes to the question over there. Go ahead, Yoel, you can answer.
Well, that was rapid.
Yeah. I mean, let's go beyond cross-platform. Like, let's recognize that some of the harmful impacts of algorithmic systems and platforms and the bad things that people do on the internet are not just impactful across different social media services, but are impactful on humanity. And we have, going back to the theme of we lack metrics, we have horrible metrics for understanding societal impact. Within platforms, it is virtually impossible to know whether anything you are doing is effective in the real world. And the result of that is that the underfunded cost centers of Silicon Valley struggle to make the case for why companies should keep spending millions of dollars to fund the creation of things like labels on misinformation. Because are those actually making people healthier or safer or more effective in their participation in democratic society? We have no effing idea. And so I think that that's the call for research right there. We need to be able to join up the engagement-driven metrics that exist within Silicon Valley with the impact metrics that social science is so effective at gathering in the real world.
I'm experiencing friction and a label all at once. I am staring at a piece of paper that says stop, and that is very efficient on me. This is the end of our conversation. I am so grateful for all these wonderful audience questions and so grateful for the 4 of you. I hope you all get to read these papers and engage with these ideas and arguments. Thank you for this thought-provoking conversation together this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. That was excellent. And thank you for persevering through jazz band practice next door. They would like to apologize. We're going to give everyone a minute to clear the stage, and then we have one more short, very cool visualization for you. It's 10 more minutes, and I promise it's worth your time. 2 very talented Columbia students have been working on a visualization of virality. Sahil Patel is a graduate student at Columbia University's Fu Foundation School of Engineering and Applied Science, and Samia Manan is an undergraduate student at the Fu Foundation School of Engineering and Applied Science as well. This project builds on Arvind's essay for the Knight Institute, Understanding Social Media Recommendation Algorithms, and the visualization, like his essay, explains virality as a scientific concept and illustrates demotion's impact on online information spread. I want to thank them both for their incredible work on this project, and I want to thank Mark Hansen and Michael Krish of the Brown Institute for supervising it.
Welcome, and thank you so much for coming to our presentation today. At first, I want to say a big thank you to the Knight First Amendment Institute for organizing this wonderful event. It's truly a privilege to be here and be part of this wonderful symposium that's shedding light on the algorithms that seem to increasingly define the way we interact with the world and each other. But we don't have a lot of time here, so I think we should get started right away. We're really excited to show you what we've been working on for these past couple of weeks. All right, so I'm Samia. I am an undergraduate at Columbia. Where's Sahil? Sahil's a graduate student at Columbia. And a couple months ago, we were given a pretty big challenge. I think if we can make one conclusion from the symposium, it's that virality is far from a simple subject. Even though it's a term we use all of the time, it's kind of deceptively familiar. But when we take all of the complex algorithms, content, types of engagement, and ways of defining virality, how do we move everything together and take this complex ecosystem into a digestible way of understanding it through visualization? Much more eloquently put, how do we visualize virality? And there were a lot of different things we had to assess before we could answer this question.
So the first question that we had to tackle was which platform do we focus on? And we're a part of the Brown Institute, and Twitter is among the most popular things that journalists use, and that's kind of the +1 of why we chose Twitter. But one of the main reasons why we chose Twitter in the end was the accessible API that they provided that allowed us to get pretty much all the information that we needed to make our visualization. So search queries to look at the platform data, as well as looking at pretty much all aspects of a tweet. People who interacted with it, likes, the person, the author, everything was available for us. More on the API in a little bit, but other important aspects that we wanted to look at were the establishment. So Twitter is well established, and it's stood test of time, and it has an interface that we can easily recreate in our visual. First question that we had to tackle was, what do we define virality? And we relied on Arvind on this, and we defined it as 5 times the, a content that has 5 times the engagement of the median tweet of the user. So the engagement for Twitter is number of likes, number of retweets, and number of replies. And a note on that definition for us came in when we realized that putting that user-specific definition was a little hard to decipher when looking at the whole platform, because it has almost millions of users, and we had to downsize our data set. So we put a threshold of 100,000 likes on there, and this cut down on our information that we had to visualize, as well as making the information a little more digestible. What is the data that we wanted to visualize? So we relied on the API. If you guys didn't know, they are shutting down the API in about 2 days, and everything that I will cover in the next section in this section will be pretty much useless. So when looking at the information that we wanted to look at for a viral tweet, we wanted to pretty much get a 360 view of it. So looking at exactly who it is that engaged with it, the people that authored the tweet, the information around them, as well as the time of the event. So when those engagements were made. So putting everything into context for allow us to make a better judgment on the network that we want to visualize. And really, the network itself for us was more of a journey that we wanted to give people context to. So the journey that the tweet took to rack up all those engagements and how it got those engagements in. And we all have covered this until now, but this journey is really just a bunch of network of roads and essentially a network data structure. So to make this network data structure and piece it together using just the information that the API provides us, we had to, look at the time of the event, so the nodes themselves, as well as look at the follower relationships of the people that engage with it. So piecing all that together to allow us to make edges on those events and making this little network data structure. And next question that we had to kind of wrap our heads around and kind of moving into our methodology for the illustration itself, how we want to really focus on contextualizing virality. So this was the main thing that we wanted to focus on was making sure that we keep the feed nature of Twitter intact when we visualize it. So when we talk about our viewpoints on how Twitter manipulates people's feeds, we want to make sure that we hit on how people view those tweets when they are scrolling through Twitter. So that y'all will see in a little bit on how we approach that question, but we made sure we hit on that aspect. We hit on that aspect in the first place. Also looking at the tweets themselves, we want to put some context around them. So looking at the categories that Twitter provides on their platform, entertainment, news, and politics, entertainment, news, and sports, and including all those information when we put that into put that contextualization in front of the users. Also, the network itself, as we've discussed, piecing together this journey and illustrating that journey to the user.
So all of those first parts that Sahil mentioned were part of the onboarding process. So to actually have context to see that network structure that Sahil was talking about, we need to make sure that people understand all of these background information about where virality comes from. And also when we're talking about the Twitter API, we cannot under-evaluate how much work and effort and genius it took for Sahil to be able to go through the API while it was falling apart every couple of weeks. So we were able to get so much wonderful data, and it's because of this man's wonderful script writing. So, all right, so let's go to the onboarding section. So like we mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that people can kind of take the familiarity they have with virality and kind of apply that to their understanding of virality through the context of this visualization. So because of that, we integrated key aspects of interacting with the social media platform into our visualization itself. So to interact with the visual, you simply scroll through it, like you'd be scrolling through your Twitter feed, looking for cat memes or whatever you're into. There's also a lot of visual nods to what a Twitter feed would look like, including having the tweets themselves on the page. And this is really helpful because we're introducing all of these new concepts and definitions of virality, including the 5 times the median engagement of a tweet, which can be a lot for somebody who's just going on a web page. So hopefully by seeing these tweets in the context in which they already understand what virality means, it can be a little helpful of a transition into the more complex things we're going to introduce you later. The second part that people are introduced to is a very important graphic, and that's sources of virality. This is an interactive stacked bar chart where we can see all of the different sources where virality comes from, and it includes a lot of surprising statistics. I know that anybody can feel like, hey, maybe you're the next one who can go viral on Twitter, but unless you have more than 1 million followers, the likelihood is actually probably pretty low. Over 1/3 of all viral tweets that we calculated actually come from people with more than 1 million followers. So what this stack bar chart does is it introduces you to all of the different categories where viral tweets come from, the different account sizes, and also how many tweets actually are viral, which may be a lot fewer than you think. It also serves as a bridge to the more complex visuals. All right, another key aspect of our visualization is the concept of choice. Now, everybody likes agency when they use social media. As we've discussed a lot, everybody's used to a world with not much friction and everything extremely personalized to them, whether it's for better or for worse. However, we wanted to emulate at least a little bit of that experience on our visualization itself. So we took the 3 main categories, sports, entertainment, and news, and allowed users to toggle or choose in a category that interests them. But that's not just important just for the fun of the user, it's also vital when comparing data. Different categories and tweets from different categories kind of have different behaviors and can actually be very interesting to compare and contrast. So not only can users compare tweets across time, levels of demotion, but also across category, which at least we think is pretty interesting. Now, the heart of our visualization lies in the central network that maps several different dimensions within its frame. So there's versions of it with and without demotion, but most impactfully, it shows the sheer scale of how virality reaches different individuals. So the visualization itself is kind of predicated on this illustration of a burst. And the burst is a metaphor for information propagation. For example, when you like or retweet a tweet, it gets sent to all of your followers in your feed. And that's shown by the little black dots throughout the network. Then when somebody else engages with it, that's shown as a burst. Each of the bubbles are also colored to identify their separation from the original poster. For example, the closer they are to the original poster, the more blue they are, the farther they are, they're red. So let's say I directly follow Tom Brady on this graph, I would be blue. Unfortunately, in reality, I am not blue. So I'm sorry for any Brady fans out there. So this is really interesting because you can find a lot of trends in here that we're going to discuss afterwards. And when you get to play with demotion, you can see how the sheer color size and all of these different users all fade away, showing that just with a little bit of toggling in the algorithm, it can completely change whether or not something goes viral. So there's also a few key conclusions that we've gotten through these experiments. One, as I mentioned before, it's that not every account has an equal chance of virality. And that might seem obvious at first, but it's really, really staggering when we see the statistics that, as I mentioned earlier, over 1/3 come from accounts with over 1 million followers, and I believe around 66%, or around like 2/3, come from very, very large accounts as well. I believe over around 100,000 followers. Also, we find out that direct followers are extreme and crucial drivers of the lifespan and overall virality of a tweet. You can see this if you go back to this network. In the beginning, the proportion is almost entirely blue, which is direct followers of the account. After it goes on, that's when the pinks and purples start to come in. Without having that boost from the direct followers and being able to engage with your direct network, you're not going to see the success of other tweets.
Looking at the motion itself and how we kind of approached explaining how Twitter manipulates your feeds, we found that demotion can have an extreme nonlinear relationship on how many engagements that the tweet will rack up. Looking at the categories themselves, so we looked at specifically tweets within the three news and the news, sports, and entertainment categories. We found that there are many different relationships that kind of come about from being part of certain categories. We hope to make this visualization public early next week, and we really hope that y'all will check out our visualization that we put so much effort into. I'm so sorry my voice is really bad because I had to run from 103rd Street because the one train broke down, and I had to make it here. But thank you so much for attending, and I hope y'all will check out our visuals.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you both. All right, everyone, that concludes today. Tomorrow morning, we will reconvene at 9:30. Please note, tomorrow's in a different location. We're going to be at Faculty House. You can find the address on how to get there on our website online. Thank you for being here.